Chapter 572. When enemies met, their eyes blazed with hatred. Perfected Lord Wuda, Mountain Sea Sword Immortal, no matter who you are, you will die here today. When they were only 100,000 kilometers apart, Perfected Lord Nether Ming let out a deafening roar and shouted 3 names. The 100,000 Nether Ghost pagodas around him burst forth with blue ghost fire. Instantly, the space within 100,000 kilometers turned into a Nether Ghost prison. Ghost chi rumbled as ghost fire spirits walked out of the void one after another. There were a total of 100 of them, and each of them emitted the aura of a rank 5 true lord. Perfected Lord Nether Ming was the creator of the Nether Ghost prison. Naturally, what he used was the real Nether Ghost prison and not the simple version that Jiang Xi encountered in the extraterritorial battlefield. The real Nether Ghost prison could not only limit the speed of a rank 5 true lord, but the 100 ghost fire spirits had the strength to kill a rank 5 true lord. Furthermore, the boundless ghost chi of the Nether Ghost prison could amplify the attack power of a ghost race expert. This was the main reason why Perfected Lord Nether Ming could become the #1 expert of the ghost race below Dao Lords. Jiang Xi's expression was solemn and did not relax at all. When the Nether Ghost prison descended, he made his move immediately. He used his peak mystic technique, the Mountain Sea Sword Sutra, instantly. 6 gigantic sword lights circled around his body, causing his aura to increase explosively. He did not hide his identity anymore. That was because Perfected Lord Nether Ming's roar meant that the other party had already identified him as Perfected Lord Wuda and Mountain Sea Sword Immortal. Even if he continued to deny it, it would not change anything. He might as well go all out and fight. I knew it. Mountain Sea Sword Immortal. Perfected Lord Nether Ming was even more enraged when he saw this. He looked up to the sky and roared, "You killed my son. Today, I will destroy your body and destroy your soul. I will scatter your soul so that you will never be reincarnated." Following his roar, 105th Revolution True Monarch level Willow, the Wisp Jin simultaneously condensed white bone spears with astonishing might and threw them at Riverward. Jiu Ling, Xian Luo, Mo Sua, attack together and kill this person. Perfected Lord Nether Ming ordered the other 3 rank 5 true lords of the ghost race were also in the Nether Ghost prison. They looked at each other in shock because they had not seen Lord Nether Ming go all out for a long time. This meant that Perfected Lord Nether Ming was truly angry. They did not dare to disobey Lord Nether Ming. Whoosh, after the 100 ghost fire jinn threw out their white bone spears, they opened up a path with a loud bang. The 3 ghost race rank 5 true monarchs followed closely behind and attacked Riverward together. Lord Nether Lord was Nether Hell was Lord Nether Lord was Nether Ming. This old ghost is indeed not easy to deal with. Riverward took a deep breath. Lords is Ming, Lord Nether Ming Lord level Lord is Lord Ming. With 105th Transformation True Monarchs and 4 veteran 5th Transformation True Monarchs working together, even a truly invincible True Monarch would have to think twice before facing them. Evade for now. Riverward rode on his sword light and dodged with extreme agility. However, there were a total of 100 white bone spears. They were all at the rank 5 true lord level. No matter how fast he was, some of the white bone spears landed on his body. Clang! 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 The white bone spears exploded when they hit Lord Ming's 6 mountain armor. Just 1 or 2 spears would not cause any harm to Jiang Xi. When there were enough white bone spears, more than 20 of them hit him. The aftershock of the collision finally injured his body. However, this was only a minor injury. Moreover, he was a Dao integration cultivator. This injury was healed in an instant. What a strong defense! Perfected Lord Jiu Ling and the other rank 5 true lords were shocked. Even if they were hit by 20 or 30 white bone spears, they would not be able to remain calm. Even they did not dare to take those white bone spears head on. Just as Perfected Lord Spirit Grievance said, this human has at least a rank 3 armor treasure. Perfected Lord Jiu Ling was envious. Perfected Lord Xian Luo sneered. No matter how strong his defense is, He can't withstand our combined attack. Perfected Lord Mo Su was confident. There is a limit to the defense of an armor treasure. Break it. As he spoke, the 3 rank 5 true lords attacked Perfected Lord Jiu Ling slashed out 9 illusory blade lights. Just a glance was enough to affect one's mind. Perfected Lord Xian Luo formed a fist that glowed with black light. His aura filled the air. Perfected Lord Mo Su was like a ghost. He held 2 short daggers and shuttled through the void. Moreover, in the depths of the ghost hell, the boundless ghost energy strengthened their attacks to a certain extent. In terms of threat, the 3 of them together were much more threatening than the 100 ghost fire spirits. This was because the ghost fire spirits were just rank 5 true lords. They did not have any intelligence and could only use energy attacks. They did not have any secret techniques. The ghost fire spirits could deal with ordinary rank 5 true lords, but they could not deal with top rank 5 true lords. Riverward was naturally aware of this as well. When the attacks of the 3 ghost experts approached him, he directly executed the world of creation with a single thought. In an instant, the space within a radius of 10,000 feet was under his control. Space imprisonment and time stop were used at the same time. The 9 illusory saber lights and the enormous black fist mark all froze in midair. Perfected Lord Mo Su, who was shuttling through the void, stopped in time and did not enter the range of 10,000 feet. Perfected Lord Wuda, I heard that you are invincible within 10,000 feet with this technique. How could we not be prepared? Perfected Lord Jiu Ling of the Silver Yiksha race laughed. Perfected Lord Xian Luo and Perfected Lord Mo Su also laughed, as if victory was in their hands. Jiang Xi's heart sank. He had a bad feeling. At this moment, Perfected Lord Yuming shouted, "Break!" The 100 ghost fire spirits had already reached the boundary of 10,000 feet. They surrounded Jiang Xi and exploded instantly. Oh no! Jiang Xi's expression changed. There was no way out now. Boom! 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 This was the power of 105th Revolution Perfected Lords. It was 1,000 times, no, 10,000 times more powerful than the 100 white-boned spears earlier. The surging energy tide released a terrifying power in an instant. Crack, even though the space of the ancient immortal world was so tough that even a 5th Revolution Perfected Lord could not break it. But now, under such a terrifying explosion, cracks appeared like a mirror. Jiang Xi's heaven of his own was at the center of the explosion and took 100% of the power. Crash! The heaven and earth of his own was broken. Space imprisonment and time stop disappeared. At the same time, the 9 illusory saber lights and black fist imprints that had been frozen in the air instantly landed on Riverward. After all, it was only 10,000 feet. In front of a 5th Revolution Perfected Lord, this distance was no different from a millimeter. Boom! Boom! The 2 powerful attacks were weakened by the 6-layered mountain armor. All the energy contained in the attacks surged into Jiang Xi's body. Excruciating pain. Riverward only felt his flesh and blood being corroded and melted. However, it was not over yet. Perfected Lord Mo Su arrived in an instant. 2 daggers glowing with dark light and emitting a sinister ghostly aura stabbed into Jiang Xi's back. Although they were blocked by the 6-layered mountain armor, the 2 dark lights on the daggers were only weakened slightly. They then entered Jiang Xi's body and rushed toward his sea of consciousness. The process was very fast. It did not even take 0.01 seconds. Jiang Xi was shocked. His primordial spirit was just about to activate the golden light of his primordial spirit when it was hit by the 2 dark lights. Buzz, in his sea of consciousness, his primordial spirit trembled. The rainbow lotus shook violently and emitted a blazing golden light. The golden light seemed to be a natural counter to ghostly aura. However, its level was too low. It only managed to melt a small part of the dark light. Then, the remaining dark light exploded. Cracks appeared on his primordial spirit and the rainbow lotus. It seemed like they were about to disintegrate. Jiang Xi was severely injured. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of blood. The injury to his primordial spirit had affected his body. At the same time, he felt a strong sense of dizziness. His consciousness became blurry. His armor has a flaw. It can't defend against primordial spirit attacks. The attack from the daggers can severely injure his primordial spirit. Perfected Lord Mo Su laughed in surprise. Strange, why is his primordial spirit defense so weak? Perfected Lord Jiu Ling and Perfected Lord Xian Luo were puzzled. Under normal circumstances, a rank 5 True Lord's primordial spirit defense would not be too weak even if they did not have a primordial spirit supreme treasure. However, Perfected Lord Wuda's primordial spirit defense was similar to that of a rank 2 or rank 3 True Lord. However, they soon threw their doubts to the back of their minds. They had found Perfected Lord Wuda's weakness. Moreover, this rank 5 True Lord of the human race was severely injured. He was at their mercy. Almost at the same time, Jiang Xi took out a healing immortal pill and consumed it. An immortal pill for primordial spirit injuries. In an instant, his injuries were healed. He was only at the Dao integration stage. The healing immortal pill was too effective for him. The cracks on his primordial spirit and rainbow lotus also disappeared quickly. What? He recovered so quickly. This is impossible. A rank 5 True Lord's primordial spirit is so severely injured. Even with the imperishable substance, it will take a long time to recover. He only consumed a low-grade immortal pill. How can it have such miraculous effects? The smiles on the faces of the 3 rank 5 True Lords froze. They were shocked and puzzled. What are you panicking for? Perfected Lord Netherming appeared from the void and shouted coldly, who cares what immortal pill he used? As long as we can destroy his primordial spirit in an instant, he won't be able to recover in time. Jiang Xi's expression turned grave. His primordial spirit defense was his greatest weakness. This was something he had known for a long time. However, perfected lords who were proficient in primordial spirit attacks were not common. Ever since he entered the ancient immortal world, he had encountered so many perfected lords. However, very few of them had primordial spirit attacks. Moreover, there was no perfected lord who could threaten his primordial spirit. He did not expect to meet one today. Moreover, it was a rank 5 True Lord. This is troublesome. Jiang Xi frowned. Although he could use immortal pills to heal primordial spirit injuries, it was just like what Perfected Lord Netherming had said. If he did not even have the chance to consume immortal pills, he would die. At this moment, Perfected Lord Netherming attacked. Kill! He condensed a sparkling golden spear. It emitted a mysterious aura that made people tremble in fear. The golden spear pierced forward with boundless ghost chi and a mysterious primordial spirit secret technique. It instantly attacked Jiang Xi. It was obvious that Perfected Lord Netherming was also a perfected lord who was proficient in primordial spirit attacks. Moreover, the power of the primordial spirit secret technique was much stronger than Perfected Lord Mo Su's attack just now. Self-creation heaven and earth. Facing such an attack, Jiang Xi chose to use this invincible technique again to restrain the golden spear. However, Perfected Lord Netherming was already prepared. After the ghost fire spirits self-destructed, 100 ghost fire spirits appeared in the Nether Ghost Prison. Break! With Perfected Lord Netherming's roar, the ghost fire spirits surrounded Jiang Xi again. They were prepared to self-destruct to destroy Jiang Xi's self-created world. After the lesson just now, Jiang Xi would not sit still and wait for death. He merged his body with the sword and used the Great Dao Tornado Sword style. He turned into a green phantom and left the place. Fire Sword style. Facing these ghost energy bodies, he directly used the most violent sword style. The fiery red sword light slashed out continuously. Accompanied by his body, the abyss-devouring divine sword killed one ghost fire spirit after another. These ghost fire spirits were all energy bodies of rank 5 True Lords. They were not real rank 5 True Lords. Killing them was easier than killing a rank 4 True Lord. Moreover, with the help of the wind sword style, Jiang Xi's movement technique was very agile. The Nether Ghost Prison, which was famous in the universe, did not restrict him. However, perfected Lord Jiuling and the other rank 5 true lords of the ghost race were not idle. They had already surrounded Jiang Xi from 3 directions, restricting his space of movement. The illusory saber light, the black fist mark, and the glowing dagger, under the enhancement of the Nether Ghost Chi, exploded with great power. Therefore, no matter how good Jiang Xi's movement technique was, it was difficult for him to resist the joint attack of 4 rank 5 true lords. Moreover, this space was covered by the Nether Ghost Prison. The environment was advantageous for the ghost race experts. Boom boom boom. The illusory saber light and the black fist mark landed on Jiang Xi's body and caused a shocking explosion. Under the protection of the 6-layered mountain armor, he was only slightly injured this time, but it wasn't a big deal. At this moment, Jiang Xi was concentrating on avoiding the primordial spirit attack. He used his self-created world again to imprison the glowing dagger that carried the primordial spirit attack. Then, the abyss-devouring divine sword slashed at perfected Lord Mo Su, using the 6 moves of the Great Tao one after another. Swoosh! The counterattack was successful. A golden sword light flashed past perfected Lord Mo Su's body and cut him in half at the waist. Black blood fell. Human, you deserve to die. Perfected Lord Mo Su was furious. He hurriedly used the imperishable substance to combine the 2 halves of his body. This sword strike had consumed 1% of his imperishable substance. This was a terrifying ratio. In other words, perfected Lord Wuda only needed 100 swords to kill him. My life and death is not in your control. Jiang Xi sneered. Before those will-o'-the-wisp Jin could surround him, he disappeared on his sword light. Whoosh! At the same time, he dodged perfected Lord Netherming's attack again. Jiang Xi did not relax. He was most wary of perfected Lord Netherming, so he had been guarding against him. Continue to attack and exhaust him here. Perfected Lord Netherming's expression was cold. He was very patient and confident that he could kill perfected Lord Wuda here. The facts proved that his train of thought was correct. No matter how Jiang Xi defended, he was still hit by perfected Lord Netherming in the end. Even the invincible self-created world could not defend against perfected Lord Netherming's attack. This was because under the attacks of perfected Lord Jiuling and the other 5th transformation perfected lords, his space of movement became smaller and smaller. He was forced into the encirclement of the giant spirits. The giant spirits self-destructed and the self-created world was broken. Boom! Almost at the same time, the sparkling golden spear landed on the 6th mountain armor. A rank 3 offensive treasure. Jiang Xi's expression changed. Perfected Lord Netherming was the most powerful person below the Tao Lord of the Ghost Clan. He was the closest to becoming an invincible perfected lord. Under the enhancement of the rank 3 offensive treasure, 30% of the terrifying power of the attack landed on Jiang Xi's body. His body, which was close to a superior grade immortal artifact, was instantly covered with dense cracks and was about to collapse at the same time. The golden spear's special ripples attacked Jiang Xi's sea of consciousness. It was an attack of the primordial spirit. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. The process was so fast that Jiang Xi did not have time to react. Block! Block! Jiang Xi roared in his heart as he swallowed 2 healing elixirs. One was for physical injuries, while the other was for primordial spirit injuries. Crack crack, his primordial spirit and the rainbow lotus throne began to collapse. However, the healing elixirs took effect and pulled back the collapsing primordial spirit. That was close. Just a little bit more. Jiang Xi used his self-created world again to immobilize perfected Lord Netherming's next attack. Then, he flashed and retreated far away. In this short period of time, the injuries on his body were completely healed. He recovered again. This is definitely not the effect of the imperishable substance. It's strange. His body and primordial spirit had already begun to collapse. Even the imperishable substance can't heal him instantly. Perfected Lord Jiu Ling, Perfected Lord Xian Luo, and Perfected Lord Imo Xia were shocked to see this scene again. Let's see how many times you can recover. Perfected Lord Nether Ming saw it clearly. He had been so close to killing Perfected Lord Wuda just now. Whoosh, in the Nether Ghost Prison, 100 Jinni appeared again. At the same time, Perfected Lord Nether Ming wielded his golden spear and used his secret technique to attack Jiang Xi again. Jiang Xi had withstood this attack. However, he felt as if he was dancing on the line between life and death. He could fall into an irreversible crisis at any time. It's not time to give up yet. He frantically used the 6 styles of the Great Tao and the self-created world. Between life and death, I can often experience more things. Perhaps I can use this opportunity to comprehend the 7th style of the Great Tao of the Mountain and Sea Sword Sutra. This is a life and death crisis, but it's also an opportunity. He had been through countless battles in the ancient immortal world all these years. However, he had never been so nervous and intense as he was now. Whoosh, the 6 giant sword lights around Jiang Xi spun rapidly. With the help of the abyss-devouring divine sword, the 6 sword styles rotated faster and faster as the battle progressed. He actually began to adapt to the current dangerous situation. As long as he was not hit by Perfected Lord Nether Ming's golden spear, he did not have to worry about death. Of course, this was only a perfect state in theory. Jiang Xi understood that under the joint attack of 4 5th Revolution true monarchs of the ghost race, he would not have such an opportunity. Therefore, his mind was at a high level. His body, primordial spirit, Taoist techniques, secret techniques, etc. were all used to the extreme. It was as if he had reached a state where he could move as he pleased. Damn it, this human is too difficult to deal with. Perfected Lord Jiu Ling was somewhat annoyed. The 4 of them had worked together for such a long time, yet they still could not take down Perfected Lord Wuda. This was a very embarrassing matter. He is relying on the power of his supreme treasure. Perfected Lord Xian Luo snorted. I have some doubts about his cultivation realm. Perhaps he is not even a 5th Revolution true monarch. Because his sword is also a rank 4 supreme treasure, he is relying on it to have the attack of a 5th Revolution true monarch. Perfected Lord Imo Xia's body had been cut in half by the abyss-devouring divine sword, so he was very clear about the power of this sword. Don't worry, no matter what he is relying on, he will not be able to escape from our encirclement today. He will eventually die here. Perfected Lord Nether Ming was surprisingly calm. Indeed, under the joint attack of the 4 of them, Jiang Xi would not be able to escape from the ghost hell prison. Moreover, their speed was slightly faster than Jiang Xi's. Even if Jiang Xi could escape from the ghost hell prison, he would not be able to escape from their pursuit. Although it seemed like a long time, only less than 2 minutes had passed since the start of the battle. At the same time, the battle had alarmed the perfected lords within a radius of millions of kilometers. Because of the terrifying aura fluctuations of the battle, as Jiang Xi and the 4 5th Revolution true monarchs of the ghost race collided again and again, the explosions were transmitted to millions of kilometers away. The perfected lords of the various races in this area were all guessing who was fighting. Since the opening of the ancient immortal world, there had not been a battle between 5th Revolution true monarchs. This was the first time. Soon, a piece of news spread. It was Perfected Lord Nether Ming, Perfected Lord Nine Spirits, and the other 5th Revolution true monarchs of the ghost race. They were besieging Perfected Lord Wuda of the human race. It was said that Perfected Lord Wuda, who had changed his name to Perfected Lord Wudi, had just killed more than 100 perfected lords of other races when he was targeted by Perfected Lord Nether Ming and the other ghost race experts. This news shocked all the perfected lords on this planet and then spread to the other planets of the ancient immortal world, causing a huge uproar. Killing more than 100 perfected lords in one battle, too terrifying. It's a pity that Perfected Lord Wuda is going to die without the help of the Tao Lords. No matter what, he is the most famous perfected lord after the opening of the ancient immortal world this time. The perfected lords of the various races were discussing with emotion. This was because perfected Lord Wuda had caused the previous battle for the token of the chaotic heaven immortal abode. In the end, it had attracted 2 Tao Lords, resulting in the first battle between Tao Lords since the opening of the ancient immortal world. This time, it was perfected Lord Wuda again, but this time, it was the first battle between rank 5 perfected lords. Although the perfected lords of the various races on planet 1024 were curious about the scene of the battle, none of them dared to go near it. At most, they were 10 million kilometers away, sensing the terrifying energy waves from afar. Perfected Lord Jiankong, perfected Lord Jiankong, and the other human experts also stopped after escaping 10 million kilometers. This was because they had also sensed the commotion of the battle. They knew that perfected Lord Wuda had successfully stopped the 4 rank 5 perfected lords. Hang in there, Jiang Xi. Perfected Lord Jiankong's expression was full of worry as he cheered for Jiang Xi in his heart. Perfected Lord Wu Di, hang in there for 1 more minute and perfected Lord Hua Yan will be here. Hang in there. Perfected Lord Jiankong was also very worried. Rank 5 perfected lords were the true high-end combat power of the human race. The death of any one of them could be said to be a great loss. The other perfected lords of the human race were also very worried. If perfected Lord Wu Di had not chosen to bring up the rear, they might have died by now. Suddenly, everyone felt as if something strange had happened. In fact, they were not the only ones. All the perfected lords on planet 1024 felt this abnormality. This was because the world on this planet had quieted down. There was no sound or any energy waves coming from it. The sound of wind, the sound of flowing water, the falling leaves, at this moment, everything stopped. The perfected lords of the various races were all shocked. What happened? This strange situation actually covered this huge planet with a diameter of 100 billion kilometers. Could it be that another Tao Lord had descended and controlled this space-time? However, the scene of a Tao Lord's descent was completely different from this strange situation. Look! That's a heavenly tribulation. Oh my God, it's the immortal ascension tribulation of a Tao integration cultivator. How is that possible? Who hasn't transcended the tribulation yet? A Tao integration cultivator has entered the ancient immortal world? That's impossible. How can a heavenly tribulation appear in the ancient immortal world? Amidst the shock, the place where the battle took place was lit up. Dazzling white thunderclouds emitted blazing light as they broke through the gray barrier of the ancient immortal world and descended on this planet. Chapter 573. Outside the invisible barrier of the ancient immortal world, the slowly flowing gray airflow seemed to have been greatly stimulated and suddenly rolled violently. After that dazzling white thundercloud broke through the invisible barrier, it arrived above the planet and flashed with blazing lightning before rapidly expanding. Looking from tens of millions of kilometers away, the original white thundercloud was only the size of a palm. But soon, the perfected lords who were watching the scene discovered that the white thundercloud was expanding very quickly, as if it was rapidly spreading toward them. White thundercloud. Judging from the color, it's the first tribulation of a tribulation transcender, but the range of the thundercloud is too abnormal. Shouldn't the first tribulation cover an area of 90,000 kilometers? This thundercloud seems to have already covered millions of kilometers. It's not just millions, I think it's at least tens of millions of kilometers. Strange, why do I feel that the aura of the thundercloud has already reached 100 times that of a 9th tribulation transcender? Is this still the first tribulation of a tribulation transcender? When some geniuses with heaven-defying talent transcend their tribulation, the power of their tribulation is indeed stronger than that of an ordinary Tao integration cultivator. The perfected lords of the various races were all shocked and speechless. Even the youngest among them had lived for tens of thousands of years, and most of them had lived for at least an era. There were also a few ancient existences that had lived for tens of millions of eras. All of them could be said to be experienced and knowledgeable, but they had never seen such a shocking and even somewhat terrifying thing. It was really too heaven-defying. As everyone knew, the ancient immortal world had a terrifying pressure that was everywhere. Even a 9th tribulation transcender would find it difficult to move an inch. In front of these perfected lords, puny Tao integration cultivators were like ants. How could they enter the ancient immortal world? Moreover, they could fight against the 4th revolution perfected lords of the ghost race. None of those who could cultivate to the perfected lord level were stupid. Below the thundercloud was where perfected Lord Wuda and the 4th revolution perfected lords of the ghost race were. Everyone knew that the person transcending the tribulation could only be perfected Lord Wuda. This was because the 4th revolution perfected lords of the ghost race, whether it was perfected Lord Nether or perfected Lord Nine Spirits, were all ancient existences of the ghost race. They had already become famous in the universe hundreds of thousands of eras ago, so it was impossible for them to be the one transcending the tribulation. On the contrary, perfected Lord Wuda was a mysterious powerhouse that suddenly rose in the past 1,000 years. And the perfected lords of the various races didn't know his true identity. Even if there were rumors that he was the Mountain Sea Sword Immortal, it was just speculation. From the looks of it, it didn't matter if true Lord Wuda was the Mountain Sea Sword Immortal. Even the Mountain Sea Sword Immortal's feat of extinguishing 5 soul lamps within 1,000 years was not as terrifying as this. This was because in the history of the original universe, who could trigger a heavenly tribulation in the ancient immortal world? This was the first time in history. Therefore, many perfected lords were guessing whether perfected Lord Wuda, who had triggered the heavenly tribulation, could successfully transcend it. The first tribulation is already so terrifying. Will true monarch Wuda survive it? True monarch Jiankong sighed. The news had reached the hall of true monarchs of the human race. Their clones with immortal power had learned of true monarch Wudi's true identity. So true monarch Wudi was true monarch Wuda. More than 10 perfected cultivators of the human race looked at perfected Lord Wine's sword. It was rumored that true monarch Wine's sword and true monarch Wuda had some sort of relationship. Judging from the current situation, the rumors were true. He will definitely make it. True Lord Wine's sword said resolutely. While the true monarchs of the various races were still in shock, the white thundercloud finally stopped expanding. It finally covered an area of 10 million kilometers. Its diameter was 100 times that of an ordinary heavenly tribulation. Rumble, then, heaven and earth rumbled. A 9-step stairway to heaven appeared. At the end of the stairway, a magnificent heavenly gate appeared. The heavenly gate was 10 million feet tall. It was completely white and covered in complex patterns, as if it contained the ultimate truth of heaven and earth. The majestic stairway to heaven and the heavenly gate stood above the sky and below the thundercloud. Within the area covered by the heavenly tribulation, the eerie ghost hell was broken open by the terrifying power of heaven and earth the moment the white thundercloud appeared. Perfected Lord Nether, perfected Lord Nine Spirits, and the other ghost race elites who were besieging Jiangxi were also shocked. They immediately realized that the heavenly tribulation was triggered by perfected Lord Wuda because the white thundercloud's aura was not on them. He is actually a Tao integration cultivator. Perfected Lord Nine Spirits was not only shocked, but also a little confused. This 5th revolution perfected Lord had never expected that perfected Lord Wuda, whom the 4 of them had been besieging for so long, was actually a Tao integration cultivator. A Tao integration cultivator with a lifespan of only 10,000 years? Hiss! Perfected Lord Xian Luo and perfected Lord Imo Xia both sucked in cold air. They had lived for so long, but they had never seen such a heaven-defying thing. Retreat! Retreat from the area of the heavenly tribulation immediately. Perfected Lord Nether was shocked, but he was very calm and decisive. The 4th revolution perfected lords of the ghost race quickly gave up the encirclement and turned to retreat. The heavenly Tao was ruthless, but it had laws. Any cultivator in the area of the heavenly tribulation would have to face the tribulation. Once the tribulation lightning struck, the 4 of them would also have to face the corresponding heavenly tribulation. They were all 5th revolution perfected lords, and the tribulation lightning that struck would not be the ordinary tribulation lightning of a tribulation transcender. Therefore, even perfected Lord Nether did not have the heart to avenge his child at this time. Of course, he also believed that perfected monarch Wuda would die here even if he did not make a move. The more heaven-defying one's talent was, the stronger the heavenly tribulation. This was a well-known rule. Perfected Lord Wuda was only a Dao integration cultivator, but he already had the battle prowess of a 5th revolution perfected Lord. With such talent, the heavenly tribulation that would descend would definitely not be just one tribulation. 6 consecutive tribulations would be the minimum. It might even be the extremely rare case of 9 consecutive tribulations. Moreover, this heavenly tribulation was too terrifying. The power of the first tribulation was already 100 times that of a 9th tribulation transcender. How powerful would the 9th tribulation be when its power accumulated? Therefore, perfected Lord Nether did not believe that perfected Lord Wuda could survive this heavenly tribulation. As the heavenly tribulation descended, Jiang Xi stood in the air and looked up at the white thunderclouds that had stopped expanding. In the thunderclouds, astonishing lightning flashed like dragons. The time that the tribulation lightning had accumulated had already exceeded the normal range. The first tribulation is 100 times that of a 9th tribulation transcender. But last time in the Taungu continent, the 9th tribulation triggered by the 8th tribulation transcender of the ancient god race was also 100 times that of a 9th tribulation transcender. However, the time that tribulation lightning had accumulated was definitely not as long as this one. Jiang Xi frowned slightly. Then, he took a deep breath and adjusted his state to the best. Since he had already triggered the heavenly tribulation, there was no chance for regret. He had to go all out and survive this heavenly tribulation. The main reason he decided to trigger the heavenly tribulation was because of the battle with the 4/5th tribulation true monarchs of the ghost race. In the face of a life and death crisis, he used the 6 styles of the Great Tao one after another. His intuition told him that if he really created the 7th style of the Great Tao and made the Mountain Sea Sword Sutra reach the level of an ultimate secret technique, it would become a Tao monarch secret technique. At that time, with his foundation, the heavenly tribulation he triggered would be incomparably terrifying, and he would have no hope of surviving it. Sometimes, blindly pursuing the limit and perfection will have the opposite effect. As it turned out, his intuition was very sharp and correct. The power of the first tribulation he triggered was 100 times that of a 9th tribulation transcender. If he waited until he created the 7th style of the Great Tao before triggering the heavenly tribulation, its power might be at the level of a first tribulation true monarch. In this way, the power of the heavenly tribulation would gradually accumulate. When it reached the 9th tribulation, its power might reach the level of a Tao monarch. A Tao monarch level tribulation lightning? Jiang Xi did not have the confidence to take it on. The power of the first tribulation lightning is still weak. I can still attack. Jiang Xi sensed that the 4 ghost race experts wanted to leave this place. Just now, these 4/5th tribulation true monarchs of the ghost race took advantage of the environment of the ghost hell to surround and kill him. Now, under the heavenly tribulation, it was his home ground. He was going to transcend the tribulation, and the 4 ghost race experts did not have the courage to stay in the range of the heavenly tribulation. You almost killed me just now, and you still want to escape? Do you think you can escape? Jiang Xi sneered. Carrying the terrifying power of the heavenly tribulation, he rode the green sword light and flashed at an extremely fast speed, catching up to True Monarch 9 spirits, who was slightly slower, this bastard. True Monarch 9 spirits of the Rakshasa race immediately became anxious. He did not want to fight at all now. He just wanted to leave the range of the heavenly tribulation as soon as possible. This heavenly tribulation was too terrifying. It covered a radius of tens of millions of kilometers. Even a 5th tribulation true monarch would need nearly a minute to leave this range with the speed of 200,000 kilometers per second. Therefore, there was no time to waste. Otherwise, when the tribulation lightning descended, he might die. Save me! True Monarch 9 spirits anxiously shouted to True Monarch Netherming. True Monarch Netherming frowned. He wanted to use the ghost hell. However, just as the 100,000 ghost hell pagodas released the blue ghost fire, it was destroyed by the terrifying power of the heavenly tribulation. The heavenly tribulation was so powerful that it was difficult for these ghosts to condense. Boom! 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 True Monarch Netherming, True Monarch Xian Luo, and True Monarch Mo Xia could only attack at the same time. They respectively condensed a white bone spear, a black fist mark, and a glowing dagger and attacked Jiang Xi. However, after that attack, they did not intend to turn back and continue to fight. They all continued to run out of the range of the heavenly tribulation. Without the ghost hell, these attacks can't threaten me. Jiang Xi smiled confidently. When the attacks of the 3/5 tribulation true monarchs came within 10,000 feet of him, he instantly used the self-created heaven and earth. Then, he flew away and easily dodged the 3 attacks. Immediately after, Jiang Xi swung his black abyss devouring divine sword and attacked true monarch 9 spirits with a fiery red light. 6 styles of the Great Tao, fire sword style. At this moment, the distance between the 2 sides was less than 100 kilometers. The sword light was close to the speed of light and arrived in an instant. Damn it! True Monarch 9 spirits knew that he could only rely on himself. If he did not defeat this heaven-defying human, he would definitely not be able to escape the range of the heavenly tribulation. He turned around and slashed with his saber. The illusory saber light turned into a glowing shield in a mysterious way. However, how could such a hurried defense block Jiang Xi's all-out attack? Moreover, that was a 4th-stage supreme treasure, the abyss-devouring divine sword. Poof! The glowing shield formed by True Monarch 9 spirits was directly broken. Chi! The abyss-devouring divine sword carried a fiery red sword light and penetrated his 1st-stage supreme treasure armor. The terrifying energy contained in the fire sword style instantly exploded. A bloody hole appeared in True Monarch 9 spirit's body, and eerie ghost chi spread out. At the same time, the imperishable substance quickly circulated and healed his injuries. Ah! He shouted in shock and anger. Because this attack had used up half of his imperishable substance. Without the help of the ghost hell, he was not Jiang Xi's match at all. If this continued, he would die in just 20 strikes. Save me! Save me! He asked his 3 companions for help in horror. Unfortunately, under such circumstances, True Monarch Netherhell and the other 2 were not willing to stop. Damn it! Damn it! Human, True Monarch Netherhell, Tao Monarch Pan Lien. You all deserve to die. True Monarch 9 spirits cursed in despair. In the face of certain death, he no longer had any fear. He even cursed Tao Monarch Pan Lien who had sent him to the ancient immortal world. True Monarch Wuda, if I die, you won't have an easy time either. I won't lose out if I bring a human genius with me before I die. True Monarch 9 spirits roared crazily. At the same time, his body began to expand rapidly. From 100 meters tall, he became a 10,000-meter tall balloon in the blink of an eye. Ghost Chi, immortal power, and Taoist charm mixed together and circulated rapidly, containing terrifying power. True Monarch 9 spirits wanted to self-destruct to seriously injure Jiang Xi. In the situation where he was about to transcend the tribulation, once he was injured, it would definitely affect his subsequent state. However, he had forgotten about Jiang Xi's defense. Just now, the 4/5 transformation True Monarchs had joined forces and failed to kill Jiang Xi. So what if they self-destructed? Therefore, Jiang Xi was not afraid at all. Self-destruct? Did you ask me for permission? This was 50 billion experience points. Jiang Xi would not let him self-destruct just like that. He had to personally deliver the final blow. Swoosh, 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 20 consecutive blows were delivered in an instant. I hate it. True Monarch 9 spirits roared with grief and indignation. The indestructible substance in his body had been used up. His indestructible body had been destroyed and he could no longer recover. In the final sword light, his body that had not yet expanded to its limits suddenly collapsed, and his body and soul were destroyed. A 5th transformation True Monarch, an ancient existence who had lived for millions of eras, had fallen just like that. The battle between True Monarchs was intense and fast. The series of blows between Jiang Xi and True Monarch 9 spirits happened in an extremely short period of time. It had only been 2 seconds. The remaining True Monarch Nether Ming, True Monarch Xian Luo, and True Monarch Mo Xie had not yet escaped 500,000 kilometers. At this time, the white thundercloud in the sky had finally succeeded in condensing tribulation lightning after several seconds of accumulation. Rumble, the tribulation lightning rumbled and resounded throughout the world. This is troublesome. True Monarch Nether Ming's expression was grave. True Monarch Xian Luo and True Monarch Mo Xia were worried. Their strength was similar to True Monarch 9 spirits. Now that True Monarch 9 spirits had fallen, would they be the next? Boom! The world rumbled. The originally gray sky of the ancient immortal world became as bright as day. The dazzling light illuminated half of the planet. 99 sword-like white tribulation lightning, each as thick as a bucket and 100 times more powerful than a 9th tribulation transcenders, fell from the sky one after another and smashed toward Jiang Xi. At the same time, 3 more terrifying white tribulation lightning shot toward True Monarch Nether Ming, True Monarch Xian Luo, and True Monarch Mo Xie. The expressions of the 3/5 transformation True Monarchs changed, and they had no choice but to stop. This was because the white tribulation lightning aimed at them was twice as powerful as a 5th transformation True Monarchs. This kind of power was not simply the power of 2 5th transformation True Monarchs added together. It was at least twice as powerful as a 5th transformation True Monarch's all-out attack. The threat it posed was even higher than 10 5th transformation True Monarchs joining forces. On the other side, Jiang Xi was also dealing with his own tribulation lightning. The heavenly tribulation of an ordinary tribulation transcender only has 9 tribulation lightning bolts, but mine. He raised his head and looked at the sky. 99 white tribulation lightning bolts 100 times more powerful than a 9th tribulation transcenders. This was equivalent to 10,000 times more powerful than a 9th tribulation transcenders. Of course, the strength of the first tribulation lightning was not enough to hurt him. After all, even a 5th transformation True Monarch would find it difficult to kill him with his defense. However, Jiang Xi still took the initiative to withdraw the 6-layered mountain armor on his body. There is no pressure now. I can borrow the power of the tribulation lightning to quickly increase my cultivation realm. The heavenly tribulation was both a tribulation and an opportunity. In order to transcend the tribulation, he had prepared for thousands of years. With the guidance of Master Nine Firmaments and Master Wine's sword, he was naturally clear about the details of transcending the tribulation. Boom, boom, boom. The speed at which the tribulation lightning fell was very fast. The sword-like white tribulation lightning struck Jiang Xi's body one after another without any intention of stopping. It was as if it would not give up until the person transcending the tribulation was dead. However, the strength of Jiang Xi's body was close to that of a high-grade immortal artifact. Such a powerful tribulation lightning would not be able to injure him. Under the baptism of the heavenly tribulation, every time he withstood a bolt of white tribulation lightning, the quality of his body would slightly increase, and the strength of his primordial spirit would also increase. The spiritual energy in his body was also transforming into immortal energy. 99 bolts of tribulation lightning. Perhaps the first tribulation will be able to make my body reach the level of a high-grade immortal artifact. Jiang Xi was looking forward to it. Boom! The speed of the lightning was naturally very fast. In less than a second, all 99 bolts of white tribulation lightning struck down. Jiang Xi relied on the strength of his body to easily withstand these bolts of tribulation lightning. As expected, my body has surpassed that of a high-grade immortal artifact. Jiang Xi stood in the air, gently clenching his fist, and a powerful force circulated between his fingers. Not only the strength of my body, but the strength of my primordial spirit has also increased. My overall strength has also increased by a small level. Now, even perfected Lord Nether Ming would not be able to instantly destroy my body and primordial spirit. It was very difficult for a 5th transformation True Lord to increase one's strength. Increasing one's strength by a small level was also a very terrifying thing. Jiang Xi turned his gaze to perfected Lord Nether Ming and the other two Ghost Clan experts in the distance. At this time, the three Ghost Clan experts had also transcended the tribulation lightning that was twice the strength of a fifth transformation True Lord. Other than perfected Lord Nether Ming, the other two were in a sorry state. Their aura had decreased slightly, which was caused by the consumption of the imperishable substance. However, although Jiang Xi's strength had increased, he did not fly over to kill the enemies. This was because the three Ghost Clan experts were still within the range of the heavenly tribulation and would not be able to escape in a short period of time. Of course, the most important reason was that his first tribulation was not over yet. The first step of the 9-step stairway to heaven emitted dense immortal power. Like a small waterfall, it poured down and poured into Jiang Xi's body. Immortal power poured into his body. Absorb. Convert. Jiang Xi did not stand on ceremony and quickly converted the spiritual power in his body. On the other side. So much immortal power. It's even more than that of a 9th tribulation transcender. How deep is his foundation? Perfected Lord Nether Ming, perfected Lord Xian Luo, and perfected Lord Emo Xia also saw this scene. The shock in their hearts that had not yet dissipated climbed to the peak again. Under normal circumstances, after a Dao integration cultivator became a first tribulation transcender, the immortal power that would appear on the first step of the stairway to heaven would only be a little bit. Such a shocking scene of immortal power flowing like a small waterfall would not appear at all. However, the shock did not end. The next scene made them even more shocked. In the sky of the ancient immortal world, outside the invisible barrier, grey fog violently churned. At this time, a ray of 7-colored light appeared in the grey fog. Like the white thundercloud just now, it broke through the invisible barrier and fell toward Jiang Xi. Impossible. Heavenly Dao Source. It's actually the Heavenly Dao Source. No matter how calm perfected Lord Nether Ming was, he could not calm down at this time and turned pale with fright. That was the Heavenly Dao Source that even he could not control. Even if he had stepped into the Heavenly Dao, he was still far from being able to control the Heavenly Dao Source. It was something that only sovereigns were qualified to control. Perfected Lord Xian Luo and perfected Lord Emo Xia were also extremely shocked. Of course, they also knew what the Heavenly Dao Source was. It was too incredible. The universe actually bestowed a wisp of the Heavenly Dao Source to a tribulation transcender during the first tribulation. This was something that had never happened in the history of the original universe. At the same time, that wisp of 7-colored light of the Heavenly Dao Source drilled into Jiang Xi's body. I didn't expect this thing to appear. He was very surprised. When he had entered the 9th extraterritorial battlefield's ancient god Abyss, he had obtained a similar wisp of the Heavenly Dao Source with the help of the Heaven Connecting Tower. After refining it, his body, primordial spirit, and affinity with Daoist techniques had significantly improved. Moreover, a wisp of the Heavenly Dao Source was worth 10 trillion experience points. Refine. Jiang Xi operated the immortal energy in his body and quickly refined the wisp of the Heavenly Dao Source. At this time, the immortal energy of the first tribulation finished pouring into his body, and the spiritual energy in his body was completely transformed into immortal energy. Jiang Xi discovered that the disguise technique he had used with his spiritual energy had lost its effect, and his original appearance was revealed. This time, perfected Lord Nether Ming and the other two experts of the ghost race saw him. He is Jiang Xi. Perfected Lord Nether Ming's expression changed. He was the strongest expert of the ghost race below the Dao Monarch level, and he held great authority in the ghost race. Many important information regarding the human race had to go through him. Therefore, he naturally knew about this human genius who was ranked first on the assassination list. Jiang Xi. Perfected Lord Xian Luo and perfected Lord Emo Xia were also shocked. They had also heard of this human genius. This was because more than 4,000 years ago, the news that Dao Lord Nine Firmaments had accepted a human who had yet to become an immortal as his disciple had spread throughout the entire universe. Dao Lord Nine Firmaments was one of the top 3 experts of the human race, and his prestige shook the myriad races of the universe. At the time, all the races had called this young human the Lucky One. And that lucky one was Jiang Ci. Yes, only the current era's genius of the human race can do this. The three experts of the ghost race exchanged glances after calming down and thinking about it. Jiang Ci was the only human genius who could enter the ancient immortal world as a Dao integration cultivator and had such a profound foundation. However, despite their shock, the three of them didn't stop. They continued to flee, trying to escape the range of the tribulation. This was because the tribulation wasn't over yet. When a wisp of the heavenly Tao's origin descended from the universe, white thunderclouds that covered an area of 10 million kilometers surged rapidly, and their color changed as well. Streaks of red thunderclouds began to spread. Terrifying dark red lightning surged within the thunderclouds, exuding terrifying power. The tribulation's power has increased 100-fold. It's already at the level of a first revolution true lord. The second tribulation is already so powerful. He's dead for sure. Perfected Lord Nether Ming and the other two experts of the ghost race sneered. As they fled from the tribulation, they also sent messages to their races. Chapter 574. Ghost Territory, Rakshasa Star Field. Rakshasa Star was not only the ancestral land of the Rakshasa race, but also the fourth sacred ground of the ghost race. The shocking news of a human Dao integration cultivator undergoing tribulation in the ancient immortal world was immediately spread to Rakshasa Star by perfected Lord Nether Ming and the other two ghost race powerhouses. This was because Dao Lord Pan Lian of the Rakshasa race was the instigator of the hunt for perfected Lord Wuda. Perfected Lord Wuda is not only the Mountain Sea Sword Immortal, but also the human race's prodigy, Jiang Ci. He dares to undergo tribulation in the ancient immortal world. When Pan Lian Dao Lord heard the news, his handsome face was also filled with shock. Even though he was a Dao Lord who stood at the peak of the universe, he had never heard of a cultivator who could enter the ancient immortal world as a Dao integration cultivator. Moreover, he dared to trigger a heavenly tribulation there and do such a crazy thing. Opposite him, perfected Lord Black Time's master, Dao Lord Hunzi of the top race, the Hunzi race, also had a terrifying light in his eyes. He had not left Rakshasa Star for the past 30 years. Not only had he not avenged his disciple, but he also wanted perfected Lord Wuda's armor treasure. He has the combat strength of a fifth transformation true lord at the Dao integration stage. If we don't get rid of him, he'll be a huge problem in the future. While Dao Lord Hunzi was shocked, he also encouraged Dao Lord Pan Lian to take action personally and even wanted the ghost race to send more Dao Lords. This was because he knew that the current situation was no longer something a Dao Lord of a top race like him could control. Once he took action, there would definitely be more human Dao Lords waiting for him. Only a top race like the ghost race had the strength to send more Dao Lords to fight against the human Dao Lords. Only then would they have a chance to get rid of this terrifying prodigy. Dao Lord Pan Lian did not care about his good friend's encouragement. He said in a cold voice, "Just us Dao Lords of the ghost race are not enough. Spread this news and let all the races in the universe know." Dao Lord Hunzi agreed. The human race occupied the best territory in the universe. The ghost race and the monster race were not the only two top races that opposed the human race. There were also many top races that were hostile to the human race, and these top races had Dao Lords overseeing them. Now that an unprecedented prodigy had appeared in the human race, some races could not sit by and watch. Soon, the ghost race spread the news throughout the universe. For a time, all the races of the universe were in an uproar. The expressions of some of the Dao Lords of the top-tier races changed as they erupted with shocking killing intent. At the same time, Dao Lord Pan Lian of the Rakshasa race and Dao Lord Seven Souls of the Golden Yiksha race. These two Dao Lords, along with Dao Lord Hunzi, who came from one of the supreme clans, headed towards the ancient immortal world. The demon clan's holy land, infinite demon starry sea. Dao Lord Tao Tai of the fourth sacred hall and Dao Lord Kamlan of the fifth sacred hall. These two gigantic beasts were crouching in the starry sky, exchanging information. One of them was an ancient ferocious beast with a ferocious appearance. Just its eyes alone were bigger than a planet. The other was the primogenitor of the demonic spider race. He had a human face and 16 terrifying legs that covered a small half of the starry sky. I can see in this young human the peerless glory of some of the human chosen from the primordial era. He has to be eliminated. Tao Lord Taotia's voice boomed out. If it's just the two of us, we won't be a match for the human Tao Lords, Tao Lord Anlin said. Last time, he had personally come to the ancient immortal world for the token of the Hun Tian immortal abode, but he had been defeated by the Heavenly Court's emperors. Unfortunately, Moon Devourer isn't willing to enter the ancient immortal world. The Tao Lords of Celestial Wolf Mountain and Green Hill aren't willing to take action either. Tao Lord Anlin sighed again. Don't worry. The Ghost Race and some other top-tier races will be more proactive than us, Tao Lord Taotai said. Let's hope so. This time, we have to eliminate this human chosen no matter what. Tao Lord Anlin's human face revealed a ferocious expression. Then, the two Tao Lord level beasts disappeared from the starry sky and headed toward the ancient immortal world. Human race, Heavenly Court's Hall of True Lords. The clones of many perfected cultivators were gathered in the palace. They were exchanging real-time information about the 3,600 planets of the ancient immortal world. Wherever supreme treasures appeared, where there was a great battle, or where rank 5 true lords appeared, they had to be careful to avoid them in time. When the latest news spread in the Hall of True Lords, the palace instantly fell silent. All the perfected lords were in disbelief. Shocking news. Jiang Ci isn't just Mountain Sea Sword Immortal? Or Wu De True Lord? How laughable. Some of us were laughing at Jiang Ci before, saying that if he entered the ancient immortal world, he would be sending himself to his death and delivering supreme treasures to the other races. I didn't expect him to have already made such a name for himself in the ancient immortal world. He entered the ancient immortal world as a Dao integration stage cultivator in less than 10,000 years of cultivation. He even has the battle prowess of a rank 5 true lord. Now, he's undergoing his tribulation in the ancient immortal world. No one doubted the authenticity of this news because they had just heard that Wu De True Lord was fighting against the other races on planet 1024 of the ancient immortal world. Before hearing this news, they were still in awe of Wu De True Lord's strength. He was fighting 4 rank 5 true lords of the ghost race alone. Then he's in great danger now. The ghost race and the monster race definitely won't allow Jiang Ci to successfully undergo his tribulation in the ancient immortal world. Someone frowned. Although many of them had mocked Jiang Ci before, that was only a momentary resentment. There was no enmity between them. Now that this human genius was in mortal danger, many of them began to worry about Jiang Ci in the face of the greater good of the human race. The lords of the Tao Lord Palace will definitely step in. I hope they can save Jiang Ci. If he survives, he'll definitely become a peak expert of the human race in the future. The eyes of these true lords were filled with hope. At the same time, within the Skyspan Mountain River diagram, in the starry sky where the Tao Lord Conference was being held, a huge long table appeared in front of him. There was a black throne at each end of the long stone table. There were 11 golden thrones on each side. In total, there were 24 thrones. At this time, 4 figures with ethereal auras appeared on the thrones one after another. The first seat on the left belonged to Tao Lord 9 Firmaments. He looked at the other 3 human Tao Lords. Jian Yi, Xiang Shan, Qing Fang, you know the situation. This time, the 3 of you will go to the ancient immortal world and bring Jiang Ci back. Is that all right? Tao Lord 9 Firmaments said, what problem can there be? 9 Firmaments, don't worry about fighting in the Chaos Sea. Xiang Shan and I are both flood-level Tao Lords. Although Qing Fang is a desolate-level Tao Lord, he's not weak. With the 3 of us, I guarantee that your little disciple will be brought back in one piece. Tao Lord Jian Yi laughed loudly. He was a burly man with a full beard, and he carried a golden greatsword on his back. That's right. Even if most of the human Tao Lords are in the Chaos Sea and can't come back, we can still sweep through the monsters and ghosts. Tao Lord Xiang Shan was filled with killing intent. He was so tall that he looked like a small mountain sitting there. "Don't worry, senior apprentice brother. Leave little disciple nephew's safety to us." Tao Lord Qingfeng, who was dressed in a violet gold Taoist robe, chuckled as well. "Then I'll leave it to the three of you." Tao Lord Nine Firmaments nodded. Ancient Immortal World, Planet 1024. The white thunderclouds had completely turned crimson. Bolts of lightning swam through the thunderclouds like swimming dragons. The aura they emitted had already reached the level of a first revolution true lord. The tribulation lightning this time also needed a certain amount of time to accumulate. And this period of time gave Jiang Xi the opportunity to strike. The six-layered mountain armor reappeared on his body. In addition, the toughness of his body had already surpassed that of a superior-grade immortal artifact. In a one-on-one situation, apart from True Lord Nether, True Lord Xian Luo and True Lord Mo Su were no match for him. Therefore, there were no surprises this time. His speed was even faster than before, and he easily caught up to True Lord Xian Luo. As True Lord Xian Luo begged for mercy in despair and indignation, Jiang Xi killed him with only 15 strikes. At the same time, he slashed out massive sword lights to disturb True Lord Nether and True Lord Mo Su, delaying their speed. Then, 99 bolts of crimson tribulation lightning descended. Jiang Xi still chose to use his body to withstand the tribulation lightning, using it to raise his cultivation level. Soon, after the tribulation lightning baptism, his body, primordial spirit, and immortal force had all improved significantly. His body's toughness had improved to that of a supreme-grade immortal artifact. Will there be more heavenly Tao origin energy descending this time? Jiang Xi looked up at the sky. The result did not disappoint him. In the sky, outside the invisible barrier, 10 rays of 7-colored light appeared. Like small snakes, they passed through the barrier and drilled into Jiang Xi's body. One ray of heavenly Tao origin energy was worth 10 trillion experience points. 10 rays were worth 100 trillion. However, this time, Jiang Xi did not immediately refine the heavenly Tao origin energy. Instead, he temporarily stored it in the space of the heavenly tower. Because 10 rays of heavenly Tao origin energy were not something that could be refined in a short time. On the other side, True Lord Nether and True Lord Mo Su, who were still alive, were still frantically fleeing. Just now, they had both withstood a tribulation lightning that was 3 times stronger than a 5th transformation True Lord. This powerful tribulation lightning had caused them some damage, and they had no choice but to use the imperishable substance to recover from their injuries. However, these 2 5th transformation True Lords were very clear that the real threat to them was not the tribulation lightning, but that human prodigy. True Lord Nine Spirits and True Lord Xian Luo had been easily killed by this Tao integration cultivator. No, he was no longer a Tao integration cultivator, but a second tribulation transcender. Hold on, Tao Lord Pan Lian and Tao Lord Seven Souls have already set off. They will soon arrive at the ancient immortal world. True Lord Nether Ming said in a deep voice. He no longer worried about whether Jiang Xi would die under the heavenly tribulation. Now, it was their turn to face a life-and-death crisis. Not only did they have to face the increasingly powerful tribulation lightning, but they also had to face the attack of that human prodigy. Even though he was the strongest ghost below the Tao Lord level, he was not confident that he could survive under such circumstances. True Lord Nether Ming's words did not bring any hope to True Lord Mo Su. He did not say a word, but despair had already begun to grow in his heart. Although the heavenly tribulation covered an area of 10 million kilometers, with the speed of a 5th transformation True Lord, they would only need 1 minute to escape. However, that was under the premise that they were running at full speed. Now, they were affected by all kinds of interference. 3 minutes had already passed, and they had only flown 2 million kilometers. Next was the third tribulation, the orange thundercloud. Its power was 100 times that of a first transformation True Lord. Before the 99 bolts of tribulation lightning struck, Jiang Xi attacked again and killed True Lord Mo Su. At this point, of the 4 5th transformation True Lords of the Ghost race, only True Lord Nether Ming was still alive. After that, Jiang Xi was baptized by the heavenly tribulation for the third time. The strength of his body was another step closer to that of a supreme-grade immortal weapon. The strength of his essence spirit had increased by a huge level and was equivalent to that of a third transformation True Lord. Moreover, there were 30 wisps of heavenly Tao origins that descended this time, which surprised Jiang Xi. This was only the third tribulation. How many more heavenly Tao origins would there be? Of course, Jiang Xi was also worried. The current situation seemed optimistic. However, if the heavenly tribulation this time was to descend 9 consecutive tribulations, the power of the next 3 tribulations would definitely be terrifying. If he was not careful, he might die. After all, the power of the third tribulation was already 100 times that of a first transformation True Lord. More importantly, he had just received a message from his master, Tao Lord Nine Clouds. Many Tao Lords of other races were rushing towards the ancient immortal world. Their goal was obvious. Of course, this was something that Jiang Xi had already expected. The heavenly tribulation was very fast. He believed that he could escape the ancient immortal world in advance. The prerequisite was that there were no accidents. Jiang Xi looked coldly at True Lord Netherming. This fifth transformation True Lord of the Ghost race might be an accident. I have to get rid of him before the sixth tribulation. This was a hidden danger. If True Lord Netherming suddenly went crazy and wanted to fight him to the death, it would definitely affect his tribulation. At this moment, True Lord Netherming was still 6 million kilometers away from the heavenly tribulation's range. However, the distance between Jiang Xi and True Lord Netherming was more than 400,000 kilometers. Rumble, in the sky, orange thunderclouds rolled and yellow thunderclouds began to appear. The fourth tribulation was about to descend. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Jiang Xi rode on his sword light and turned into a green phantom, chasing after True Lord Netherming. His speed had already exceeded 200,000 kilometers per second. Swoosh! While chasing, Jiang Xi swung his sword continuously, slashing out beams of golden sword light with shocking power to slow down True Lord Netherming's speed. This was the 6 styles of the Great Tao, the Golden Sword style. After transcending 3 tribulations in a row, Jiang Xi's energy had already transformed into the more powerful immortal power of a third tribulation transcender. It was 1,000 times, no, 10,000 times stronger than the original Tao integration stage spiritual energy. Then, under the enhancement of the mystic technique Tao fusion technique, the 7 Taos merged, and the amplification of immortal power increased from 20,000 times to 140,000 times. In summary, the power of every attack he used now was far beyond that of a top 5th transformation True Lord before transcending the tribulation. Human race. True Lord Netherming also sensed the power of the golden sword light. He panicked and had to stop to deal with it. Blue ghost fire rose around him, turning into all kinds of weapons and attacking Jiang Xi. At the same time, he waved the golden spear in his hand, creating tens of thousands of terrifying spear shadows, which collided with Jiang Xi's sword light. Boom boom boom. The collision of the golden sword light and the spear shadows created a huge explosion of energy that swept across millions of kilometers. Even the perfected lords tens of thousands of kilometers away could feel the terrifying aura fluctuations. Before transcending the tribulation, Jiang Xi had almost been destroyed several times when facing True Lord Netherming's golden spear. But this time, after the explosion of energy subsided, the sword light and spear shadows all disappeared. Both sides were equally matched. Although he did not suppress the other party, Jiang Xi did not care. He had achieved his goal. He only needed to delay True Lord Netherming. After transcending 1 or 2 more tribulations, his cultivation level would increase again. Then, it would be time to kill True Lord Netherming. Then, before the 4th tribulation descended, he and True Lord Netherming continued to fight. Both sides used their respective mystic techniques and fought crazily. If this continues, I will definitely die. True Lord Netherming was scared. He had lived since the ancient era of the universe and had experienced countless fatal tribulations. However, he had never been so close to death like today. I, Nether Ming, am destined to become a Tao Lord. How can I die here? True Lord Nether Ming roared. A spear shadow that surpassed a fifth transformation True Lord stabbed toward Jiang Ci crazily. You think too much. Jiang Ci sneered. He slashed again and blocked the spear shadow. In the next moment they stopped temporarily because the fourth tribulation had descended. The fourth tribulation of a tribulation transcender was a yellow thundercloud. However, its power was only at the second transformation True Lord level. 99 yellow lightning bolts descended. Jiang Ci still used his body to resist. The tribulation lightning seemed to want to destroy everything. It fell one after another, not giving anyone any chance to breathe. If Jiang Ci's body had not been strengthened by the first three tribulations, it would have disintegrated directly. But now, he had withstood the fourth tribulation's baptism. Some cracks could be seen on his body. A five-colored treasure light spread out and emitted a fragrance. It gave people the feeling that his body had become holy. Impossible. A supreme-grade immortal artifact. True Lord Nether Ming was very close. When he saw this scene, his expression changed greatly. When he had gone through the ninth tribulation, his body's strength had barely reached the level of a supreme-grade immortal artifact. Jiang Ci was now in the fourth tribulation and had reached this level. Nothing is impossible. Jiang Ci chuckled. After so many years of accumulation, all of it had finally erupted. He had relied on the secret Tao pattern technique that he had obtained in the battle pattern continent. His body's strength had long been close to a supreme-grade immortal artifact. Otherwise, it would be impossible for his body to reach the level of a supreme-grade immortal artifact after going through the fourth tribulation. A supreme-grade immortal artifact. Now, even if I stand here and don't move, True Lord Nether Ming can forget about destroying my body with one strike. Jiang Ci was very confident. At the same time, outside the invisible barrier of the ancient immortal world, another 50 strands of heavenly Tao origin descended. This scene made True Lord Nether Ming extremely jealous. But he did not dare to stay and quickly fled. Jiang Ci was already on par with him earlier. Now that the fourth tribulation had passed, Jiang Ci's immortal energy had transformed again. His strength would definitely surpass him. Rumble. In the sky, thunderclouds churned as the fifth tribulation began to brew. This time, it was a green thundercloud with a power that was 100 times that of a second revolution True Lord. The 9 tribulations of a tribulation transcender had different colors. White, red, orange, yellow, green, indigo, blue, purple, and black. The 9th tribulation was black. Now, it was the 5th tribulation. Can you escape? Jiang Ci looked at the escaping True Lord Nether Ming. Before the new tribulation lightning descended, he had time to attack again. Then, he rode on the sword light and his speed was faster than before. In an instant, he caught up with True Lord Nether Ming. True Lord Nether Ming had just endured a tribulation lightning that was 5 times stronger than a 5th revolution True Lord. His body was seriously injured and his speed had decreased a lot. Even if he had the indestructible substance in his body, he would need some time to recover. Kill! Jiang Ci's 6 sword lights circled around him. He did not hesitate to attack. The two sides were originally enemies. Moreover, he had almost died in the hands of this ghost race 5th revolution True Lord. Now that he had the chance to kill the other party, he naturally would not show mercy. The abyss-devouring divine sword flashed with red sword light. He used the most explosive fire sword style and slashed out. Clang! True Lord Nether Ming's expression was grim as he swung the golden spear and turned around to attack. If it was earlier, the Grade 3 golden spear and the Grade 4 abyss-devouring divine sword would be evenly matched. However, this time, the abyss-devouring divine sword had the complete upper hand. A tyrannical power burst forth and sent True Lord Nether Ming flying with the golden spear. Then, Jiang Ci took a step forward and crossed the void, closing in once more. The abyss-devouring divine sword pierced out with a golden sword light. Pft! The grade 4 cardinal treasure pierced through true Lord Netherming's chest. The cold and sharp sword light wreaked havoc in true Lord Netherming's body, rapidly depleting his indestructible substance. You can't kill me. My Tao Lord is about to arrive. When that time comes, you will die. True Lord Netherming roared. Can't kill you. Dream on. Jiang Ci sneered and used heaven and earth of creation at the same time. The ghost and demon race said that he was invincible within 10,000 feet. That was true under certain circumstances. The specific circumstances referred to when he encountered a Tao Lord or when the 100 ghost fire titans in the nether ghost hell self-destructed like before the tribulation. He could break through heaven and earth of creation. Apart from those specific circumstances, Jiang Ci was confident that no expert would be a match for him. However, true Lord Netherming could not use nether ghost hell against the heavenly tribulation. Without that powerful technique, his combat strength would be reduced by 30%. Of course, it did not matter whether true Lord Netherming's combat strength decreased or not. That was because he was trapped in heaven and earth of creation and was frozen in midair without any strength to resist. The number 1 expert of the ghost race beneath Tao Lords. After killing you, I should be able to truly be considered as an invincible perfected lord, right? Jiang Ci's expression was calm as he swung his sword casually. Sword lights slashed true Lord Netherming's body one after another. This ancient existence of the ghost race was indeed strong. However, his body was only slightly stronger than ordinary rank 5 perfected lords. His body began to disintegrate after just 30 slashes. During that process, true Lord Netherming could not speak and could only express his emotions through his eyes. From anger, to indignance, to despair and hatred. In the end, this existence that was close to being an invincible perfected lord was killed by Jiang Ci in body and spirit. At this point, the 4 rank 5 perfected lords of the ghost race that surrounded him were all dead. The hidden danger is gone. I can focus on the tribulation now. Jiang Ci was in a good mood. At that moment, the 99 bolts of lightning of the 5th tribulation descended. While Jiang Ci was in a good mood, the golden Yiksha, silver Yiksha and Rakshasa races of the ghost race were about to go crazy. Of the golden Yiksha race, true Lord Netherming, who was close to being an invincible perfected lord, was dead. Of the silver Yiksha race, the veteran rank 5 perfected lord Xian Luo was dead. Of the Rakshasa race, 2 rank 5 perfected lords, perfected lord Nine Spirits and perfected lord Mo Xia, were dead. In a situation where Tao lords could not attack casually, rank 5 perfected lords were the trump cards of each race. Even though the ghost race was a peak race and had accumulated over countless eras, there were only slightly more than 100 experts of this level. Now that 4 of them were dead, it was a heavy loss. Moreover, true Lord Netherming was one of them. He was known as the number 1 expert of the ghost race below Tao lords and was comparable to 10 rank 5 perfected lords. His death pained the upper echelons of the ghost race. Jiang Ci of the human race, you deserve to die. Tao Lord Pan Lian and Tao Lord 7 souls of the ghost race, who were rushing to the ancient immortal world, roared in anger after hearing this. A terrifying aura swept through the galaxy like a wave and all the stars exploded. The trillions of living beings living in this galaxy were reduced to nothing in an instant. Chapter 575. News of the death of the 4 ghost rank 5 true lords quickly spread throughout the universe. However, the most sensational news was the death of true Lord Netherming. True Lord Netherming was too famous. He was the strongest person below the Tao Lord of the ghost race and was the closest to becoming an invincible true lord. In everyone's subconscious mind, such an expert would not die unless he encountered a Tao Lord. However, what happened today was beyond everyone's imagination. A human genius who was in the middle of his tribulation and was far, far away from becoming a Tao Lord, had actually managed to slay Lord Nether. There was no doubt that this human genius' combat strength was on par with that of an invincible true lord. The name of the human race's true Lord Wuda, or rather, the human genius Jiang Xi, rose to the top of the true Lord ranks. However, this kind of reputation brought an even greater calamity to Riverward. Not only did the two peak races, the Ghost race and the Demon race, issue the order to kill Jiang Xi, but even the Dao Lords personally took action. Some Dao Lords of the top races were also prepared to take action, wanting to kill this human genius in the ancient immortal world. At the same time, Jiang Xi's heavenly tribulation was still ongoing on planet 1024 of the ancient immortal world. Without any interference, he went through the fifth and sixth tribulations consecutively. The fifth tribulation was a green thundercloud that was 100 times stronger than a second-ranked true lord. Jiang Xi had some difficulty going through it. This was because he still did not choose to use the sixth mountain armor and used his body to withstand the terrifying tribulation lightning. By the time the 99th tribulation lightning was over, his body was covered in dense cracks and was on the verge of collapse. However, he still managed to hold on. After the immortal power filled his body, his injuries were healed. After the fifth tribulation, his body was 100 times stronger than a supreme-grade immortal weapon. In the end, he obtained 100 strands of heavenly Tao origin. The sixth tribulation was a green thundercloud that was 100 times stronger than a third-ranked true lord. Jiang Xi gritted his teeth and still did not use the sixth mountain armor. He felt that his body could withstand another tribulation. However, the reality was that he was almost killed by the tribulation lightning this time when the 90th bolt of green tribulation lightning landed on his body like an angry dragon. His body directly collapsed. If he hadn't put a top-grade immortal pill in his mouth in advance, he probably would have died. Jiang Xi's reaction was also very fast. He didn't continue to act tough, and the sixfold mountain armor instantly covered his entire body. This fifth-grade armor supreme treasure allowed him to pass through the sixth tribulation without any pressure. In the end, the toughness of his body had reached 1,000 times that of a supreme immortal artifact. At the same time, he obtained 200 strands of heavenly Tao origin. Tribulation transcenders 7th tribulation, 8th tribulation, and 9th tribulation, the power of the heavenly tribulation will undergo a qualitative leap. I hope that the 6-layered mountain armor will be able to last until the end. Jiang Xi took a deep breath. The might of the heavenly tribulation of the 6th tribulation was already at the level of a perfected lord. It would be even more terrifying in the future. Rumble, the blue thunderclouds of the 7th tribulation began to condense, and the speed at which they were condensing was obviously much slower. At this moment, before the power of the heavenly tribulation was revealed, 4 enormous figures with monstrous demonic chi flew in from afar. Under the orders of the Tao Lord, we're here to kill Jiang Xi of the human race. At the same time, a roar resounded through heaven and earth. It was a very arrogant declaration to kill. He had just killed 4 rank 5 true monarchs of the ghost race, and now 4 more from the demon race came. Jiang Xi frowned, and his expression became serious. Another surprise. The pressure of the first 6 tribulations was not great, and he could fight enemies like true monarch Netherming without worry. Now that it was the 7th tribulation, he couldn't afford to be distracted. He had to deal with it with all his strength. 4 rank 5 true monarchs of the demon race came at this time. If he didn't get rid of them in time, it would affect the rhythm of his tribulation. Soon, when the distance between the two sides was reduced to a certain extent, Jiang Xi recognized the identities of the 4 demon race experts. True monarch Kama, true monarch Kuanpeng, true monarch Fei Lian, and true monarch Qi Lin. They were all famous existences among the rank 5 true monarchs of the demon race. At the same time, the 4 demon race rank 5 true monarchs pounced at Jiang Xi with savage smiles. They had been under the orders of the Tao Lord to hunt down true monarch Wuda in the ancient immortal world, but they hadn't found their target. A few minutes ago, the immortal power clones they left in their clans received a new order: give up on searching for true monarch Wuda and hunt down the human genius Jiang Xi in the ancient immortal world. Through this order, they learned that the famous true monarch Wuda was actually the human genius who had cultivated for less than 10,000 years. No wonder they couldn't find true monarch Wuda after 30 years. The 4 rank 5 true monarchs were indignant. After receiving the order, they gathered here from all over the ancient immortal world at their fastest speed. However, because they were rushing with all their might, they didn't know the latest developments, and didn't know that the 4 rank 5 true monarchs of the ghost race had died. He's just a brat who cultivated for less than 10,000 years. Maybe he's relying on the power of a supreme treasure to have the battle strength of a rank 5 true monarch. If the 4 of us work together, we can easily take his life. True monarch Fei Lian laughed savagely. Fei Lian was an ancient ferocious beast, but this true monarch Fei Lian only had a partial bloodline. He had the head of a deer, the body of a bird, and 2 wings on his back. All these years, the outside world has been saying that true monarch Wuda is very mysterious and powerful, but it seems that's not the case. He dares to undergo tribulation in the ancient immortal world? So what if his talent is heaven-defying? He'll lose everything if he dies. True monarch Qi Lin sneered. He was a rank 5 true monarch of the fire dragon race, and his bloodline was also very powerful. At the same time, he and true monarch Fei Lian were subordinates of Dao Lord and Lan, and they were the main force of this hunt. He killed Lord Moon Devourer's subordinate, so he'll definitely die this time. True monarch Kama's huge eyes stared at Jiang Xi as if he was looking at a dead man. As the strongest member of the Tyrannosaurus rex race, he had an extremely violent and bloodthirsty personality. The 3 rank 5 true monarchs were very confident. Only true monarch Kuan-Peng, who had the strongest speed and spirit sense, was very cautious and bewildered. Something's wrong. True monarch Kuan-Peng shouted and warned his 3 companions. As he got closer and closer to Jiang Xi, he sensed some residual aura of a great battle, as if a rank 5 true monarch had already died here. In addition, he felt that this heavenly tribulation was somewhat strange. Kuan-Peng, are you scared of a puny human? Can't you see that he's so scared that he doesn't dare to move? True monarch Fei Lian laughed strangely. They were less than 100,000 kilometers away from Jiang Xi, and they could kill this human genius in the next second. However, Jiang Xi didn't move at all, giving them the feeling that he was scared silly. Rumble, at this time, the blue thunderclouds of the 7th tribulation had completely condensed, and a terrifying pressure finally spread in all directions. It covered the entire world, spreading to a radius of tens of millions of kilometers. Impossible, this is the 7th tribulation of a tribulation transcender? How can it be so powerful? It's actually a rank 4 true monarch. True monarch Kuan-Peng was shocked. This. Not good, the information was wrong. Retreat. True monarch Fei Lian, true monarch Qi Lin, and true monarch Kama were all scared stiff, and they no longer had the confidence they had just now. The 7th tribulation already had such power, and the tribulation lightning of a rank 4 true monarch was unprecedented and unheard of. If they were still in the range of the heavenly tribulation, the tribulation lightning they would have to endure would be even more powerful, or perhaps even more powerful. These 4 rank 5 true monarchs were very decisive. Even if they could kill Jiang Xi in the next second, they chose not to attack and instead turned around and fled. Want to run? It's too late. Jiang Xi was expressionless. He had been holding himself back from making a move, standing there in confusion. He wanted to wait for the other party to get closer. Now, these 4 ferocious rank 5 true monarchs were scared by the power of the heavenly tribulation and wanted to escape. Naturally, he wouldn't wait any longer. Whoosh! Jiang Xi turned into a green sword light, and his speed far exceeded that of a rank 5 true monarch. Soon, he caught up with true monarch Kama, who was the slowest. Puny human, how dare you take the initiative to court death? True monarch Kama roared and spat out a terrifying beam of light from his mouth. If he had seen the battle between Jiang Xi and true monarch Netherming earlier, he might not have dared to say that, let alone stop the next moment. He personally experienced Jiang Xi's strength. Swash! Jiang Xi slashed out and shattered the beam of light with ease, then arrived within 10,000 feet of true monarch Kama. Heaven and earth of my own. Instantly, this gigantic true monarch of the demon race was imprisoned within a 10,000 feet radius of spacetime. It's over. True monarch Ka-Ma was terrified as he looked at the terrifying sword light of this puny human in despair. He was ordered to kill true monarch Wuda previously and naturally knew that this human expert had the ability to control spacetime. In fact, he had prepared in advance. However, the battle happened too suddenly and he did not have time to use any of his defenses. The strength of this human was far beyond his imagination, his speed was so fast. He was 3 times faster than a 5th transformation true monarch. Now, he did not even have the chance to ask for help or mercy. Spacetime was completely frozen and he did not have the chance to speak. Swish, 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 Jiang Xi swung his sword continuously. His strength had already been baptized by 6 heavenly tribulations. Even though true monarch Ka-Ma's immortal body was huge, far surpassing that of other 5th transformation true monarchs of other races, he had only used 18 sword strikes to slay the most powerful being of the Tyrannosaurus dragon tribe. Impossible! How can he be so strong? Dao monarch, set me up! Dao monarch, set me up! This overwhelming battle terrified true monarch Fei Lian, true monarch Qi Lin, and true monarch Kuan Peng. They had rushed over immediately after receiving the order to kill Jiang Xi of the human race. They did not know what happened next and did not know the latest situation of Jiang Xi's strength. According to their original intelligence, this was indeed a human genius. However, they believed that the 4 5th transformation true monarchs could easily kill this heaven-defying human genius. But unexpectedly, the accident happened too suddenly. How was this heaven-defying? This was simply the rhythm of piercing through the sky. A person who was transcending a tribulation easily killed a 5th transformation true monarch. It looked like it was an understatement and did not take much effort. The 3 experts of the monster clan fled in panic, using their fastest speed. However, even at its fastest speed, it was only 200,000 kilometers per second. It was too difficult to escape from Jiang Xi's pursuit. Moreover, the blue tribulation lightning of the 7th tribulation of a tribulation transcender descended at this time. Boom! 99 4th transformation true monarch's tribulation lightning smashed toward Jiang Xi like a giant blue sword piercing through the sky. At the same time, 3 tribulation lightning of 8 times the power of a 5th transformation true monarch descended from the sky and targeted the 3 demon experts. True monarch Fei Lian, true monarch Qi Lin, and true monarch Kuan Peng's expressions changed as they hurriedly resisted with all their strength. The tribulation lightning of 8 times the power of a 5th transformation true monarch was not as simple as the joint attack of 8 5th transformation true monarchs. It was hundreds or thousands of times more powerful. Boom! 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 The tribulation lightning fell, and Jiang Xi was drowned in dazzling blue lightning. It was as if a small star had appeared out of thin air. The scene was shocking. At the same time, a terrifying aura erupted and almost shrouded this huge planet. All the perfected monarchs on this planet felt this terrifying heavenly might. $@. This heavenly tribulation simply doesn't leave a way out for people. Jiang Xi cursed in his heart. The power of the first 6 tribulation lightning was 100 times more powerful. And the power of the 7th tribulation was 10,000 times more powerful than the 6th. If not for the 6th layer mountain armor, at most 10 of these tribulation lightning would have destroyed my body and soul. Jiang Xi rejoiced in his heart. Fortunately, he had obtained another 3rd layer mountain from true monarch Black Time before triggering the heavenly tribulation, allowing this supreme treasure to transform. Otherwise, with his original 3rd layer mountain armor, he would not have been able to survive the 7th tribulation. Jiang Xi knew that this was because his foundation was too strong. It was unprecedentedly strong. According to Tao Lord Nine Heavens, in the entire universe and the long river of time, there was no cultivator who had as much foundation as he did before becoming an immortal. Even Tao Lord Nine Heavens did not know what would happen if he triggered the heavenly tribulation. Therefore, Tao Lord Nine Heavens advised him to transcend the tribulation as soon as possible. Master is right. Jiang Xi understood that he had pursued the limit and perfection too much in the past. After being weakened by the 6th layer mountain armor, the blue tribulation lightning only had 10% of its power left when it landed on his body. Even so, this 10% was extremely terrifying. This was because the 99 tribulation lightning bolts fell almost at the same time. This was equivalent to 99 rank for true monarchs attacking him at the same time. Even if it was only 10% of its power, the 99 lightning bolts added together was enough to make his body crackle and crack. This was a body that was 1,000 times stronger than a supreme-grade immortal artifact. If it was an ordinary rank 5 true monarch, they would have lost half their life. Just look at the other side. The remaining 3 rank 5 true monarchs of the demon race had already used all their strength to resist. However, that was 8 times stronger than a rank 5 true monarch's tribulation lightning. It was equivalent to dozens of rank 5 true monarchs attacking them together. Moreover, their armor was very ordinary. None of them had reached rank 3. In the face of this power, their defense was very weak. Therefore, although they managed to resist their own tribulation lightning, their auras were weakened by more than half and they were heavily injured. Even if they had countless imperishable substances in their bodies, they would not be able to recover from such heavy injuries. If another tribulation lightning bolt came, they would definitely die. Of course, they could no longer wait for the 8th tribulation to come. Good chance. Jiang Si's eyes flashed. He instantly put away the 400 strands of heavenly Tao origin from the 7th tribulation. Then, his figure flashed and flew toward the 3 demon race experts. The enemy was heavily injured and their strength was greatly reduced. He would not let go of such a good opportunity. After the 7th tribulation, the immortal energy in his body transformed again. Even if he only endured 10% of the 99 tribulation lightning bolts, his body's strength had reached 5,000 times that of a supreme-grade immortal artifact. At the same time, the strength of his primordial spirit had increased by another level. It was comparable to a rank 4 true monarch. With the increase in strength, his speed also increased. In an instant, he caught up to true monarch Qi Lin. This gigantic red dragon was flapping its wings, frantically fleeing for its life. Unfortunately, in front of the current Jiang Si, he could not resist at all. His speed was not as fast as Jiang Si's, and he did not have the strength to break through the self-created world. He was directly imprisoned in midair. I am not resigned to this. True monarch Qi Lin roared in his heart. He was just mocking this insignificant human, but now he was going to die in the hands of this human. In less than a second, 10 swords landed on his body. Another rank 5 true monarch had fallen. Rumble, the purple lightning clouds of the 8th tribulation were gathering. There was still time. Jiang Si did not stop for a moment. He merged his body with the sword. The speed brought by wind sword style far exceeded that of a rank 5 true monarch. It's all experience points. His gaze locked onto true monarch Fei Lian. In just 2 seconds, the most ferocious ancient beast also died under his sword. If it was before the 7th tribulation, true monarch Fei Lian might have had the strength to resist a little. However, after being struck by the tribulation lightning, his strength was halved. He had no chance against Jiang Si, whose strength had increased in all aspects. Of the 4 rank 5 true monarchs of the demon race, only true monarch Kun Peng was left. This demon race expert had the bloodline of the ancient rock race and was best at speed, so he was the fastest to escape. But now, his speed was already not enough to look at in front of Riverward. Before his injuries recovered, Jiang Si caught up to him very quickly. Human race's Riverward, spare my life. I'm willing to be your slave. True monarch Kun Peng screamed and began to beg for mercy. Sorry, you're not strong enough. Jiang Si's expression was indifferent. The self-created world was used again. True monarch Kun Peng, who was begging for mercy, froze in midair, unable to make any sound. Only true monarch Nether could use the Nether Ghost Prison to break the self-created world. Jiang Si had never seen any other true monarch expert who could survive his self-created world. Swoosh! Swoosh! Sword light danced. In just 10 strikes, True Monarch Kuan Peng died. 4 rank 5 True Monarchs from the Ghost race and Demon race each died. The upper echelons of these two peak races should be satisfied, right? This thought flashed through Jiang Xi's mind. Rumble, in the sky, purple thunderclouds churned as the 8th tribulation formed. The pressure of a rank 5 True Monarch instantly spread out. Damn it, does it have to be so terrifying? Jiang Xi's expression changed. They really didn't give him a way out. 99 purple tribulation lightning bolts fell. It was equivalent to 99 rank 5 True Monarchs attacking him at the same time. There was still the 9th tribulation. 6-layer mountain armor, it's all up to you. Jiang Xi stuffed a few supreme-grade healing immortal pills into his mouth. Boom! 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 Pillars of purple tribulation lightning shot into the sky as if they wanted to destroy everything. They all fell in an instant. Jiang Xi was once again drowned in lightning. The dazzling lightning was like the sun, illuminating tens of millions of kilometers. Just the aftermath of that terrifying power caused the originally indestructible ground of the ancient immortal world to sink by 3 feet. Many winding cracks appeared. At this time, the true monarchs of the various races who were tens of millions of kilometers away retreated without any hesitation. Because the aura of this tribulation lightning was too terrifying, causing them to tremble in fear. This tribulation lasted for a full half a minute. Jiang Xi, who was in the middle of the tribulation lightning, was already lying on the ground. I blocked it. He breathed out a breath that contained purple lightning. He didn't want to move at all. Purple lightning was still jumping around his body. Each purple tribulation lightning bolt just now was of rank 5 True Monarch level. Even after being weakened by the 6-layer mountain armor, 20% of the power still fell on him. After 99 bolts, although the 6-layer mountain armor was intact, the body under the armor was already charred black. At this time, the 9-step stairway to heaven in the sky once again poured immortal power into Jiang Xi's body like a waterfall. His injuries were quickly recovering. It was just that the speed of recovery was not as fast as before. Because his immortal power had transformed again, and he was now an 8th tribulation transcender. The immortal power pouring into his body and the recovery effect of the immortal pills were greatly reduced. More importantly, the strength of his body had finally transformed again, reaching the level of a rank 1 supreme treasure. After a rank 1 supreme treasure was damaged, it was not so easy to recover. Fortunately, there was still some time between the 8th and 9th tribulation, enough for him to fully recover. With the strength of a rank 1 supreme treasure and the 6-layer mountain armor, I should be able to survive the 9th tribulation, right? Jiang Xi was very worried. This time, he had almost died. It was like dancing on the edge of death for half a minute. If he was careless, he would have fallen into the abyss of death. In the sky, 800 rays of rainbow light appeared in the churning gray fog. A new source of the heavenly Tao descended. Seeing this, Jiang Xi's sunken heart felt a little better. Rumble, the black thunderclouds of the 9th tribulation began to gather. The rumbling thunder resounded throughout the entire planet like a death sentence. Jiang Xi's heart instantly sank to the bottom of his heart, and his expression became extremely solemn. Life and death, success and failure, all depended on this. At the same time, a figure with an ethereal aura passed through a vortex and arrived on this planet. His existence seemed to affect this space-time. It was obvious that this was a Tao Lord. This gargoyle-like figure was the Tao Lord Patriarch of the Buckwheat Seal race. He called himself Tao Lord Buckwheat. That's the heavenly Tao source. 2 terrifying beams of light suddenly shot out from Tao Lord Buckwheat's eyes. These 2 greedy eyes were looking in the direction of the 800 rays of heavenly Tao source descending from the sky. I didn't expect this little human to have such a fortuitous opportunity. Just the immortal ascension tribulation alone can make the universe bestow so much heavenly Tao source. Tao Lord Buckwheat let out a strange laugh. Because he was the first Tao Lord to descend, he had the upper hand. This fortuitous opportunity was clearly his. Although he was a Tao Lord, he didn't have much understanding and control of the heavenly Tao source. Now that he suddenly discovered that there were so many heavenly Tao source for him to plunder, he was naturally overjoyed. Whoosh! Tao Lord buckwheats will instantly spread out and envelop this planet. Everywhere his will passed, the world turned dark. Time and space were all immersed in a special kind of fluctuation at the same time. Tao Lord Buckwheat's terrifying gargoyle-like figure was reflected in the dark sky. He was controlling space-time, and this planet was under his control. The Tao Lord is here. Which race's Tao Lord is he from? Such a terrifying figure is like a fiend god. He's clearly not a human Tao Lord. It seems that this human genius is finished. What a pity. The heavens are jealous of geniuses. It's good that he died. All humans deserve to die. The perfected lords of the various races who were trapped in the darkness all had different attitudes. The only thing they had in common was that they didn't believe that Jiang Xi could survive. Now, not only had the foreign Tao Lord arrived personally, but the terrifying ninth tribulation was about to descend. It was a situation of certain death. Perfected Lord Liquor Sword, Perfected Lord Jiankong, and more than 10 human experts were still guarding outside the heavenly tribulation. All of them were extremely worried. In just over 10 minutes, the situation had changed too quickly, with ups and downs. Initially, they were worried that Jiang Xi would encounter misfortune after fighting the 4 Ghost Race rank 5 Perfected Lords alone. They didn't expect that Jiang Xi would trigger the heavenly tribulation, survive it, and even successfully kill 4 powerful enemies. This news made them heave a sigh of relief. With Jiang Xi's strength, he should be able to survive this heavenly tribulation. However, the arrival of the 4 rank 5 perfected lords of the demon race made their hearts skip a beat. The aura fluctuations of the great battle came wave after wave. Fortunately, Jiang Xi won again and finally arrived at the 9th tribulation, the tribulation that would decide his life and death. However, at this moment, the foreign Tao Lord had arrived. It's the Tao Lord of the Buckbuckle race. They're very close to the passageway of the ancient immortal world. Perfected Lord Jiankong's eyes were filled with anger. He was also an ancient existence who had lived for countless years and knew the Tao Lord who had descended. What should we do? The Tao Lord of the human race will take another 15 minutes to arrive. Someone was anxious for Jiang Xi's situation. This is a dead end. Someone sighed. Only Perfected Lord Liquor Sword was silent. He looked at the black thunderclouds that had completely condensed in the sky, and the terrifying might that came from afar was suffocating. The 9th tribulation was completely formed and was about to descend. Disciple, survive. Chapter 576. Under the terrifying pressure of the ancient immortal world, even the spiritual senses of perfected lords could not leave their bodies. They could only sense their surroundings through the fluctuations of their auras. When Tao Lord Buckwheat began to control space-time, Jiang Xi sensed that special fluctuation. He had mastered the most basic self-created world, so he was very familiar with this fluctuation. Jiang Xi knew that the Tao Lord must have come. Sure enough, as the darkness spread, he soon saw the terrifying gargoyle in the sky. It's the alien Tao Lord. Jiang Xi's expression was extremely solemn. A sense of fear rose in his heart, and his entire body turned cold. His intuition told him that it was very dangerous and that a great disaster was imminent. Based on the speed at which the darkness spread, it would only take a moment for the alien Tao Lord to control the spacetime here. However, in the next moment, a shocking scene appeared. The alien Tao Lord's spacetime stopped outside the range of the heavenly tribulation. The entire planet fell into darkness. Only the spacetime in the area of the heavenly tribulation was not controlled. From the looks of it, it was not that the alien Tao Lord did not want to control it, but that he was stopped. Some perfected lords who had already comprehended the heavenly Tao clearly sensed that the Tao Lord's spacetime fluctuations seemed to have collided with an unbreakable barrier. What's going on? The Tao Lord's spacetime control was blocked by the heavenly tribulation. Jiang Xi was also shocked. With his self-created world ability, although he did not comprehend the heavenly Tao, he could sense the collision just now. However, according to the information he had gathered, the Tao Lord controlled spacetime, and even the heavenly tribulation could not stop him. Could it be that the heavenly Tao's will is stronger because this place is close to the origin of the universe? It doesn't allow the Tao Lord to destroy the heavenly tribulation here. Or is it because the power of the heavenly tribulation is so strong that it can stop the Tao Lord? Jiang Xi was delighted but also puzzled. Rumble, at this moment, the ninth tribulation in the sky condensed and formed. Black thunderclouds covered a radius of tens of millions of kilometers, emitting a terrifying aura. Jiang Xi, who was locked onto by the thunderclouds, immediately changed his expression and the joy in his heart dissipated under this terrifying pressure. Even breathing became difficult for him, and he could not stand upright. 10,000 times rank 5 true monarch. This was truly not leaving him a path of life, wishing to destroy a heaven-defying existence like him. At the same time, Jiang Xi confirmed that it was definitely because the power of the heavenly tribulation was too strong that even the Tao Lord could not control the space-time in this area. Elsewhere, Tao Lord Buckbeak, who stood towering in the skies, was also shocked by this celestial tribulation. Such terrifying power. It interfered with that space-time. Perhaps I don't even have to do anything. That little human will be blasted into dust by the tribulation lightning. He was the first Tao Lord to arrive here. No matter how Jiang Xi died, in the end, all of Jiang Xi's creation opportunities would belong to him. He was extremely envious of those heavenly Tao origins. At the same time, the three Tao Lords of the human race, Tao Lord Sword 1, Tao Lord Xiangshan, and Tao Lord Qingfeng, were riding a flying vessel towards the nearest passageway to the ancient immortal world. The 3,600 passageways to the ancient immortal realm were scattered all over the original universe. Compared to the vastness of the universe, the number was too small. Although the human territory was vast, there were only 17 passageways within it, and they were all located in the desolate astral domain. Even teleportation formations couldn't directly reach them, they had to travel through source space. For example, when Emperor Mi Luo had gone to the ancient immortal world to rescue true Lord Wuda, it had taken him half an hour to reach it. These three human Tao Lords would need roughly the same amount of time as well. Within the source space, a flying vessel was flying at high speed. This kid is causing more and more of a ruckus. He's alarmed all the races of the universe, and even the Tao Lords of some of the top-tier races can no longer sit still. Tao Lord Buckbeak has already arrived at the ancient immortal world, Tao Lord Sword 1 said. Based on the latest news, Jiang Xi's ninth tribulation is simply too powerful. Not even Tao Lord Buckbeak is able to control space-time in the area of the tribulation. Perhaps he'll be able to hold out until we arrive, Tao Lord Xiangshan said in a low voice. Humph. That old bastard Buckbeak. If he really does harm my apprentice nephew, I'll definitely wipe out his entire clan. Tao Lord Qingfeng's voice was cold. After speaking, the three Tao Lords sighed silently. This was because Jiang Xi's tribulation was simply too powerful. If Jiang Xi couldn't even survive the ninth tribulation, then whatever they said now would be pointless. Similarly, within the source space, Tao Lord Taotai and Tao Lord Anlin of the monster race were flying through at high speed on an enormous black flying vessel. The two Tao Lords had ugly expressions on their faces. This was because they had just received news that the 4/5 transformation true lords that the monster race had sent out had all perished. Damn it! The ghost race intentionally concealed the strength of the human genius. Tao Lord Anlin was furious. If they weren't in source space, he would have exploded. Both the mission to kill true Lord Wuda and the mission to kill Jiang Xi had been led by him. Now, 4/5 transformation true lords had perished, and two of them had been his subordinates. This sort of loss caused him great heartache. According to the news from the ancient immortal world, the human Jiang Xi has already undergone 8 tribulations in a row. The power of the 9th tribulation is extremely terrifying. He might die directly under the tribulation lightning. Moreover, Tao Lord Buckwheat is also rushing over. This human genius will definitely die. Tao Lord Taotai said solemnly. Tao Lord Buckwheat isn't strong, but he's very ambitious. He wants to get involved in everything. It's good that he's killed. When the time comes, he'll be the one to bear the fury of the human race. Tao Lord Anlin sneered. The news of Jiang Xi's tribulation had been spread by the ghost race, so the ghost race's Tao Lords were the first to set off. At this moment, Tao Lord Pan Lian, Tao Lord Seven Souls, and Tao Lord Hun Zi from a peak race weren't far away from the nearest passageway to the ancient immortal world. They were also paying attention to the situation in the ancient immortal world. Upon hearing that Jiang Xi had killed 4 more fifth transformation true lords, Tao Lord Pan Lian and Tao Lord Seven Souls felt an inexplicable sense of calmness in their hearts. Then, when they learned that Tao Lord Buckwheat had already descended on that planet, their reactions were similar to the 2 Tao Lords of the monster race. They both felt that it was better to let Tao Lord Buckwheat take action, so as to avoid the crazy revenge of the human race. Only Tao Lord Hun Zi's eyes flickered. He didn't want Jiang Xi to die at the hands of Tao Lord Buckwheat. This was because Jiang Xi had an origin treasure that was at least rank 4. If Tao Lord Buckwheat killed Jiang Xi in advance, that supreme treasure would definitely not belong to him. I hope he can live a little longer. Tao Lord Hun Zi thought to himself. As the first Tao Lord who wanted to kill Jiang Xi, he now hoped that Jiang Xi would live. Therefore, in this world, anything could happen. The terrifying power of the 9th tribulation also meant that the tribulation lightning would take a longer time to accumulate. Jiang Xi was feeling very conflicted. He hoped that the tribulation lightning would accumulate enough time to last until the arrival of the human race's Tao Lords. However, if it took too long to accumulate, the tribulation lightning would become even more terrifying. If he couldn't withstand it, he would die. I'm still too weak. When I can kill a Tao Lord with a single sword strike, perhaps I won't have these worries. Jiang Xi shook his head. He was adjusting his state of mind to reach his best state. Soon, 9 minutes passed. Rumble, in the black thunderclouds, those terrifying lightning bolts were still flashing, emitting terrifying power. Jiang Xi looked up at the sky, worried. The black tribulation lightning of the 9th tribulation had accumulated for such a long time, but it still hadn't descended. The previous 8 tribulations didn't even take as long to accumulate as the tribulation lightning. At this moment, boom! Boom! The thunderclouds churned violently, and a loud sound echoed throughout this huge planet. Roar! It sounded like a prehistoric beast was roaring. 99 bolts of black tribulation lightning, glowing with dazzling lightning, slowly emerged from the black thunderclouds like pillars of light. This scene was very strange. It looked very slow, but it was extremely fast. Jiang Xi had just seen the tribulation lightning emerge when the 99 bolts of black tribulation lightning smashed onto his body. Boom! 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 Everything within a radius of 10 million kilometers was covered by the black lightning. It was like the energy of 10,000 supernovae had suddenly been released. The true monarchs of the various races, who had already retreated millions of kilometers, retreated another 10 million kilometers. This was because it was too terrifying. Just sensing the fluctuations of the energy explosion made them feel like death was approaching. If they had been a little closer, they might have been annihilated by the energy emitted by the lightning. In fact, it wasn't just them. Even Tao Lord Buckwheat was scared away. The space-time he controlled was close to the area of the tribulation. But now, it was directly destroyed by the terrifying energy of the tribulation. Impossible! Tao Lord Buckwheat's expression changed drastically. Without thinking, he hurriedly dispersed his space-time control over this planet. This was because he sensed an aura that made his hair stand on end. If he continued to control this spacetime, even if he didn't die, he would be severely injured. The power of the 9th tribulation can reach such a level. How deep is his foundation? Tao Lord Buckwheat's expression was solemn, and killing intent surged in his heart. He had a grudge against the human race, so he naturally didn't want to see a human genius rise. With such terrifying power, it should have been blasted away, right? Lord Buckwheat looked at the area of lightning from afar. Boom! 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 Lightning wreaked havoc, as if it was the end of the world. Cracks appeared in the void, and grey fog violently churned within them. The ninth tribulation's black tribulation lasted for an extremely long time. It lasted for a total of 3 minutes. When everything calmed down, Lord Buckwheat's eyes emitted a blazing light as he flew towards the area of the tribulation. This was because he could no longer sense any aura in that area. This meant that the heaven-defying human genius had failed in the end and died under the tribulation. But at this moment, the 9-step stairway to heaven and the magnificent heavenly gate that had been standing in the sky all this time emitted a dazzling 7-colored light. At the same time, a faint immortal sound rang out, causing one's heart to feel happy. Then, the 9-step stairway to heaven erupted with immortal energy that was like a river that reached the heavens and poured down in a mighty torrent. This is impossible. The blazing light in Lord Buckwheat's eyes dissipated and was replaced by shock. This scene in front of him was immortal energy pouring into the body. It would only appear if one succeeded in transcending the tribulation. However, he clearly couldn't sense any aura of that human. Is he still alive? Then let me kill him with my own hands. Lord Buckwheat's figure flickered as he approached the area of the tribulation at nearly the speed of light. At this moment, 2 even more terrifying black beams of light shot out from his eyes. This was because he saw that outside the invisible barrier of the ancient immortal world, a total of 1,600 wisps of heavenly Tao essence had broken through the thick grey fog and descended below the black thunderclouds. It's all mine. Lord Buckwheat was greedy and excited. At this moment, Jiang Ci had already been blasted 30,000 meters into the ground by the 99 bolts of black tribulation lightning. One had to know that this was a planet of the ancient immortal world. The ground was incomparably hard. Even a 5th transformation True Lord could only cause slight damage to the surface. However, this time, just the aftermath of the tribulation lightning's explosion had caused such great damage to the ground. One could imagine how terrifying the energy impact Jiang Ci, who was locked onto by the tribulation lightning, had to endure this time. In fact, even if Jiang Ci swallowed healing immortal pills one after another, he still wouldn't be able to keep up with the speed of the tribulation lightning's destruction to his body. Just now, just 10 bolts of tribulation lightning had already turned his body pitch black. If not for the 6-layered mountain armor that had weakened the tribulation lightning's power by 70%, the first bolt of tribulation lightning would probably have killed him. However, even with the rank 5 defensive treasure, he had almost died. This was because the tribulation lightning of 10,000 times the power of a 5th transformation True Lord had been weakened by 70%, but it still had 3,000 times the power. Moreover, this was when the 99 bolts of tribulation lightning had struck almost at the same time. Jiang Ci felt that even if a Tao Lord was under the heavenly tribulation, he would still have to consider carefully. In the end, the energy of the tribulation lightning's explosion gradually subsided. Apart from his heart and brain, Jiang Ci's body still had a little bit of vitality left. The rest of his body had been completely charred and would shatter if he moved. He couldn't feel any pain, and his aura was extremely weak. Fortunately, not only do I have the 6-layered mountain armor, but my body is also strong enough. My body is comparable to a rank 1 true treasure, allowing me to grasp a chance of survival. Jiang Ci's consciousness was still very clear. True treasures were difficult to damage. Even a Tao Lord would have to spend a lot of effort to damage a rank 1 true treasure. I've succeeded in the 9th tribulation. The majestic immortal power bestowed by heaven and earth should be coming, right? Jiang Ci waited right now. He couldn't move and couldn't take any healing immortal pills. He could only use immortal power to heal his injuries. Whoosh! Not long after, the majestic immortal power flowed through the 30,000 meters underground like a waterfall and poured into Jiang Ci's body. His charred body regained its luster as his flesh and blood regenerated. At the same time, Tao Lord Buckwheat's speed was close to the speed of light. He quickly arrived at the edge of the tribulation area that covered an area of 10 million kilometers. Then, he took a step into the void and entered it. Boom! Right at this moment, the black thunderclouds that had just calmed down surged again. And it was even more intense than before. The power it emitted was even more terrifying, far surpassing that of a rank 5 true lord. It was as if the sky was collapsing. Even Tao Lord Buckwheat, who was a peak expert, couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat. Because the aura of the thunderclouds had locked onto him. The tribulation lightning has already ended. It's still coming. He didn't hesitate and directly left the tribulation area. Rumble, that terrifying oppressive aura quickly dissipated. It was obvious that the tribulation hadn't ended yet. As a non-tribulation transcender, he would be punished by the universe if he entered, regardless of whether he was a Tao Lord or not. Damn it, the tribulation near the origin of the universe is more protected by the universe. Then I'll wait a little longer. It's mine. It can't run away. Tao Lord Buckwheat stood in the void, guarding the edge of the tribulation area. The sudden appearance of the terrifying aura gave Jiang Xi a fright. Then, he realized that the aura of the tribulation wasn't on him. Another expert had entered the tribulation area. It must be because it can't sense my aura and thinks that I failed the tribulation. Jiang Xi guessed that it should be the gargoyle-like Tao Lord of the alien race. Only a Tao Lord would dare to enter the tribulation area after he had killed rank 5 true lords consecutively. The Tao Lord of the human race should be here soon, right? Jiang Xi thought. The 9th tribulation lasted for a long time. It brought him a life and death crisis, but at the same time, it gave him a glimmer of hope. As long as he could hold on until the Tao Lord of the human race arrived, he would be able to survive. Jiang Xi wasn't arrogant enough to think that he could fight against a Tao Lord. Even though he had already transcended 9 tribulations and his strength had completely transformed. The enemy in front of him was a Tao Lord, a peak expert who stood at the peak of the universe. There were at most 100 of them in the entire universe. Buzz, another unique space-time fluctuation appeared on this planet and quickly spread out. Then, a terrifying Rakshasa shadow was reflected in the sky, and its aura almost covered the entire planet. This was Tao Lord Pan Lian of the Ghost Race using his space-time control technique. Beside him, Tao Lord 7 Souls of the Ghost Race and Tao Lord Hunzi of the Hunzi race stood side by side, looking at the black thunderclouds that had yet to dissipate, the 9-step stairway to heaven, and the magnificent heavenly gate. Something strange. That human genius has already transcended the tribulation, but the origin of the universe is protecting the tribulation area. Tao Lords can't enter. Tao Lord Pan Lian frowned. His consciousness had already reached the edge of the tribulation area. Then, he said, Tao Lord Buckwheat's seal is still guarding there. Let's go over first. Tao Lord Hunzi was delighted when he heard this. Since Jiang Xi wasn't dead, he still had hope of obtaining that supreme treasure. Then, the 3 Tao Lords flew towards the tribulation area at close to the speed of light. At the edge of the tribulation area, Tao Lord Buckwheat's seal frowned. His terrifying eyes emitted a strong killing intent. The Tao Lord of the Ghost Race is here. This kid's tribulation hasn't ended yet. Should I risk entering the tribulation area and kill him? Tao Lord Buckwheat's seal glanced at the black thunderclouds in the sky and dispelled this idea. The might of the heavens was unpredictable. Even Tao Lords who had comprehended the origin of the heavenly Tao didn't dare to take the initiative to offend the might of the heavens. He had only grasped the heavenly Tao and hadn't comprehended the origin of the heavenly Tao. Thus, he didn't dare to take the risk. At this moment, he saw a figure rush out of the ground. He stepped on the river of immortal power and ascended the 9 steps of the heavenly stairway. After the 9 tribulations of a tribulation transcender, it's time to push open the immortal gate. Tao Lord Buckwheat Seal's eyes flashed. No wonder the tribulation hasn't ended yet. He wants to push open the immortal gate in one go after transcending 9 tribulations and draw out 5 soul lamps. He's really gutsy. Every 9th tribulation transcender only has one chance to push open the immortal gate in their lifetime. Once they fail, they won't be able to reverse life and death. If you want to stall for time by pushing open the immortal gate, let's see how lucky you are. Tao Lord Buckwheat Seal's expression was extremely ugly. Jiang Ci had chosen to push open the immortal gate now, which meant that he still needed to spend a certain amount of time. With the help of the river of immortal power of a ninth tribulation transcender, Jiang Ci's injuries recovered very quickly. In a short period of time, his injuries were all healed. Moreover, the strength of his body had also increased, reaching 100 times that of a first-stage supreme treasure. Jiang Ci was confident that if he were to fight with true monarch Nether Ming again, he would be able to easily kill him without using his heaven and earth. The transformation of his strength gave him the confidence to push open the immortal gate. Pushing open the immortal gate after 9 tribulations was something that one could do or not do. Jiang Ci naturally knew that every 9th tribulation transcender only had one chance to push open the immortal gate in their lifetime. If they failed, they wouldn't be able to draw out 5 soul lamps and wouldn't be able to reverse life and death. Naturally, they wouldn't be able to achieve immortality. Therefore, many 9th tribulation transcenders would choose to accumulate a certain amount of time after transcending their 9th tribulation. They would only push open the immortal gate when they were completely confident. However, there was a Tao Lord of a foreign race eyeing his life covetously. This left Jiang Ci with no other choice. He also wanted to accumulate more strength in the future before pushing open the immortal gate. At that time, he would have a greater chance of success. However, if he wanted to live now, he could only push open the immortal gate and stall for time until the Tao Lord of the human race arrived. Whoosh! Jiang Ci flew up and climbed up the 9-step stairway to heaven. His figure was very small compared to the stairway to heaven and the heavenly gate. He was like an ant climbing on a huge rock. However, his aura was very strong. Standing on the 9-step stairway to heaven, he looked down at the world. Even an ant could defy the heavens. Which race's Tao Lord is it? Jiang Ci saw Tao Lord Buckwheat, who was guarding the edge of the heavenly tribulation area. He also saw the ferocious light in the other party's eyes. I don't care which race's Tao Lord you are. Just you wait. He ignored the other party and stepped on the stairway to heaven, running toward the huge heavenly gate. The heavenly gate was millions of feet tall and was completely white. Its surface was filled with 7-colored light and was engraved with complicated patterns. It seemed to contain the truth of heaven and earth, making one unable to help but feel awe and not dare to look at it for too long. With Jiang Ci's speed, he soon arrived in front of the heavenly gate. The heavenly gate of the most ordinary tribulation transcender is only 100,000 feet tall. The higher one's talent and the deeper their foundation, the bigger the heavenly gate. But correspondingly, the harder it is to push it open. My heavenly gate is millions of feet tall. You can imagine how difficult it is to push it open. Jiang Ci took a deep breath. Compared to this heavenly gate, my body is too small. Big. Jiang Ci circulated his immortal power, and his body quickly grew until it was more than 100,000 feet tall. With his physique and the power of a 9th tribulation transcender, it was not difficult for his body to grow 10,000 times larger. Open! Jiang Ci shouted angrily. His voice was like thunder, rumbling through heaven and earth. His mountain-like hands slammed on the heavenly gate. At this time, his cultivation, Tao techniques, secret techniques, body, and primordial spirit all gathered together and instantly erupted. Ka ka ka! The heavenly gate, which was millions of feet tall, was pushed open. Whoosh! A strange wind blew out from the gap and brushed Jiang Ci's body. Chi-chi, Jiang Ci's body, which was comparable to a Tier 1 supreme treasure, seemed to be corroded. Soon, under the effect of his immortal power, these injuries quickly healed. It seemed that there was no loss, but Jiang Ci felt pain, a pain that penetrated deep into his soul. It was so painful that he wanted to withdraw his hands and give up on pushing the heavenly gate. I even withstood the heavenly tribulation of 10,000 times that of a 5th tribulation true Lord. Why would I be afraid of this little bit of pain? Jiang Xi gritted his teeth and used all his strength. Ka ka ka, the gap in the heavenly gate was getting bigger, and the strange wind was also getting stronger. It blew until Jiang Xi's flesh and blood began to melt. On his 100,000 feet tall body, sparkling white bones could be seen. This little bit of pain is nothing. Jiang Xi's primordial spirit was trembling. It was too painful. Open, open, open. He roared angrily. Finally, half of the heavenly gate was pushed open. 5 soul lamps that were 90,000 feet tall emerged from the rainbow void within the door, each of them burning with golden flames. Whoosh, the strange wind, carrying a wisp of terrifying flames, blew onto Jiang Xi's body. This is burning me to death. Jiang Xi wanted to open his eyes, but they had already melted. This time, not only was his flesh and blood melting, even his primordial spirit was burning. It was truly a pain that penetrated deep into his soul. Jiang Xi felt that there was nothing more painful in the world than this. Even a Tao Lord would find it hard to endure. This was indeed the case. From the moment Jiang Xi pushed open the heavenly gate, the shock in Tao Lord Buckwheat's heart had never subsided. He was a Tao Lord expert, so he could clearly sense the strangeness of the wind and fire blowing out of the heavenly gate. If I don't get rid of this kid, he will definitely become a huge threat. Tao Lord Buckwheat felt an inexplicable sense of fear. He had already offended this heaven-defying human prodigy. If he didn't get rid of him now, the next time they met would be when he died. Whether or not he can push it open, he will definitely die today. Tao Lord Buckwheat's gaze was cold. Under the sky, in front of the 100,000 feet tall heavenly gate, Jiang Xi had already reached the final stage of pushing open the heavenly gate. Most of the flesh and blood on his 100,000 feet tall body had melted, leaving only white bones. Even his beating heart could be seen clearly. More than half of the primordial spirit in his sea of consciousness had also been burned. He endured the pain that penetrated deep into his bones and soul, not withdrawing any of his strength. Instead, he used this pain to push open the heavenly gate by 80% in one go. 5 soul lamps represent 5 chances to reverse life and death. Only by completing this can one's lifespan be endless. Jiang Xi's eyes were fixed on the 5 soul lamps inside the heavenly gate. Even if he could easily kill a 5th transformation true monarch, he was still a 9th tribulation transcender with a lifespan of 100,000 years at most. If he didn't reverse life and death, when his lifespan was exhausted, he would still die. Immortality was the dream of every cultivator, and Jiang Xi was no exception. Now, he had already touched the hope of immortality. Therefore, at this moment, he definitely wouldn't give up on pushing open the heavenly gate. Giving up was equivalent to giving up on immortality. Open. 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 Jiang Xi roared. Even his primordial spirit was roaring, and all the power in his body erupted. Ka ka ka. Heaven and earth rumbled, and terrifying cracks spread for hundreds of thousands of kilometers in the void. Gray fog churned inside, and rainbow light flowed. The heavenly gate that was millions of feet tall was finally completely pushed open. At this moment, the strange wind and fire all disappeared. 90,000 feet tall soul lamps flew out of the rainbow void inside the heavenly gate as if they had been inexplicably summoned. At the same time, rainbow immortal light sprinkled down like the most effective immortal medicine in the world, regenerating Jiang Xi's flesh and blood. During this process, the 5 soul lamps continuously shrank. Finally, they entered Jiang Xi's sea of consciousness from between his brows. The golden flames of the soul lamps flickered, and strands of golden light fused into his half-burned primordial spirit. In the blink of an eye, his primordial spirit was completely restored. To Jiang Xi's pleasant surprise, the rainbow immortal light and golden light transformed his body and primordial spirit. The strength of his body increased from 100 times that of a first-tier supreme treasure to a second-tier supreme treasure. The strength of his primordial spirit increased from a 4th transformation true monarch to a 5th transformation true monarch. At this moment, rumble. Thunder rumbled, and the black thunderclouds began to dissipate. The 9-step stairway to heaven and the heavenly gate also faded, returning to the void. The heavenly tribulation that had shaken the universe had finally ended. However, at the same time, Jiang Xi's death tribulation had also arrived. Chapter 577. Tao Lord Pan Lian and Tao Lord 7 Souls of the Ghost Race, as well as Tao Lord Hunzi of the Hunzi race, were still rushing towards the heavenly tribulation area at their fastest speed. Under the terrifying pressure of the ancient immortal world, even Tao Lords could only fly at close to the speed of light. The moment Jiang Xi successfully pushed open the immortal door, the 3 peak experts used their space-time control methods to observe everything that happened in the distance. Not only did he overcome 9 tribulations, but he also pushed open the immortal door. This has never happened in billions of eras. Tao Lord Pan Lian's eyes were cold. He was a Rakshasa Tao Lord and wasn't ugly. He was the other extreme of the Rakshasa race. He was very handsome, like the most beautiful man in the world. However, he didn't look good at the moment. Such a heaven-defying genius appearing in the human race could only be a disaster for the other peak races. It definitely wasn't a good thing. No matter what, he must die today. Tao Lord Buckwheat has already made his move, Tao Lord 7 Souls of the Golden Yiksha race said coldly. If one were to compare the anger and killing intent in his heart, he was definitely the angriest and wanted to kill Jiang Xi the most. Because Tao Lord Nether was from the Golden Yiksha race, compared to the overall losses of the Ghost race, his race's losses were the greatest. Tao Lord Hun Zi's face was gloomy and he didn't say a word. This was because he felt that Jiang Xi's supreme treasure was probably going to fall into Tao Lord Buckwheat's hands. With their speed, it would take them another minute or 2 to arrive. The heavenly tribulation came and went quickly. The black thunderclouds that covered tens of millions of kilometers completely dissipated in a few breaths' time. The 9-step stairway to heaven and the magnificent heavenly gate under the sky also returned to nothingness and disappeared. The protection of the universe's origins for those undergoing the tribulation naturally disappeared. Tao Lord Buckwheat, who looked like a gargoyle, immediately used his space-time control methods. With a sweep of his will, darkness spread and this space-time continuously fell into his control. At the same time, he covered Jiang Xi with a speed close to the speed of light. This scene made Jiang Xi's expression turn serious. The joy of pushing open the immortal door sank into his heart. Although he had grasped the hope of immortality in one go, the calamity before him had yet to be resolved. We've delayed for so long, but we still haven't seen the arrival of our human Tao Lords. Instead, even more alien Tao Lords have arrived. Jiang Xi took a deep breath. He sensed 3 other unique space-time ripples and saw 3 terrifying non-human figures in the sky. Clearly, it wasn't just this Tao Lord gargoyle, 3 other alien Tao Lords were approaching at high speed as well. In the end, I still have to rely on myself. Jiang Xi's gaze was resolute. He flipped his hand and took out the 4th stage supreme treasure, the abyss-devouring divine sword. His aura continued to rise. After pushing open the immortal door, his strength had transformed once again, giving him more confidence when facing Tao Lords. Life or death, it all depended on this battle. Kill! Jiang Xi roared angrily and suddenly slashed out a red sword light. It tore through the void of the ancient immortal world and attacked Tao Lord Buckwheat. Below the Tao Lord level, everyone is an ant. Little 9th Tribulation Transcender, it's your honor to die at the hands of me, Tao Lord Buckwheat. Tao Lord Buckwheat's gaze was indifferent. He gently flapped his ugly wings and sent out a black light that turned into a terrifying demonic cloud that directly swallowed Jiang Xi's sword light. Honor my ass. If I don't die today, I'll kill you with my own hands next time. Jiang Xi's words were merciless, but his expression was very solemn. The fire sword style of the 6 styles of the Great Tao was already his strongest secret technique, but it was easily neutralized by Tao Lord Buckwheat. The difference was too great. Humph! Tao Lord Buckwheat's killing intent burst forth. His will controlled spacetime and had already spread near Jiang Xi. In my spacetime, I am the ruler. Your life and death are in my hands. He sentenced Jiang Xi to death. However, in the next moment, Tao Lord Buckwheat's indifferent expression suddenly froze. This was because his will was unable to advance any further after reaching a radius of 10,000 feet around Jiang Xi. Gargoyle, you can control spacetime, but I can create my own world. Jiang Xi sneered. The strength of his primordial spirit had already reached the level of a fifth tribulation true monarch. When he used his own world, it was naturally even stronger. Although he could only control an area of 10,000 feet, it was enough to block Tao Lord Buckwheat's spacetime control. The most basic self-created world can block my spacetime control? You have some skills. Tao Lord Buckwheat only felt a little surprised and didn't think too much about it. He had already received detailed information and knew what methods this human genius had. Jiang Xi thought that this was a compliment, but he didn't think that he would be invincible just by creating his own world. Right now, neither Tao Lord Buckwheat's spacetime control nor his own world could do anything to each other. However, this alien Tao Lord's cultivation, Tao techniques, and secret techniques were all far superior to his. I can only try to fight in close combat. Immediately after, Jiang Xi swung his sword again. His figure flickered as he approached Tao Lord Buckwheat. Since secret techniques didn't work, he could only try close combat. He definitely couldn't escape because his speed was inferior to his opponent's. Relatively speaking, he still had the strength to fight in close combat. This was because close combat not only tested cultivation, Tao techniques, and secret techniques, but also the quality of one's body and magic treasures. It just so happened that his body and magic treasures were both pretty good. You want to fight me in close combat? Humph, then I'll let you die knowing. Tao Lord Buckwheat didn't care how he killed Jiang Xi. He just wanted to end this human genius's life today. Swoosh swoosh, the two sides moved towards each other, causing the void to tremble. In the blink of an eye, they met in the air. Tao Lord Buckwheat raised his long-handled axe and slashed out with a terrifying aura that could split everything. If a fifth tribulation true monarch faced this axe, his body and soul would probably be destroyed. However, Jiang Xi wasn't afraid at all. He swung his sword upwards. Immortal power, Tao techniques, and secret techniques all condensed into a ball. Then, he used all the strength in his body to erupt through the rank 4 supreme treasure, Abyss-devouring sword. Clang! The axe and the sword collided with each other, and a strong impact swept out in an instant. Dense cracks appeared in the void, like the surface of a mirror shattering. Of course, this attack wasn't evenly matched. Tao Lord Buckwheat didn't move. Under this powerful impact, Jiang Xi was sent flying. His body trembled, and some fine lines appeared on his body like the void. This was because the Tao Lord was too strong. This old ghost is really abnormal. My body is a rank 2 supreme treasure, but some fine lines appeared on it. Jiang Xi was shocked. He circulated the immortal power in his body and swallowed a healing pill at the same time. His injuries quickly healed. He didn't know that Tao Lord Buckwheat was actually even more shocked than him. He was a Tao Lord, but he couldn't kill a 9th tribulation transcender who had just pushed open the immortal gate. If this spread out, it would definitely cause an even greater uproar. What a powerful body! Tao Lord Buckwheat could no longer maintain his indifferent attitude. He was very shocked. After watching Jiang Xi transcend the tribulation and push open the immortal gate, he guessed that Jiang Xi had a very high-grade defensive treasure on him. However, he didn't expect Jiang Xi's body to be so powerful. Tao Lord Buckwheat was confident. Although his long-handled axe was a rank 3 supreme treasure, the power of this axe, even the aftershock, was enough to kill a 5th tribulation true monarch and tear his body into pieces. However, after Jiang Xi collided with his axe, only some fine lines appeared on his body. This was completely a light injury. The strength of his body must have reached the level of a rank 1 supreme treasure. And the defensive treasure on his body is at least rank 4. And the sword in his hand is a rank 4 supreme treasure. Tao Lord Buckwheat's eyes were burning with greed. The number of treasures on this human genius was truly beyond his imagination. Not only did he have thousands of strands of the heavenly Tao's origin energy from the universe, but he also had a rank 4 offensive supreme treasure. With all these fortuitous opportunities in my hands, my strength will rise to another level. Tao Lord Buckwheat was excited. So what if your body is comparable to a rank 1 supreme treasure? I can still shatter it. Die! His figure flashed, and he attacked Jiang Xi, who had already stopped moving, with his axe again. At this moment, Jiang Xi's injuries had completely healed. After all, they were only light injuries. When he saw Tao Lord Buckwheat attacking again, he didn't retreat at all and took the initiative to meet the attack. 6 sword lights circled around him, and the abyss-devouring sword was covered in a layer of golden light, emitting a fierce and sharp aura. The golden sword style was the strongest and was most suitable for this kind of head-on collision. Clang! 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 The two sides continued to fight in the sky. Terrifying power erupted like waves, erupting wave after wave. Their figures were from the sky to the ground, and even underground. Heaven and earth rumbled, and mountains and rivers collapsed. Huge cracks had appeared on the ground of the planet because of their battle. However, under such a huge commotion, Jiang Xi was at an absolute disadvantage. He couldn't injure Tao Lord Buckwheat with a single attack. Instead, he was sent flying again and again. Jiang Xi understood that in this battle, he had completely relied on his defense. In terms of offense, he was still far inferior to the Tao Lord. Boom! He was once again struck by Tao Lord Buckwheat's axe, smashing into the ground and creating a huge pit. Taoist techniques and secret techniques, only by improving any one of them will I have the strength to fight a Tao Lord head-on. Jiang Xi thought to himself. At such a critical moment, he still had the mind to think about this. If Tao Lord Buckwheat knew about this, he would probably be even angrier. In truth, Tao Lord Buckseal was absolutely enraged right now. His humiliation had turned into rage. He was a peak expert who stood at the peak of the universe, but he couldn't do anything to a 9th tribulation transcender. He had struck hundreds of times with his axe, but he still couldn't kill the other party. He was a little anxious because the Tao Lords of the Ghost race and the Hunzi race would soon arrive. If they couldn't kill Jiang Xi, then after a while, it would be hard to say who would take all the treasures on Jiang Xi's body. At the same time, the 3 Tao Lords of the human race and the 2 Tao Lords of the monster race descended on this planet at almost the same time. In the sky, 5 figures with terrifying auras were reflected, fighting over spacetime in this world. Boom! It was as if the sky was about to shatter as cracks appeared in the void. A shocking battle instantly erupted. I'll block the 2 of them. You guys go and save Jiang Xi. Tao Lord First Sword was fighting 2 alone. A giant golden sword swept through the world and swept towards the 2 Tao Lords of the monster race. First Sword, you want to fight 2 alone? How dare you look down on me? Tao Lord Taotai roared. His eyes were even larger than ordinary stars. He opened his bloody mouth, which seemed to contain a black hole that could swallow the starry sky. He wanted to devour the giant golden sword. Roar! Today, you human genius will die. Tao Lord Anlin also let out a heaven-shaking roar. Monstrous demonic aura surged, condensing into a colorful spider spear in front of him. It tore through the void and stabbed towards Tao Lord First Sword. The peerless attacks of the 3 peak experts collided in the air. Whoosh! The void of the ancient immortal world exploded. Gray fog poured down like a surging tide, sweeping across the land. The mountains and primitive forests on the ground of this planet seemed to have been ignited when they came into contact with the gray fog. Instantly, everything was incinerated. Terrifying energy fluctuations rapidly spread across the entire planet. The perfected lords of the various races on this planet could all see the shocking battle in the sky. However, in the face of such pressure, some of the weaker perfected lords were only left with fear and reverence. This was an apocalyptic battle. Kill all of you. Tao Lord First Sword roared coldly, sounding like the judgment of heaven and earth. Roar! How dare you, human! Tao Lord Tao Tai and Tao Lord Anlin were enraged. They executed their strongest attacks to destroy the world. Their killing intent surged. However, this killing intent was not only directed at Tao Lord First Sword, but also at the human genius who was doing something heaven-defying. The two demon Tao Lords had already investigated the battle on the other side. What happened there infuriated them. That was because they discovered that the human genius was actually fighting a Tao Lord after transcending 9 tribulations and pushing open the gate of immortality. That was terrible. Now, he dared to fight a Tao Lord as a mere 9 tribulation transcender. If he extinguished his soul lamp and became a perfected Lord, wouldn't he be able to kill Tao Lords? Such a heaven-defying genius had to die. Furthermore, they had to kill him personally to be at ease. However, this Tao Lord Salsword was no weakling at all. Everyone knew that the combat strength of Sword Tao cultivators was naturally stronger. Even if he fought 1 against 2, he would not be at a disadvantage. Therefore, Tao Lord Tao Tai and Tao Lord Anlin were both shocked and furious. They wanted to break away from Tao Lord First Sword and rush to the other battlefield. Tao Lord Mount Ward and Tao Lord Qingfeng were already hurrying towards the other battlefield. Through their space-time control, they also detected what was happening in the distance. They were pleasantly surprised and anxious at the same time. They were pleasantly surprised that Jiang Ci was actually fighting Tao Lord Buckwheat. Although he was at a disadvantage, his life was not in danger for the time being. They were anxious because the 2 Tao Lords of the Ghost race and the Tao Lord of the Hanzi race had arrived earlier and would arrive at Jiang Ci's location earlier. Even if Jiang Ci had the strength to fight a Tao Lord, he was definitely not a match for 4 Tao Lords. I'll deal with Tao Lord Pan Lian and the others. You go save Jiang Ci. Tao Lord Mount Xiang's eyes were cold. Tao Lord Qingfeng knew Tao Lord Mount Xiang's strength and did not say anything else. He continued to fly to the other battlefield where Jiang Ci was. At the same time, Tao Lord Mount Xiang's will swept out and domineeringly broke through the space-time control that Tao Lord Pan Lian, Tao Lord Seven Souls, and Tao Lord Hun Zi had used together. At the same time, an earth and yellow space-time fluctuation tried to regain control of this space-time. The speed of Pan Lian and the other 2 Tao Lords was instantly affected. Damn it, it's Tao Lord Mount Xiang of the human race. Didn't he go to the Chaos Sea? Why is he still in the primal universe? Tao Lord Pan Lian was furious. Then, he said to Tao Lord Hun Zi, you're the fastest. Go and kill that human genius. This arrangement was exactly what Tao Lord Hun Zi wanted. With a ferocious expression, he turned into a streak of light and also flew in the direction of Jiang Ci. Tao Lord Pan Lian and Tao Lord Seven Souls were left behind to fight against Tao Lord Mount Xiang. Tao Lord Mount Xiang did not speak much, but his attacks were equally tyrannical. A mountain-like fist broke through the void and smashed towards the 2 Tao Lords of the Ghost race. Instantly, a shocking battle broke out here, and the world collapsed. On the other side, the battle between Jiang Ci and Tao Lord Buckwheat was still ongoing. Although it sounded long, the battle between the 2 sides had actually lasted less than a minute. Jiang Ci had already been blasted deep into the ground by Tao Lord Buckwheat. He had relied on his powerful physical defense to hold on until now. With his cultivation at the 9th Tribulation Transcender level, it was definitely an unprecedented feat to fight against a Tao Lord for such a long time. However, Jiang Ci knew that if this battle continued, he would still fall into a dead end when the other Tao Lords arrived. The Tao Lords of the human race have finally arrived. Jiang Ci was pleasantly surprised when he saw the figures of the 3 human Tao Lords appear in the sky. I'll be able to escape after a while. A ray of hope appeared in a hopeless situation. In the sky, Tao Lord Buckwheat also noticed the other two battles that had broken out. The humans and monsters have both arrived. The ghosts have been held back, but there are still two other Tao Lords rushing over. I have to end this battle as soon as possible. Since other attacks can't kill him, I'll try an Essence Soul attack. Tao Lord Buckleseal was no longer obsessed with killing Riverward in close combat. His primal divinity was attached to the Great Axe, and he sent a shadowy axe shadow into the deep pit. At the same time, Jiang Ci was about to rush out of the ground when he suddenly felt his hair stand on end. A sense of fear instantly surged in his heart. This was his intuition warning him of great danger. How is this possible? We exchanged hundreds of blows just now, but this old geezer didn't threaten me at all. Why is there danger now? Could it be that the other Tao Lords have arrived? No, they're still some distance away. Jiang Ci could already sense the auras of the other Tao Lords. In the next moment, a shadowy axe appeared in front of him. Jiang Ci instinctively swung his sword to block it. Boom! The shadowy axe exploded with violent energy and blasted him even deeper into the ground. More than half of the axe's power was blocked by the six-layered mountain armor. After the remaining half hit his body, it was very difficult for it to pose a threat to him. This was because his body was as tough as a second-grade supreme treasure. However, this time, the Essence Soul attack attached to the shadowy axe sank into Jiang Ci's body. It charged straight into his sea of consciousness like a bolt of lightning, not giving him any chance to react. Not good, an Essence Soul attack. Jiang Ci didn't hesitate at all. He circulated his immortal power and constructed layers of defenses in his sea of consciousness. In an instant, a shrunken version of the shadowy axe broke through the void and appeared in his sea of consciousness, setting off stormy waves. The shadowy axe emitted terrifying fluctuations as it cut through the layers of immortal power defenses and slashed toward his Essence Soul. Buzz, golden flames rose from the 5 soul lamps that hovered around his Essence Soul. They flickered violently and emitted light, forming a golden light screen on the surface of his Essence Soul, trying to block the shadowy axe. However, this was the Essence Soul attack of a Tao Lord. Even if the quality of Jiang Ci's soul lamps was far superior to that of other Ninth Tribulation Transcenders, it was still difficult to block this attack. The golden light screen was almost instantly shattered, but it only made the shadowy axe shrink a little. After that, the shadowy axe still emitted terrifying fluctuations as it continued to slash toward Jiang Ci's Essence Soul. However, this short interception had already given Jiang Ci a chance to react. The 2 rings of golden light behind his Essence Soul's head emitted a blazing light. The 7-colored lotus platform brought about by the peacock visualization technique below was also spinning rapidly. 4 7-colored petals formed by the secret Tao seal technique wrapped around his Essence Soul, forming the final defense. Crack! In the end, the shadowy axe hit the 7-colored petals and quickly shrank. But soon, the petals collapsed and turned into specks of golden light. Only a small half of the axe shadow remained, and it struck Riverward's primordial spirit. The Essence Soul, which was identical to Jiang Ci's, began to collapse. My only flaw was caught by this old ghost. Jiang Ci smiled bitterly. Previously, when he fought against true monarchs, his Essence Soul defense was his flaw. He originally thought that after transcending the tribulation, his strength had undergone a series of transformations, and the strength of his Essence Soul was comparable to that of a 5th tribulation true monarch. But he didn't expect that his opponent would become a Tao Lord so quickly. The strength of a 5th tribulation true monarch's Essence Soul couldn't block a Tao Lord's Essence Soul attack without an Essence Soul supreme treasure. 5 soul lamps, the 7-colored lotus platform, the peacock visualization technique, and many other methods. I hope I can block it. No, I can definitely block it. 2 golden beams of light burst out of Jiang Ci's eyes. I blocked it. In his sea of consciousness, the shadowy axe was finally exhausted. His Essence Soul, which had almost completely collapsed, showed signs of recovery. Although it took a long time to describe, the eruption of this Essence Soul attack was completely in the blink of an eye. It was extremely short. However, after blocking this attack, Jiang Xi wasn't pleasantly surprised. Instead, he was even more worried. He originally thought that he had waited until the Tao Lord of the race came to his rescue, but he didn't expect that at the final moment, he would fall into a true death trap. Given Tao Lord Buckwheat's strength, since he had discovered his weakness, he would definitely launch an even more ferocious attack. He could block it once, but could he block it 100 or 1,000 times? So you still have a flaw. Your armor Supreme Treasure can't defend against Essence Soul attacks. Tao Lord Buckwheat didn't give Jiang Xi a chance to catch his breath at all. He waved his hand and slashed out streaks of shadowy axe shadows, carrying terrifying energy attacks and Essence Soul attacks. They blotted out the sky and covered the sun, making it impossible for Jiang Xi to escape. Boom! Boom! Jiang Xi had just charged out of the deep pit when he was drowned by the shadowy axe shadows that filled the sky. The surging energy was like hundreds or thousands of stars exploding, illuminating the surroundings and filling the sky. The terrifying aura fluctuations instantly tore open the void. At the same time, Tao Lord Qingfeng of the human race was only 1,000,000 kilometers away from arriving. Given his speed, he only needed 3 seconds. Upon seeing this, Tao Lord Qingfeng's eyes turned red. Tao Lord Buckwheat. I'll definitely destroy your Buckwheat race. He was Tao Lord Nine Firmament's junior brother. In terms of relationship, he was Jiang Xi's uncle master. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments was far away in the Chaos Sea and couldn't rush back. That was why he specially asked him to protect Jiang Xi. But now, he could only watch as Jiang Xi was killed by an alien Tao Lord. Although he was far away just now, with his strength, he could see that Jiang Xi's Essence Soul had almost collapsed as a Tao Lord. He quickly determined that Jiang Xi's weakness was the defense of his Essence Soul. Now, with so many Essence Soul attacks from Tao Lord Buckwheat smashing down, how could Jiang Xi block them? In fact, he could no longer sense Jiang Xi's aura. It had completely disappeared. Kill! Tao Lord Qingfeng was furious. He held the painting in one hand and a brush in the other. He used Taoist arts to sketch out terrifying attacks on the painting. Whoosh, these attacks came in all shapes and sizes. They were like mountains, rivers, lakes, seas, Dharma treasures, and living beings of all races. They suddenly charged towards Tao Lord Buckwheat. Ha, Qingfeng, you and I are both desolate level Tao Lords. Although your combat strength is higher, you can't do anything to me. The gargoyle-like Tao Lord Buckwheat laughed loudly. He flapped his ugly wings and produced a black light that transformed into a terrifying demonic cloud that devoured Tao Lord Qingfeng's painting attack. At the same time, he flew downwards at high speed, wanting to take back what Jiang Xi had left behind after he perished. So many quintessences of heaven and earth, at least Tier 4 defensive supreme treasures, and Tier 4 offensive supreme treasures. Now, all of them are mine. Tao Lord Buckwheat's eyes blazed with excitement. Whoosh! Suddenly, 12 more black figures attacked from afar, heading straight for Tao Lord Buckwheat. Upon closer inspection, these black figures were all sharp horns that emanated powerful auras. They were also at the Tao Lord level. Tao Lord Hunzi, you dare to stop me? Tao Lord Buckwheat snorted coldly. He swung his great axe, blocking all the black figures. However, this attack also slowed him down. In the distance, Tao Lord Hunzi, who was approaching at high speed, only sneered. He was also aiming for Jiang Xi's supreme treasures. Now that he had finally arrived, there was no way he would let Tao Lord Buckwheat obtain that defensive supreme treasure. On the other side, Tao Lord Qingfeng waved his brush once more, drawing a powerful attack. The painting soared through the air, splashing ink across the world. One powerful attack after another enveloped Tao Lord Buckwheat and Tao Lord Hunzi. All he knew was that his disciple nephew had been killed. All alien Tao Lords deserved to die. However, in the next moment, when the energy from the axe completely subsided, Tao Lord Buckwheat and Tao Lord Hun Zi were both stunned. They were instantly submerged by Tao Lord Qingfeng's painting. However, these two alien Tao Lords didn't seem to have any intention of defending themselves. Their attention was completely focused on the place where Jiang Xi had perished. Where's the supreme treasure? Where's that kid's supreme treasure? In the huge pit below, there was only a series of terrifying crevices, and there was nothing else. This is impossible. Supreme treasures are hard to destroy. There's no way my attacks could have destroyed his supreme treasure. And his body is as tough as a supreme treasure. There's no way it could have been reduced to ashes. Tao Lord Buckwheat's face was filled with disbelief. Then where did Jiang Xi's corpse and supreme treasure go? Did he escape? Impossible. Tao Lord Hun Zi was puzzled as well. Even he wouldn't have been able to escape that attack just now. Buckwheat, give me back my disciple nephew's life. Tao Lord Qingfeng exuded a towering aura as he drew once more. He didn't know that Jiang Xi had so many trump cards on him. He thought that Jiang Xi had been reduced to ashes by that attack just now. In the face of Tao Lord Qingfeng's second attack, Tao Lord Buckwheat and Tao Lord Hun Zi were both infuriated. Although they didn't understand what had happened beneath the axe, the supreme treasure they had obtained had indeed flown away. How could they possibly swallow this anger? Thus, the two Tao Lords were enraged and unleashed their most powerful attacks. Yet another earth-shaking battle erupted. This time, it was a three-sided battle. It was an attack that could destroy heaven and earth. The scene was extremely shocking. Therefore, no one noticed that there was a flash of seven-colored light in the gray fog in the sky. Chapter 578. News of the battle between the 9 Tao Lords in the ancient immortal world quickly spread throughout the universe, shocking all races. This was because apex experts stood at the apex of the universe and were very few in number, so it was very rare for them to fight. For example, when Miluo of the Heavenly Court clashed with Tao Lord Anlin of the Yao race, it was just a single blow. This time, however, the 3 Tao Lords of the human race received a huge blow. An unprecedented prodigy of the Tao Alliance had been killed by a Tao Lord of an alien race. Tao Lord Jianni, Tao Lord Shangshan, and Tao Lord Chengqiu were all fighting 1 against 2. They used all their abilities and unleashed their full power. Their battle caused the heavens to collapse and the earth to shatter. Terrifying auras surged for hundreds of billions of kilometers. Planet 1024 became the battlefield of the Tao Lords. Not a single Tao Lord dared to stay here. All of them fled through various passageways and left the planet and even the ancient immortal world. In the end, the battle ended and no Tao Lords perished. After all, there were simply too few Tao Lords of the human race. It was very difficult for one to kill 2 Tao Lords of the same level unless they were overwhelmingly stronger. However, this earth-shattering battle was still hailed by the races of the universe as the most powerful battle of this epoch. However, what the races didn't know was that this battle was just the prelude to the most powerful battle. After the battle, there was another topic that attracted the attention of the various races. It was the death of the human race's prodigy, Jiang Xi. This was because Tao Lord Buckbuckle, who had personally killed Jiang Xi, didn't admit that Jiang Xi was dead. He admitted that he had killed Jiang Xi, but that Jiang Xi might have used some sort of spatial teleportation technique to escape. This statement was privately mocked by the higher-ups of many races. They believed that Tao Lord Buckbuckle was afraid of the wrath of the human race and was afraid that the human race would wipe out his race. That was why he had made such a weak statement. All the experts who were qualified to enter the ancient immortal world knew that the spatial ripples here were completely still. No teleportation or teleportation techniques could be used. Moreover, Jiang Xi was only a cultivator who had just undergone 9 tribulations. How could he have possibly escaped the attacks of a Tao Lord? Some races also speculated that Jiang Xi might still be alive, and that Tao Lord Buckbuckle had only killed Jiang Xi's true body. Jiang Ci might still have clones left in the primal universe. The intelligence systems of the ghost race, the demon race, and many other top races were also secretly verifying the possibility of this conjecture. If Jiang Ci really had a doppelganger, then they had to kill it. Before the tribulation, he already had the battle strength of a rank 5 true monarch. After overcoming the tribulation, he would have the power to fight against Tao Lords. If such a terrifyingly talented genius was able to reverse life and death in the future, he might actually be able to slay Tao Lords. But very soon, these clans that stood on the opposite side of the human race found out that the human race was mobilizing an army of immortals to prepare for an extermination operation. For a time, the primal universe was in a state of panic, and the atmosphere became tense. The human race's actions also brought a conclusion to this topic. Jiang Ci had really fallen. Otherwise, the human race would not be so angry that they actually wanted to destroy a peak race. Regarding the issue of Jiang Ci's life and death and his doppelganger, there were also people in the human race speculating and discussing in private. This was because Jiang Ci had left a life slip with the human race. If he really died, the life slip would definitely shatter. However, Jiang Ci's life slip was the highest secret of the human race. Only Tao Lords were qualified to look at it. However, when some people discovered that the upper echelons were mobilizing an army to carry out an extermination operation, these discussions disappeared. Facts spoke louder than words. If Jiang Ci was not dead, the upper echelons would not have made such a big move. At the moment when the 10,000 axe shadows erupted, Jiang Ci really felt that he was going to die. He was in despair. Although he still had a doppelganger and a life, all his years of accumulation were in this main body. If his main body died, it would definitely be a great loss. Strangely, when the terrifying energy attacks and essence spirit attacks were about to drown him, Jiang Ci suddenly discovered that a mysterious power suffused with 7-colored light appeared around him. Then, heaven and earth changed. After the mysterious power subsided, he appeared on top of a green stone. The gray fog around him churned as if it was going to annihilate everything. However, this stone had a mysterious power that isolated the gray fog. The environment here gave Jiang Ci the feeling that he was outside the invisible barrier of the ancient immortal world. Of course, this was not the main point. Jiang Ci was staring at the person in front of him with wide eyes. A burly old man in coarse clothes was sitting in front of him. The old man's white hair was messy and his face was rugged, like a barbarian. Although he did not emit any powerful aura, he gave people the feeling that he was a peerless beast that could devour everything. "We meet again." The old man grinned. His expression was exactly the same as it was thousands of years ago. "Senior Qing Shi, give Dao De back to me." Jiang Ci did not feel happy about surviving a disaster, nor did he thank him for saving his life. He directly asked for Dao De. Calculating the time, it was before the Great Change when the 3 gates and 6 sects invaded the earth. In the 336th year of the New Moon era, he entered the second moon and met this mysterious Qing Shi. Then, Qing Shi took Jiang Dudu and the second moon away and left a green token for Jiang Ci, saying that he could contact him at any time. It was now the 6191 year of the New Moon era. Almost 6,000 years had passed. During this time, he sent countless messages to Qing Shi through the green token, but he did not get a response. Moreover, he also tried to send messages to Jiang Dudu, but there was also no response. This made Jiang Ci wonder if he had been tricked by Qing Shi. However, he did not have any power to resist in front of Qing Shi at that time. In fact, he did not have any power now. Even though he was now strong enough to fight against a Tao Lord, he still felt that this mysterious barbarian old man was very scary when he saw him again. "It's not time yet." Qing Shi shook his head. "You don't have the power to protect her now." Jiang Ci frowned. He was now strong enough to fight against a Tao Lord. In the entire primal universe, there were only about 100 people who could defeat him. In Qing Shi's eyes, this level of power was not enough to protect Jiang Dudu. He knew that Jiang Dudu was hiding a secret. Before the Great Change on Earth, Qing Shi had clearly pointed out that Jiang Dudu would be in trouble if she stayed on Earth. That was why he took her away. But was this secret really that big? Your status is different now. Many Dao Lords and above are likely to set their sights on you. If Jiang Daodu continues to stay by your side, you'll be in big trouble, Bluestone said solemnly. Dao Lords and above? Dao Lords? Or Heavenly Venerables? Jiang Xi asked. Heavenly Venerables, of course. Qing Shi's tone was casual. Phew. Jiang Xi felt a sense of pressure. At the same time, he was shocked. Humans were the most powerful race in the primal universe, but they only had one heavenly venerate. One could imagine how powerful they were. And Jiang Dudu's secret had attracted the attention of so many heavenly venerables. What kind of secret was it? Jiang Xi only knew one thing. Before Jiang Dudu left Earth, Jiang Dudu would fall into a deep sleep every time Earth's spirit qi recovered. Then, her cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds. Without the experience panel, he definitely would not be a match for Jiang Dudu in terms of cultivation. Jiang Xi shook his head, trying to shake off the pressure and shock in his heart. With the experience panel, what was there to be afraid of? She was just a heavenly venerate. He had cultivated for less than 5,000 years, but he was already strong enough to fight a Dao Lord. It was only a matter of time before he became a Dao Lord and a heavenly venerate. Senior Qing Shi, can't we meet now? Jiang Xi asked. It's not impossible. Qing Shi chuckled. Jiang Xi's eyes lit up. It just so happens that I have a great reward for you this time. If you can complete it, I can let you two meet. Qing Shi said. What trial? Jiang Xi hurriedly asked. Come with me to a place. Qing Shi waved a hand, and space and heaven and earth changed. The azure stone beneath their feet seemed to be able to break through all obstacles, and it flashed through the world of gray fog. Riverward was inwardly alarmed. This method was too terrifying. He should be a heavenly venerate. He guessed Qing Shi's strength. This world of gray fog was clearly outside the invisible barrier of the ancient immortal realm. This was the place closest to the essence of the universe, and even Dao Lords were unable to enter. Qing Shi, on the other hand, seemed to have entered a place where no one could stop him. At this moment, the azure stone passed through an invisible barrier, giving Jiang Xi the same feeling as when he had passed through the ancient Dao origin realm spatial passageway. Whoosh, the cyan stone carried them and appeared on an island in the starry sky. The sky was filled with stars, and the Milky Way cascaded down from the sky like a waterfall. It was a spectacular sight. Where are we? Jiang Xi surveyed his surroundings. The scenery here was beautiful, making one feel relaxed and happy. Not only were there birds chirping and flowers fragrant, but there was also a mirror-like lake in the distance. But in next to no time, Riverward's expression changed because he was actually unable to sense the Dao art he cultivated here. How was this possible? Even in the ancient immortal realm, he could sense the fluctuations of various Dao techniques. This is another universe. Qing Shi's words were shocking. Another universe? Jiang Xi's eyes widened. That's right, this is my universe, Lu Yuzhou. A pleasant voice sounded. Jiang Xi turned to see a young girl in green walking over from the lake, as if she had appeared out of thin air. He was sure that he hadn't seen this young girl when he had been observing the lake. Upon closer inspection, he felt that this young girl's attire was somewhat familiar. The young girl in green looked to be about 15 or 16 years old. She wore a straw hat, was barefoot, and held a bamboo flute in her hand. Jiang Xi quickly recalled that it was Mu Ning, the shepherd boy who had entered the Purple Firmament sect with him during the Nine Regions Genius battle. Later, the two became good friends and were still in contact. Furthermore, Mu Ning had already cultivated to the Dao integration stage and became a core disciple of the Purple Firmament sect's fourth firmament. What was the relationship between this young girl in green and Mu Ning? Jiang Xi wondered. However, he ignored what the young girl in green had just said. Lu Yuzhou. This is Sky Venerable Lu, Qingshi introduced. Jiang Ci was even more shocked. This seemingly innocent young girl was actually a Sky Venerable. Then, he hurriedly bowed. Jiang Ci greets Sky Venerable Lu. No need for formalities. Sky Venerable Lu smiled gently. This smile was like a spring breeze that left a good impression. She said to Qingshi, "This is the person you chose?" "That's right. The bet between you and me will be completed by him." Qingshi smiled. This made Jiang Ci puzzled. Bet? However, in front of two Sky Venerables, he had no right to speak. He obediently stood to the side. Jiang Ci. Sky Venerable Lu, who looked like a young girl in green, frowned slightly. She seemed to have thought of something. The human genius who just passed 9 tribulations in the ancient immortal world and opened the gate of immortality? That's him. Qingshi nodded. You want a 9th tribulation transcender to fight with me? Sky Venerable Lu glared. Jiang Ci was at a loss. Fight with a Sky Venerable? Why did it feel like he had been tricked by old man Qingshi again? Don't underestimate Jiang Ci. He just fought hundreds of rounds with Dao Lord Buckwheat in the ancient immortal world. If it wasn't for his weak essence soul defense, he might have been able to last longer. Qingshi smiled. Weak essence soul defense? I see. Sky Venerable Lu glanced at Jiang Ci and shook her head. Even if my cultivation is suppressed to 9th tribulation transcender, I can still crush him with a finger. Don't forget, I can use ultimate secret techniques. Isn't there still time? Qingshi's smile didn't change. There are still 100,000 years. Do you think he can create an ultimate secret technique in 100,000 years? Sky Venerable Lu's tone was full of doubt. Of course. Qingshi nodded. Oh? Sky Venerable Lu glanced at Jiang Ci again. Senior Qingshi. Jiang Ci wanted to say something but hesitated. He roughly understood what was going on, but what benefits did this have for him? Qingshi's gaze turned to him, and he explained with a smile, "This is the great benefit I told you about. As long as you use your secret technique to defeat Sky Venerable Lu within 100,000 years, she will maintain the same cultivation level as you. If you break through to True Monarch in 100,000 years, then I will use my True Monarch cultivation level to fight with you. The only thing that won't change is that I will use an ultimate secret technique," Sky Venerable Lu explained. The most basic ultimate secret technique, Qingshi emphasized. Then what's the benefit of doing this? Jiang Ci asked honestly. Qingshi, this little guy is even more confident than you. Sky Venerable Lu laughed, holding his stomach after laughing for a while. He said to Jiang Ci, "My bet with Qingshi is very simple. He will fight with me, or he will find someone to fight with me. If Qingshi wins, I will take out a 5th stage supreme treasure. If I win, Qingshi will agree to do something for me." Qingshi nodded and looked at Jiang Ci. If you can beat her, the 5th stage supreme treasure will be yours, and you can choose the type of supreme treasure. Jiang Ci's eyes lit up. He could choose the type of supreme treasure. What he lacked right now was an Essence Soul Supreme Treasure. If he had a 5th stage Essence Soul Supreme Treasure when fighting with Daoist Lord Buckwheat, he definitely wouldn't have been nearly killed. I don't know what your relationship with Qingshi is, but I advise you to admit defeat because this bet doesn't involve life or death. As a heavenly venerable, even if I maintain my cultivation at the 9th tribulation transcender level, I can easily suppress a desolate level Daoist Lord. You should know that there are 4 realms of Daoist Lords: Universe, Aeon, Flood, and Desolate. Although desolate level Daoist Lords are the weakest in terms of strength, they are still not something a 9th tribulation transcender can match. If you want to defeat me at the 9th tribulation transcender level, there is only one path you can take, and that is to create an ultimate secret technique within 100,000 years. Although Sky Venerable Lu was laughing, his voice was full of killing intent, making people shudder. I accept this bet. Jiang Ci didn't hesitate. Hee. Sky Venerable Lu sneered. According to the conditions of the bet, you can study the secret technique stone inscriptions on this island for 100,000 years. Moreover, the flow of time on this island is 3.6 million times that of the original universe. One day in the original universe is equivalent to 10,000 years here. Since you accept this bet, I will come back in 10 days. In her opinion, Jiang Ci didn't have any hope of winning. Ultimate secret techniques were Taoist lords' secret techniques. Naturally, only Taoists could master them. However, even for a Taoist lord, it would take at least an epoch to create an ultimate secret technique. Moreover, this universe was different from the original universe, and the composition of Taoist techniques was also different. The Taoist techniques that Jiang Ci cultivated were just decorations here. Without Taoist techniques, how could he create secret techniques? Then, Sky Venerable Lu sneered and disappeared into thin air. 100,000 years, make good use of it. Qing Shi grinned. I will give you one last sentence. Don't be confused by the appearance of things. See their essence. Then, he also disappeared. On the beautiful starry sky island, only Jiang Ci was left. He stood by a flower bed, looked up at the starry sky, and sighed softly. This bet was indeed a great benefit for him, a great opportunity. Moreover, if he won this bet, he could meet Daodu again. The two of them depended on each other for survival, and in each other's lives, they had long been inseparable. Therefore, he couldn't give up. The only problem is that I can't sense the fluctuations of Taoist techniques here. Jiang Ci frowned. Without the fluctuations of Taoist techniques, there was naturally no way to comprehend the Tao and cultivate. Thus, creating an ultimate secret technique would become an impossible task. Just now, Sky Venerable Lu said that this is her universe, Lu Yuzhou. It's obvious that the fluctuations of Taoist techniques in the two universes are different, so I can't comprehend it. Don't be confused by the appearance of things. See their essence. Jiang Ci recalled the last words of Elder Qing Shi, and then he thought of the heavenly Tao origin. His spiritual consciousness swept across the heavenly Tao origin in the heavenly tower. The 9 heavenly tribulations had brought him a total of 3,191 wisps of heavenly Tao origin. These wisps of 7-colored light were like small snakes, wandering in the space of the heavenly tower. The essence of things, origin. Although the fluctuations of Lu Yuzhou and the original universe are different, the origin is the same. Jiang Ci's thoughts spun rapidly, and his eyes became brighter and brighter. Let's try using the interface. He inwardly deduced the sword Tao. The result was a pleasant surprise. It was effective. Although he couldn't sense the fluctuations of the sword Tao in Lu Yuzhou, he could still use the interface to deduce the sword Tao. If that's the case, why do I need 100,000 years? Jiang Ci laughed. According to his master, Tao Lord Nine Clouds, if he could create the 7th move of the Mountain Sea Sword scripture, it could be called an ultimate secret technique. In the hundreds of years since he entered the ancient immortal world, he had experienced a large number of battles and had always been searching for inspiration for the 7th move. However, those battles didn't help him find any inspiration. Not long ago, he fought with rank 4 and rank 5 true monarchs in the ancient immortal world, passed 9 tribulations, pushed open the immortal gate, and finally had an extreme battle with a Tao Lord. Every time, it could be said to be a life and death battle, lingering on the edge of death. Finally, when he faced Tao Lord Buckwheat, he finally grasped a trace of inspiration. Now, as long as he followed this trace of inspiration, he could deduce the 7th move. Jiang Ci was pleasantly surprised, and then he recalled Sky Venerable Lu's last words. Sky Venerable Lu said that on this starry sky island, there are secret technique stone carvings for me to comprehend. I wonder what stone carvings they are. It sounds like it will be helpful for me to create my own secret technique. He used his spiritual sense to investigate the island. This was not the ancient immortal world, and there was no terrifying pressure. Naturally, his spiritual sense could leave his body to investigate. Very soon, he had scouted the entire Starry Sky Island. Although it was called an island, it was actually billions of kilometers in diameter. Found it, it's 30 million kilometers away from here. Jiang Xi looked into the distance and directly flew up. Whoosh! Riverward jumped in fright because his speed had easily accelerated to the speed of light. Moreover, he didn't travel into the source space. Could it be that Liu Yuzhou's laws are different? The laws of the original universe were that after an object accelerated to the speed of light, it would travel into the source space. Then, Jiang Xi continued to accelerate, and finally reached 10 times the speed of light. 3 million kilometers per second. In just 10 seconds, he arrived at the location of the secret technique stone carvings. As expected, flying with my physical body is the best. Jiang Xi laughed loudly. The feeling of his body tearing through space at extreme speed was much better than flying a flying ship. Of course, this was also because his body was strong enough to be comparable to a second-grade ultimate treasure. If it was a true monarch expert with a weaker body, flying at 10 times the speed of light might cause his body to spontaneously combust. Jiang Xi's gaze fell on the stone forest below as he flew down. This was a stone forest with an area of 1 million square kilometers. The stones were of different heights. Some emitted a terrifying aura, while others were ordinary. Secret technique stone carvings. Every stone has a secret technique carved on it. He observed in the stone forest. This saber can barely be considered an ordinary secret technique. The fist imprint on this stone carving is very powerful. It's a top-notch ordinary secret technique, just one step away from becoming a pinnacle secret technique. The sword Dao secret technique on this big stone is not bad. It can be considered an upper-middle ordinary secret technique. Oh, this is a pinnacle secret technique. The stone forest with an area of 1 million square kilometers was simply a treasure trove of secret techniques. The more Jiang Xi looked, the more surprised he became because the deeper he went, the higher the level of the secret techniques. Finally, he stopped in front of a 100-meter-tall stone pillar. There were 9 sword scars on it, emitting a fierce and destructive aura. This was an ultimate sword Dao secret technique. The sword Dao analysis is completely different from the Green Lotus sword Dao of the human race. However, observing this technique can help me comprehend other techniques by analogy. It can help me deduce the 7th move of the Great Dao of the Mountain and Sea Sword Sutra faster. Moreover, after becoming a 9th Tribulation Transcender, my foundation has decreased a lot compared to before. There are so many secret technique stone carvings here. I can record these secret techniques on the interface and quickly learn them to increase my foundation. Jiang Xi's eyes were full of vigor. He was not short of experience points now. After refining each of the 3,191 wisps of heavenly Dao origin energy, he could obtain 10 trillion experience points. With so much experience points, he could use the experience interface to deduce. At the same time, he was not short of time. The flow of time on this Starry Sky Island was 3.6 million times faster than that of the original universe. One day in the original universe was almost equivalent to 10,000 years here. He could spend 100,000 years here, but only 10 days in the original universe would pass, 100,000 years, maybe. I can directly reverse life and death here and then return to the original universe. The lifespan of a 9th Tribulation Transcender was 100,000 years. He could use this time to forge an incomparably deep foundation for himself. When he had accumulated enough, he could then reverse life and death and become a perfected monarch. How strong will I be at that time? Jiang Xi was looking forward to it. Everything would wait for 10 days. Start first, then change later. Chapter 579. After escaping the predicament, Jiang Xi did not forget to send a message to his 2 masters to report his safety. Although Dao Lord 9 Firmaments and True Lord Wind Sword had his life jade, he still had a clone. Even if his original body died, the life jade would not shatter. Therefore, if he did not take the initiative to send a message, his two masters would not know the current situation of his original body. Now that his original body was free, he should report his safety. However, when he was about to send a message, he realized that there was a problem with his communication pearl. Just like how Lu Yuzhou could not sense the fluctuations of Tao, he also could not sense Tao Lord Nine Firmaments and True Lord Winesword's communication imprint. It should be because the skyspan mountain and river diagram cannot cover this universe. Jiang Xi guessed the reason. As expected, he tried to enter the skyspan mountain and river diagram through the communication pearl and connect to the skyspan network, but they all failed. In the end, Jiang Xi could only use his clone in the original universe to contact his two masters. His original body and clone's consciousness were connected. Even if they were in different universes, they could still send messages. After a while, the clone reported his safety and sent back a message that shocked Jiang Xi. Master Nine Firmaments actually gave the order to exterminate the Buckwheat clan. Jiang Xi was shocked and moved. According to what Tao Lord Nine Firmaments said, whether his original body died or not, he had to exterminate the Buckwheat clan to intimidate all the races in the universe. It would make those restless top races not dare to attack him, a peerless genius of the human race. Although the human race is the strongest race in the universe, it still has to pay a certain price to exterminate a top race. Riverward took a deep breath, his gaze resolute. 10 days in the original universe is 100,000 years here. I have to take advantage of this opportunity to let my strength undergo another great transformation. Perhaps I'll be able to make it in time for this extermination battle. Then, he cleared all distracting thoughts and prepared to enter seclusion to cultivate. I have to refine the heavenly Tao origin to obtain enough experience points. Before refining, Jiang Xi first looked at his experience points. Experience points, 14 trillion, he had only been in the ancient deity realm for less than a day, but he had already killed more than 100 perfected cultivators of foreign races. After killing these foreign perfected lords, each of them gave at least 10 billion EXP, which brought him close to 5 trillion EXP. Of course, the experience points obtained from these kills were not even as much as a strand of heavenly Tao origin. Refining a wisp of heavenly Tao origin would give him 10 trillion experience points. This time, he had gone through 9 tribulations in the ancient immortal world, and the universe had given him a total of 3,191 strands of heavenly Tao origin. The experience points after refining all of them should be enough for me to deduce for 100,000 years, right? Jiang Xi thought to himself as he began to refine them. With the current strength of his primordial spirit, he could refine 100 strands a day. However, in just 10 days, Jiang Xi was pleasantly surprised. When he had refined the 999th wisp of heavenly Tao origin, which meant that his EXP had exceeded 1 trillion, a notification from the interface rang in his mind. The EXP panel has been updated. Please check it. This voice hasn't appeared for a long time. Jiang Xi quickly opened the experience panel. After a careful examination, he found a few places that had changed. Cultivation main body, tribulation transcender, 9 tribulations, 90 billion, clone, tribulation transcender, 9 tribulations, 90 billion, Tao technique, no changes secret technique, no changes amplitude, no changes cultivation technique, no changes deduction, 1 million EXP conversion, 1 eternal EXP equals 1 trillion EXP, 1 eternal fragment equals 1 eternal EXP experience points, 1004 trillion eternal EXP, 0. First of all, in terms of cultivation, there had been a change after he had gone through 9 tribulations. The main body and clone belonged to the same primordial spirit level. Since the main body had gone through the heavenly tribulation, the clone was naturally judged to be a 9th tribulation transcender by the universe. The only difference was that the clone's physical strength was not as good as the main body that had gone through the heavenly tribulation and the baptism of the immortal gate. Secondly, there was a change in the deduction function. In the past, it consumed 10,000 EXP to deduce once. Now, it consumed 1 million EXP, and the deduction efficiency was higher. Then, there was a new function, conversion. Finally, there was a new unit of EXP measurement. Eternal EXP. 1 trillion EXP can be converted into 1 eternal EXP, which can then be converted into 1 eternal fragment. Eternal EXP is easy to understand, but what is an eternal fragment? Jiang Ci tried to convert 1 trillion EXP once and succeeded in converting 1 eternal EXP. However, when he tried to convert the eternal fragment, he failed. It gave me a new function, but I can't use it? What kind of garbage panel is this? Jiang Ci complained. Is it because my cultivation level is not high enough? After calming down and thinking about it, Jiang Ci guessed that the eternal fragment should not be something that a tribulation transcender powerhouse could come into contact with. Therefore, he could not use this function for the time being. I'll try it after I reverse life and death and become a true monarch. Jiang Ci did not think much and continued to refine the heavenly Tao's origin. After more than 20 days, he finally refined all 3,191 wisps of the heavenly Tao's origin. Experience points, 2,924 trillion eternal EXP. 1. His EXP balance had reached a number that even Riverward himself couldn't imagine. This gave him a huge boost of confidence. Next, I'll deduce with all my strength. After the deduction function was upgraded, Jiang Ci only used the panel to deduce the Mountain Sea Sword scripture once and noticed obvious changes. The trace of inspiration in his heart regarding the 7th style of the Great Tao Scroll became clearer. The efficiency is very high. Perhaps it will only take a few thousand years to deduce it successfully. Jiang Ci's eyes lit up. Moreover, on Lu Yuzhou's Starry Sky Island, a few thousand years was less than a day in the original universe. In addition, while deferring with all his strength, he did not forget to observe the secret technique stone inscriptions, using the panel to learn the secret techniques and accumulate his own foundation. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Ci had spent 5,000 years on this Starry Sky Island, but only half a day had passed in the outside world. In the sky above this Starry Sky Island, there was a Milky Way formed by stars, hanging upside down like a waterfall. It was very spectacular. At this time, at the source of the Milky Way, Qingshi and Celestial Venerable Lu were sitting cross-legged, looking at the Starry Sky Island below. Qingshi, why do you have to go through all this trouble and find a little guy to complete this bet? Even if he is a prodigy of the human race, it's impossible for him to create an ultimate secret technique in 100,000 years. Although Celestial Venerable Lu, who looked like a young girl in green, was sitting cross-legged, she supported her chin with one hand and sighed in boredom. If I'm not careful and kill him, who will be responsible for this? Is it yours or mine? The human race is a bunch of lunatics. The previous Celestial Venerable Purple Firmament and the current Celestial Venerable Ming are all ruthless people. I don't want to be enemies with them. Look, this little guy is not dead yet, but the human race is about to start a race extermination war for him. I'm just a willow tree. I can't bear their anger. She sighed again. Qingshi smiled. Don't think about such useless things. You should feel sorry for your 5th stage supreme treasure first. TSK, I don't believe he can overturn the heavens. Celestial Venerable Lu glanced at him. You should prepare to go to the Chaos Sea with me. I've been eyeing that treasure land for a long time. Qingshi just smiled and shook his head, no longer speaking. In just a moment, Celestial Venerable Lu's expression changed. This is impossible. In the secret technique stone forest on the Starry Sky Island below, 7 sword lights rose into the sky, as if they were going to change the world. Even time and space were affected. After 5,000 years of deduction, I finally created the 7th style of the Great Tao Scroll through that trace of inspiration. Jiang Ci opened his eyes. An array of Sword Tao divine light burst forth, exuding astonishing power. Just his gaze alone could easily kill a tribulation transcender powerhouse. He had successfully deduced the 7th style of the Great Tao Scroll, the 5-element sword style. The difficulty of this 7th style was not low. The time it took to deduce the first 6 styles of the Great Tao Scroll added up to less than 1,000 years. In comparison, in order to deduce the seventh style, he had used more than 5,000 years. Moreover, this was under the condition that the deduction function had been upgraded. If it hadn't been upgraded, it would probably have taken him 50,000 years to deduce it. As expected of an ultimate mystic technique that only Tao Lords can master. Jiang Xi understood that without the existence of the experience panel, it would be impossible for him to create an ultimate mystic technique with only the cultivation of a ninth tribulation transcender. Although it was only the most basic ultimate mystic technique. He looked at the changes in the experience panel. Mystic technique, Mountain Sea Sword Sutra, Great Tao Scroll, 10 trillion/10 trillion, because it was a self-created mystic technique, there was no need for the experience panel to continue upgrading it. Let's test its power. Jiang Xi stood up, and the fourth stage supreme treasure, abyss-devouring divine sword, appeared in his hand. Buzz, the sword trembled slightly, and just the buzzing sound alone shook the void. Immediately afterward, 7 huge sword lights soared into the sky. A green sword light representing the wind sword style was suspended above. A 5-colored sword light representing the 5-element sword style appeared under his feet. 5 different colored sword lights that represented the 5 elemental Taoist techniques circled around him. These 7 sword lights were like a whole, forming a complete system. It was as if they could change heaven and earth and affect the space-time. Very strong. Jiang Xi carefully sensed the power of the sword lights, full of confidence. With a thought, the space-time within 1,000,000 kilometers of this starry sky island was under his control. Self-created heaven and earth. Although it was still not as good as a Tao Lord's space-time control, it was far better than his previous self-created heaven and earth. But this time, it was 1,000,000 kilometers. This is still not controlling space-time, but the second stage of self-created heaven and earth. Jiang Xi had long understood this point. In the past, Tao Lord 9 Firmaments had explained to him in detail the division between self-created heaven and earth and space-time control. Whoosh! Suddenly, he disappeared into thin air. As if he had teleported, he crossed 1,000,000 kilometers and appeared at the edge of the self-created heaven and earth. This is a method that only perfected lords and above are qualified to use, spatial teleportation. Jiang Xi smiled. The ancient immortal world had a terrifying aura. Space was completely still, so it was naturally impossible to use such a method. But in the universe, one could sense space fluctuations, so there was no such restriction. The distance that perfected lords could teleport was related to their understanding of the heavenly Tao. If they did not have any understanding of the heavenly Tao, they could not use spatial teleportation. The greater the understanding of the heavenly Tao, the further the teleportation distance. But the spatial teleportation of a perfected lord is far inferior to my teleportation in terms of distance and flexibility. As long as I am in the range of the self-created heaven and earth, I can teleport to anywhere. Not only that, I can also accelerate time for a short period of time. Jiang Xi teleported again and came in front of a small grass that had just emerged from the ground. With a thought, the grass began to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just 3 seconds, it grew from an inch-tall sprout to 3 inches tall. The next moment, Jiang Xi's face turned pale, and he quickly stopped this process. Phew, so much energy. A short period of time acceleration had almost used up all the immortal power in his body, and more than half of the energy of his essence spirit was also consumed. When I reverse life and death and cultivate to become a perfected lord, the immortal power in my body will transform. Then, the pressure on me will definitely not be so great. And in a battle between experts, there can be hundreds and thousands of collisions in a second. 3 seconds of time acceleration, coupled with spatial teleportation, is enough for me to do a lot of things. My strength has increased greatly, and I can kill a 5th transformation perfected lord with one strike. However, in my current state, if I encounter a Tao Lord, it will still be very dangerous. Jiang Xi calculated in his heart. He knew very well that if he did not solve the problem of his essence spirit's defense, he would always be passive in front of a Tao Lord. Even if he reversed life and death, it would at most improve this problem. Once he encountered a top-notch Tao Lord, the other party might be able to completely destroy his essence spirit with one strike. So, this time, I must win the bet between Senior Qing Shi and Heavenly Venerable Lu. As long as I win the bet, I can get a 5th stage Essence Spirit Supreme Treasure from Heavenly Venerable Lu. Jiang Ci thought so in his heart, but he did not choose to challenge Heavenly Venerable Lu now. According to the bet, Heavenly Venerable Lu's cultivation level had to be the same as his, both being 9th Tribulation Transcenders. Moreover, Heavenly Venerable Lu could use the most basic ultimate secret technique. However, Jiang Ci was not arrogant enough to think that he could defeat Heavenly Venerable Lu just by creating an ultimate secret technique. His foundation was far inferior to Heavenly Venerable Lu's. Even if Heavenly Venerable Lu suppressed his cultivation level to 9th Tribulation Transcender, his understanding of battle and on-the-spot experience would definitely far surpass his. At the very least, I have to go through all the secret techniques in the secret technique stone forest to be safe. Just as Jiang Ci was thinking this, the figures of Qing Shi and Heavenly Venerable Lu suddenly appeared in front of him. "Greetings, seniors." He hurriedly bowed. Qing Shi grinned like a prehistoric barbarian. As for Heavenly Venerable Lu, she moved in front of Jiang Ci and stared at Jiang Ci's face for a long time. In the end, when Jiang Ci felt his hair stand on end, she said in disbelief, "If it weren't for your age, I would have thought that you were some prehistoric old monster pretending to be young and teaming up with Qing Shi to trick my treasures. In just a short 5,000 years, you created an ultimate secret technique. Even I don't have the ability to do this." Heavenly Venerable Lu shook his head repeatedly. "Thank you for your praise, Senior." Jiang Ci laughed. "Actually, before coming here, I had already created the prototype of this ultimate secret technique. Now, it's mainly because of Senior's secret technique Stone Forest that I was able to complete this ultimate secret technique in such a short time." Jiang Ci was very modest and credited the secret technique Stone Forest to him. He flattered Heavenly Venerable Lu so that he might have a good impression of him. He did not want to offend a Heavenly Venerable for no reason. All right, stop flattering me." Heavenly Venerable Lu waved his hand. "Tell me, what kind of supreme treasure do you want?" Jiang Ci was stunned. "Senior, we don't have to compete. What's the point of competing?" Heavenly Venerable Lu was very unhappy. "Even with the secret technique Stone Forest's help, I estimate that the time you used to create this ultimate secret technique was less than 10,000 years. With such a heaven-defying talent, if I really let you continue to study it for 100,000 years, I will still lose when we compete again. Moreover, this ultimate secret technique of yours can actually affect time and space and form a world of its own. No matter what, I can't win. Therefore, there's no need to compete at all. You win." Jiang Ci imitated Qing Shi and grinned. "Hurry up, what kind of supreme treasure do you want?" Heavenly Venerable Lu did not hide his displeasure and said in a bad mood. "An Essence Soul Supreme Treasure," Jiang Ci said hurriedly. "Take it." Something appeared in Heavenly Venerable Lu's hand and he threw it out. At the same time, he said, "This treasure is called the Heavenly Awakening Soul Armor. With your current cultivation, if you completely refine it, even if you encounter a flood-level Tao Lord who specializes in Essence Soul attacks, your Essence Soul will be safe and sound. Thank you for the treasure, Senior." Jiang Ci received it in surprise and joy. This was a golden armor that was only the size of a thumb. It had a misty halo and looked somewhat illusory. It emitted the aura of a 5th stage supreme treasure. "All right, the bet is over. You can leave on your own." Heavenly Venerable Lu waved his hand. "That." Jiang Ci was a little embarrassed. "You have the treasure. What else do you want?" Heavenly Venerable Lu glared. "Senior, can I continue to cultivate here for a while?" Jiang Ci asked. The flow of time here was 3.6 million times faster than that of the original universe. There was also the secret technique Stone Forest that could be considered a treasure trove. He did not want to let go of such a precious cultivation ground so easily. Heavenly Venerable Lu looked at Qingshi, who did not speak. Then, she said, "That's fine, but there is a condition." "Senior, please tell me," Jiang Xi hurriedly said. "When you become a Tao Lord, help me take care of Mu Ning. Speaking of which, he is the same as you. He is also a disciple of the Purple Heaven sect of the human race," Heavenly Venerable Lu said. Mu Ning. Jiang Xi was surprised. Heavenly Venerable Lu was indeed related to Mu Ning. No wonder their outfits were so similar. "That's right. I watched Mu Ning grow up. He can be considered my disciple." Heavenly Venerable Lu nodded. "I am about to head to the Chaos Sea. I don't know when I will return. Mu Ning has the heart of a child and is pure by nature. I am worried that he will suffer in the future." Chaos Sea? Jiang Xi's heart skipped a beat. This was the first time he had heard of this place. Then, he explained, "Senior, Mu Ning and I are good friends. Even if you didn't say it, if Mu Ning encounters any difficulties in the future, I will help him." "That's good." Heavenly Venerable Lu nodded and disappeared into thin air. Jiang Xi held the Heavenly Awakening Soul Armor in his hand. The joy in his heart had yet to dissipate. He looked at Qingshi, who had been silent all this while, and bowed respectfully. Jiang Xi thanks Senior Qingshi. Not only did Qingshi save him from a life-and-death crisis, but he also brought him such a great opportunity. This was a great favor. "No need to thank me. You won all of this with your own ability." Qingshi smiled. A fifth-stage essence soul true treasure is very difficult to find even in the Chaos Sea. I hope you can make good use of it. Jiang Xi nodded solemnly. At the same time, he was very curious. What kind of place was the Chaos Sea that these two heavenly venerables were talking about? Although he had not cultivated for long, with his identity, he could come into contact with a lot of secret information. He thought that he knew a lot about the original universe, but he had never heard of the Chaos Sea. Then, he asked Qingshi about this. If the Chaos Sea is an ocean, then the original universe that we live in is just one of the bigger islands. You should be able to understand if I put it this way, right? Qingshi answered very simply. But this simple sentence subverted Jiangxi's worldview, making him incomparably shocked. How big was the original universe? In Jiang Xi's opinion, it should be vast and boundless. But now, Qingshi told him that the original universe was just one of the bigger islands in the Chaos Sea. Jiang Xi fell into deep thought. So there was such a big world. You can continue cultivating here. Whenever you want to leave, just use that green token to send me a message. Qingshi interrupted his thoughts. Jiang Xi was speechless. Previously, he had tried to send a message countless times, but there was no response. Don't worry. I'll definitely be there this time. Qingshi saw through Jiang Xi's thoughts. He laughed and disappeared, Heavenly Venerable. Jiang Xi looked up at the upside-down Milky Way, fascinated. He had been using his heaven and earth, but these two heavenly venerables came and went freely in front of him. Moreover, he could not sense the spatial fluctuations when the heavenly venerables left, even though this was his heaven and earth. Heavenly Venerable, the Chaos Sea is just a matter of time. Jiang Xi took a deep breath. Then, he teleported back to the secret technique stone forest and entered a state of cultivation again. First, he adjusted the content of his cultivation. He did not continue to derive the Mountain Sea Sword Sutra. Instead, he focused on deriving the mantra. According to his deduction, the next volume of the Mountain Sea Sword Sutra was the Heavenly Tao volume, which was based on the Heavenly Tao. His current mantra realm was still at the Great Tao level. Only by going one step further and stepping into the Heavenly Tao could he continue to improve the Mountain Sea Sword Sutra. However, even with the help of the experience panel, Jiang Xi could not guarantee that he could derive the mantra to the Heavenly Tao level in just 100,000 years. Usually, only the talented perfected lords had the chance to comprehend the Heavenly Tao. However, Just comprehending it and mastering a heavenly Tao was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. This was because mastering at least one heavenly Tao was the prerequisite to becoming a Tao Lord. In the entire primal universe, there were only 100 or so Tao Lord level experts. One could imagine how difficult it was to control a heavenly Tao. If I can derive the mantra to the heavenly Tao level, I can directly use the experience panel to reach perfection and become a Tao Lord in one fell swoop. This is not as simple as crossing a major realm. The difficulty can be imagined. Jiang Xi shook his head. The greater the increase in strength, the more difficult it would be to cultivate. My cultivation speed is already very fast. Let's consider reversing life and death and becoming a perfected Lord first. Jiang Xi's gaze landed on the secret technique stone inscriptions. Reversing life and death tested one's mental state and foundation accumulation. In terms of mental state, Jiang Xi was naturally not afraid. There were 3 realms of mental cultivation: false, grand, and void. He had already reached the perfection level of the void heart realm, and his mental state had reached greater mastery. What he lacked now was foundation accumulation. The secret technique stone inscriptions in front of him could solve this problem very well. In the following time, Jiang Xi derived the mantra while learning the secret technique stone inscriptions. At the same time, he did not forget to refine the supreme treasures. The rank 5 supreme treasure Sixfold Mountain, the rank 5 supreme treasure Heaven Awakening Soul Armor, and the special supreme treasure Heaven Piercing Tower all needed to be refined. Especially Heaven Piercing Tower. The 100 million supreme-grade immortal crystals he had exchanged with the Immortal Abode token last time was enough for him to refine Heaven Piercing Tower to the 36th level. The only problem was that refining Heaven Piercing Tower would take a very long time. Previously, in order to refine Heaven Piercing Tower to the 9th level with the help of a supreme treasure that was 100 times faster than the Heavenly Spirit Origin Liquid, he had spent a full 1,000 years. If he wanted to refine Heaven Piercing Tower to the 36th level, it would naturally take even longer. But now, he was in an environment where time was accelerated by 3.6 million times. None of this was a problem. Moreover, he had the even more effective Heavenly Spirit Gold Liquid to assist in refining. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Xi had spent 80,000 years on Lu Yuzhou's Starry Sky Island. This was also the longest seclusion he had ever gone through since he started cultivating. When he opened his eyes, the vicissitudes of time flashed through them. Although only 8 days had passed in the original universe, he had lived for close to 90,000 years. After 80,000 years of seclusion, Jiang Xi had used the interface to learn and upgrade all the secret techniques in this stone forest. Now, he felt like he had read a lot of books, and the quantitative change had reached a qualitative change. The foundation that he had accumulated had become incomparably deep. Jiang Xi believed that even among Tao Lords, there were not many who could surpass him in terms of foundation. This was because the secret techniques in this stone forest had been hidden by a heavenly venerate. In the entire original universe, perhaps only the secret technique vaults of the human race, the demon race, and the ghost race, the 3 pinnacle races, could compare to this stone forest. And now, he had learned all the secret techniques in the stone forest. The foundation has been formed. I can reverse life and death. Jiang Xi's aura was very strong. Chapter 580. Reversing life and death was a very mysterious process. Life and death could be achieved with a single thought. Throughout the primal universe, countless talented cultivators had been born from the rise and fall of races since ancient times. However, the number of cultivators who could actually take this step was very few. Even for a peak race like the human race, there were only slightly more than 100,000 true monarchs. And that was after countless eras. Sometimes, there might not be a new perfected cultivator even after thousands of eras. As for those who could reverse life and death 5 times and become rank 5 perfected cultivators, there were even fewer of them. There were only 1,000 rank 5 perfected cultivators in the original universe. On this day, in another universe, Jiang Xi began the process of reversing life and death. He was very decisive and didn't hesitate after making the decision. In an instant, the universe within 1 billion kilometers fell into complete darkness and the stars lost their light. 5 soul lamps appeared between Jiang Xi's eyebrows. Then, as the soul lamp continued to expand, it quickly rose into the air above the starry island. In the end, the 5 soul lamps became 90,000 feet tall. The golden flames in the lamps were like small stars, becoming the only light in the dark universe. Extinguish! Jiang Xi thought. As if someone had blown on it, the first soul lamp was extinguished. Then, the soul lamp collapsed and turned into specks of golden light. Like a golden rainbow, it fell back to the island and went into Jiang Xi's mind. At this time, his primordial spirit was sitting on the 7-colored lotus in his mind. There were 2 golden light circles behind his head. When the golden streak of light from the first soul lamp entered his sea of consciousness, the previously tranquil sea of consciousness was thrown into turmoil. The golden rainbow looked sacred, but it was affecting the mind, as if it was trying to draw out the evil thoughts and desires in the deepest part of Jiang Xi's heart. Kill! There seemed to be a murderous and lustful sound that created all kinds of evil thoughts in Jiang Xi's mind. Then, Jiang Xi's primordial spirit opened its eyes and shot out a ray of light. Surrender! In just an instant, those evil thoughts all dissipated, and his sea of consciousness returned to calmness. The golden rainbow also turned into a circle of golden light. As if it sensed the attraction, it appeared behind the Essence Soul's head, becoming the 3rd circle of Essence Soul, golden light. After becoming a first revolution true monarch, one's lifespan would be endless. As expected, the soul-extinguishing lamp consumes one's foundation. In order to subdue the golden streak of light formed by the soul lamps, one had to possess a sufficiently powerful mental state. If one's mental state is weak, it's very easy for one to get lost in the evil thoughts, eventually leading to the collapse of one's essence soul. Jiang Xi understood. Just now, he'd clearly sensed that when he'd extinguished the soul lamp, the foundation he'd accumulated over the past 80,000 years had been slightly reduced. Then, after the golden rainbow entered the sea of consciousness, it would lead to all kinds of evil thoughts, causing people to lose themselves. If one's heart was demonic, or if one's will was not firm enough, it would be very difficult to subdue the golden rainbow. My state of mind has long reached the perfect 3rd realm. Nothing can affect my state of mind. Jiang Xi was very confident. The next moment, he felt that his essence soul was extremely empty, and his body was extremely hungry. It was as if he'd been hungry for 10,000 eras. He was so hungry that his heart was flustered, and his eyes were green. If I want to complete the next transformation, I still lack energy. With a thought, Jiang Xi was like a black hole, crazily devouring and plundering the cosmic energy within a radius of 1 billion kilometers. The sea of stars was trembling and rumbling as an endless stream of cosmic energy gathered. During this process, his body and essence soul were rapidly transforming and improving in all aspects. Originally, his body was comparable to a 2nd-stage ultimate treasure, and the strength of his essence soul was comparable to that of a 5th transformation true lord. Finally, after this transformation, Jiang Xi discovered that the strength of his body and essence soul had increased by 100 times. Moreover, he'd just completed 1 reversal of life and death, and there were still 4 more. What level could his body and essence soul reach in the end? Jiang Xi was looking forward to it. On the other side, Jiang Xi's reversal of life and death attracted the attention of Heavenly Venerable Lu and Heavenly Venerable Qing Shi. These 2 Heavenly Venerables arrived at a void near the Starry Sky Island almost at the same time. 90,000 feet tall, this is a limit soul lamp. Only the most talented cultivators can draw out such a soul lamp from the immortal sect. Heavenly Venerable Lu said softly. Although she had the appearance of a young girl in green, her eyes were extremely deep. Time and space flowed, and all things evolved, hiding the truth of the universe. Heavenly Venerable Lu glanced at Jiang Xi. The person who was reversing life and death in front of him was the most talented genius of the human race. Or rather, the most talented genius of the original universe. The height of a soul lamp ranged from 100,000 feet to 90,000 feet. The higher the soul lamp, the stronger the talent. A 90,000-foot tall soul lamp had not appeared for many, many years. After the first soul lamp was extinguished, Heavenly Venerable Lu said to Heavenly Venerable Qingshi, "This little guy borrowed my secret technique treasury to accumulate an incomparably deep foundation for himself. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had the chance to blow out such a limit soul lamp." Moreover, his transformation was completed by absorbing Lu Yuzhou's energy. "He owes me." Heavenly Venerable Qingshi grinned and said nothing. Heavenly Venerable Lu continued, "You saved him from the ancient immortal world and helped him take a fifth-tier supreme treasure from me. You think very highly of him." Heavenly Venerable Qingshi still said nothing. "I don't care what you're scheming about him. Now that he owes me, shouldn't you help him pay it back? You can accompany me to the Chaos Sea and pay it back for him." Heavenly Venerable Lu tried to make a final invitation to Heavenly Venerable Qingshi. "Jiang Ci will pay back what he owes you in the future. It has nothing to do with me." Heavenly Venerable Qingshi smiled and shook his head. Heavenly Venerable Lu gritted her teeth and said, "That treasure land might have clues to a 7th-tier supreme treasure. That's a legendary item. Maybe it's a disaster." Heavenly Venerable Qingshi still shook his head. Heavenly Venerable Lu's eyes widened. She didn't expect Qingshi to remain indifferent after she threw out such a big piece of news. She was about to say something when the dark starry sky in the distance changed again. It expanded from a radius of 1 billion kilometers to 10 billion kilometers. In the starry sky, all the stars lost their light. It was as if the sun had been extinguished. "He's going to extinguish the second soul lamp?" Heavenly Venerable Qingshi and Heavenly Venerable Lu turned their attention back to the starry sky island. "How many can he extinguish in a row?" Heavenly Venerable Lu muttered to himself. With his current accumulation, he should be able to extinguish 3 of these extreme soul lamps. However, it depends on his mental cultivation. He has been in seclusion here for 80,000 years and has experienced very little. His mental cultivation shouldn't be too high. Do you want to make another bet? It's still the same bet as last time. If you win, I can accompany you to the Chaos Sea. Heavenly Venerable Qingshi suddenly smiled. Heavenly Venerable Lu was very tempted. After frowning slightly, she shook her head. "I don't have the habit of losing a second time." At this time, the second 90,000 feet tall soul lamp was extinguished. Just like before, it turned into a golden rainbow and fell into the starry sky island. In just a moment, the cosmic energy within a radius of 10 billion kilometers was almost completely devoured by Jiang Ci. Then, the dark starry sky expanded again, covering a radius of 100 billion kilometers. Jiang Ci was going to reverse life and death for the 3rd time. Next, the 2 heavenly venerables stopped talking, and their expressions became serious. Because Jiang Ci's soul lamp was an extreme soul lamp, the difficulty of reversing life and death for the 3rd time was even higher than ordinary perfected lord's 4th rank. But soon, the 3rd soul lamp was extinguished and successfully turned into a golden rainbow. Then, it was subdued by Jiang Ci without any difficulty. His mental cultivation. Heavenly Venerable Lu was a little surprised. Even though she was a heavenly venerable, she felt that she couldn't see through Jiang Ci anymore. A little guy who had been in seclusion for 80,000 years and hadn't experienced much actually had such a high mental cultivation. But Heavenly Venerable Lu discovered that the surprise just now was only the beginning. Because Jiang Ci had no intention of stopping at all. The dark starry sky expanded again, from 100 billion kilometers to 100 trillion kilometers. Not long after, the 4th reversal of life and death was successful. Immediately after, the dark starry sky expanded to an area of 1 light year. He's preparing to extinguish 5 soul lamps in a row. Becoming a rank 5 perfected lord in one go. Heavenly Venerable Lu's eyes widened. Heavenly Venerable Bluestone, who looked like a barbarian, had a deep look in his eyes as if he could see through everything. But at this moment, there was a flash of worry in the depths of his eyes. He knew very well that the difficulty of Jiang Xi's fifth reversal of life and death was no less than that of becoming a Tao Lord. In the entire history of the original universe, no cultivator had been able to reverse life and death 5 times in a row. Even that peerlessly talented lunatic of the human race took more than 1,000 years to extinguish 5 soul lamps. Are we going to witness the birth of a legend? Heavenly Venerable Lu had a mysterious feeling in his heart. In fact, Jiang Xi was also a little hesitant just now. He believed that with his mental cultivation, he could resist the evil thoughts caused by the 5th soul lamp. However, the foundation he had accumulated might not be enough. After extinguishing 4 soul lamps in a row just now, he had already used up more than 70% of his foundation. The first spurt of energy, the second spurt of energy, and the third spurt of energy. If I miss this opportunity, it might be even more difficult to extinguish the 5th soul lamp. Jiang Xi realized. Without any hesitation, he expanded the area covered by the dark sky. Then, with a thought, he used the remaining foundation in his mind to turn it into an invisible wind and blow it toward the flame of the 5th soul lamp. Whoosh! The golden flame, which was almost 10,000 feet tall, shook violently in the sky as if it was about to be extinguished, but it still flickered tenaciously. My foundation is not only the accumulation of cultivation, secret arts, but also memories. Extinguish. Jiang Xi gave it his all. In the end, he turned all of his memories into an invisible wind and blew it toward the flame of the soul lamp. Woo! The last bit of the soul lamp's light disappeared. The space within a 1 light-year radius was completely dark and silent. Jiang Xi's eyes became blank as if he had lost everything. All of his memories and foundation in his mind were burned out by the golden flame of the 5th soul lamp. After an unknown period of time, he began to recover. An extremely strong devouring power was crazily devouring the universe energy within a 1 light-year radius. A 1 light-year radius was larger than the size of the solar system. But at this time, all of the universe energy, stars, meteorites, nebulas, and so on were devoured by Jiang Xi. These energies were helping Jiang Xi complete an intense transformation. At this moment, his body, primordial spirit, and the immortal power in his body were all rising to an unimaginable level. It was definitely not a level that an ordinary 5th-rank true monarch could reach. A moment later, the transformation ended. Jiang Xi sat cross-legged in the air quietly, but his body was overflowing with treasure light. Just the ripples of his aura alone were enough to cause the space around him to crack open into terrifying abyssal rifts. After extinguishing 5 soul lamps, my body's strength has risen from a 2nd-rank true treasure to a 4th-rank true treasure. Jiang Xi was overjoyed. Before the opening of the ancient immortal world, the true monarchs of the original universe were not qualified to possess true treasures. Even 1st-rank true treasures were extremely precious. And now, his body was a 4th-rank true treasure. Previously, when my body was still a 2nd-rank true treasure, Tao Lord Buckwheat couldn't do anything to me. Now, even if I stand there and let him attack me, he won't be able to break through my defense. Jiang Xi smiled confidently. It was a well-known fact that true treasures were difficult to destroy, let alone a 4th-rank true treasure. Then, Jiang Xi's consciousness sank into his sea of consciousness. He could see that there were 7 golden halos behind his primordial spirit. They seemed to have reached a perfect state and were incomparably sacred. 2 of the golden halos were obtained by cultivating his mind. The other 5 were naturally formed by reversing life and death. After reversing life and death 5 times, my primordial spirit seems to have undergone 2 transformations. The strength of my primordial spirit is comparable to a 5th-rank true monarch. Could it be that it has risen to the level of a flood-level Tao Lord? Jiang Xi was a little uncertain. He knew that there were 4 major realms of Tao Lords: space, time, flood, and desolate. However, He didn't know the specific situation of the various realms of Tao Lords, so he couldn't determine how strong his primordial spirit was. After breaking through 2 realms, he should have reached the level of a flood-level Tao Lord. As for the specifics, he needed to make further judgments. No matter what, my strength has undergone a qualitative leap this time. Before reversing life and death, I could be considered the number 1 person in the primordial universe. Now, even among Tao Lords, I can be ranked above average. Jiang Ci was in high spirits and extremely confident. Furthermore, he had a 5th rank armor and 5th rank essence soul's supreme treasure. There shouldn't be many Tao Lords who could pose a threat to him. Furthermore, I have a special supreme treasure, the Heaven Connecting Tower. In the past 80,000 years of seclusion, with the help of the Golden Spirit Liquid, he had successfully refined the 36th level of the Heaven Connecting Tower. He could unleash 1% of the Heaven Connecting Tower's power. With my current cultivation, I should be able to kill a flood-level Tao Lord if I activate the Heaven Connecting Tower, right? Jiang Ci guessed. He shook his head again. Without actual combat, nothing could be confirmed. Since I've completed reversing life and death, my seclusion this time can be considered complete. Jiang Ci flipped his hand and took out a green token. He prepared to send a message to Heavenly Venerable Bluestone and leave Lu Yuzhou. With his current strength, even if he entered seclusion here for another 10,000 to 20,000 years, it would be difficult for him to improve much. More importantly, he still wanted to meet Jiang Daodu again. He didn't want to wait here any longer. However, before he could send the message, Heavenly Venerable Bluestone and Heavenly Venerable Lu appeared in front of him. Jiang Ci's heart skipped a beat. This time, he sensed the spatial fluctuations of the 2 Heavenly Venerables teleporting. Who are you, kid? Could you be the reincarnation of some prehistoric monster? Heavenly Venerable Lu frowned, the shock in his eyes still lingering. It's mainly because of Senior's cultivation ground. Jiang Ci smiled. Don't talk about such useless things. You've cultivated for less than 100,000 years to reach such a level. The cultivation environment has little effect. It's mainly up to you. Heavenly Venerable Lu shook his head. With your strength, even a universe realm Tao Lord would find it difficult to harm your life now, he added. Jiang Ci understood. It seemed that his judgment of his strength just now was quite accurate. At this moment, a sparkling and translucent willow branch appeared in Heavenly Venerable Lu's hand. This is my keepsake. If you encounter any problems in the future, you can contact me through this, whether it's in the Primal Universe or the Chaos Sea. Thank you, Senior. Jiang Ci didn't decline, nor did he think too much about it. For now, having this Heavenly Venerable keepsake was equivalent to having an additional backer. One had to know that the human race was so powerful, but they only had one Heavenly Venerable. Heavenly Venerable Bluestone watched from the side and grinned. Of course, he knew Heavenly Venerable Lu's intentions. It's time to go, he said to Jiang Ci, then disappeared with Jiang Ci. Only Heavenly Venerable Lu was left in the Starry Island. She stood in place, frowning slightly, and muttered to herself, "This old guy is the most mysterious Heavenly Venerable in the Primal Universe. No one knows his roots. I didn't expect him to have such a close relationship with a prodigy of the human race. This time, through Jiang Ci, I might be able to find out his secret." A cyan stone carried 2 people through a world full of gray fog at an extremely fast speed. It was unknown how fast it was. Heavenly Venerable Bluestone sat cross-legged, while Jiang Ci was a little excited and found it difficult to calm down. If he counted the 80,000 years of seclusion, he hadn't seen Jiang Daodu for more than 80,000 years. However, this long period of time didn't erase his memories of Jiang Daodu. Instead, they became even clearer. Not long after, the cyan stone passed through a spatial barrier and arrived at a paradise. There were flowers and trees here, a small bridge with flowing water, and a 7-colored rainbow hung in the sky. Just being in it could make one completely calm down. However, at this moment, Jiang Ci became even more excited. At a glance, he saw a fairy-like figure lying in the middle of a flowerbed, as if she was sleeping. Whoosh, Jiang Xi's movements were very light. In a flash, he arrived beside Jiang Daodu. The little girl was sleeping very soundly. He tried to wake her up, but failed. Senior? Jiang Xi looked at Heavenly Venerable Bluestone in confusion. Heavenly Venerable Bluestone smiled and said, "You can't wake her up because this is a small world I created. No matter how many years have passed in the outside world, it is only a moment for Jiang Daodu, who is sleeping. She won't wake up unless I remove time stop," Heavenly Venerable Bluestone said with a smile. Jiang Xi was startled. He used heaven and earth. Sure enough, he sensed that the time in this world was frozen. He nodded, and a smile appeared on his face. This was for the best. He understood Jiang Daodu's character very well. If this little girl really cultivated in seclusion for 6,000 years, she would probably die of boredom. Then, Jiang Xi discovered something that surprised him. The aura fluctuations emitted from Jiang Daodu's body indicated that she was a ninth tribulation transcender. This little girl really has a cheat that can make her stronger while sleeping. Jiang Xi's eyes widened. He had gone through a lot of hardships in the original universe to cultivate to the ninth tribulation transcender realm. Jiang Daodu became a ninth tribulation transcender after sleeping for 6,000 years. She didn't even need to transcend the heavenly tribulation. Jiang Xi couldn't help but ask, "Senior, what secret is Jiang Daodu hiding?" Before entering Lu Yuzhou, Heavenly Venerable Bluestone had said that Jiang Daodu's secret would attract the attention of many Heavenly Venerables. Heavenly Venerable Bluestone smiled. When you become a Heavenly Venerable, you will naturally know. Jiang Xi took a deep breath. Another Heavenly Venerable. However, it would be soon. He had already cultivated to rank 5 True Monarch, and the next step was to become a Tao Monarch. When he became a Tao Monarch, would Heavenly Venerable still be far away? At this time, Heavenly Venerable Bluestone said, "Now that you have seen her, I will send you back to the original universe." Jiang Xi was a bit dumbfounded. Just like that, they had seen each other. They hadn't even spoken a word. Her current state is very good, and her strength will continue to increase. Once she wakes up, it will be very difficult for her to enter this state again, Heavenly Venerable Bluestone explained. Jiang Xi sighed. Fine, let him continue to bear the loneliness of this long night. Let's go back to fight and kill Tao monarchs. Lu Yuzhou had been in seclusion for 80,000 years, but only 8 days had passed in the original universe. At this time, the human race had already mobilized an army of immortals to surround the Buckwheat clan and prepare to exterminate them. If he went back now, he would be able to make it in time for this great battle. After being in seclusion for 80,000 years, Jiang Xi didn't forget that he had almost been killed by Tao monarch Buckwheat. Meeting with a smile and dissolving enmity, this kind of thing would never happen to him. Repaying kindness with kindness and taking revenge with revenge, this was his style of doing things. Afterward, the azure stone once again passed through the spatial barrier and entered the world of grey fog. It moved in a certain direction at a strange speed. After a while, Jiang Xi was a bit surprised because he saw 3,600 enormous planets through the rolling grey fog. Senior, why have we returned to the ancient immortal world? Jiang Xi asked. The entire original universe is covered by your human race's skyspan mountain river diagram. Only by passing through this chaos fog can we not be discovered by the diagram, Heavenly Venerable Bluestone said with a smile. Jiang Xi nodded. Chaos fog? Another new term. It sounded like Heavenly Venerable Bluestone didn't want to be monitored by the human race. Before entering the ancient immortal world, Jiang Xi asked again, Senior, what's the origin of this ancient immortal world? Those supreme treasures, immortal artifacts, and immortal Tao materials don't seem to be naturally formed, but artificially forged. When he entered the ancient immortal world for the second time, he had picked up a supreme-grade immortal artifact called the imitation dragon saber. It was obviously artificially forged, but it was unearthed in the ancient immortal world. At that time, he guessed that there might have been a race more powerful than the human race in the original universe, and the ancient immortal world was the habitat of that race. Or perhaps, the ancient immortal world was an ancient battlefield with a long history. You can think of the ancient immortal world as the universe's garbage station. The will of the heavenly Tao will gather the indelible garbage of every era here, and then clean it up regularly. Heavenly Venerable Bluestone's words were shocking, completely different from Jiang Xi's guess. Jiang Xi was stunned. What the fuck is this garbage station? Thinking about it carefully, Heavenly Venerable Bluestone's words seemed to contain a lot of information. Indelible garbage of every era? What was this era referring to? Every era? He quickly rejected this conjecture. It obviously wasn't referring to every era. Jiang Xi wanted to ask more, but Heavenly Venerable Bluestone shook his head. I'll see you off here. The green stone had already arrived in front of the invisible barrier of the ancient immortal world. Heavenly Venerable Bluestone waved his hand and cut a hole in the invisible barrier. Jiang Xi was helpless. He knew that Heavenly Venerable Bluestone's temper wouldn't reveal too much information. At the same time, this Heavenly Venerable powerhouse who had sat on Earth's second moon became more and more mysterious in his heart. The ancient immortal world, which was regarded as a land of treasures by all the races in the universe, was described as a garbage station by Heavenly Venerable Bluestone. It was as if the supreme treasures unearthed here were all garbage. Universe's garbage station, here I come. Jiang Xi passed through the hole in the barrier and entered the ancient immortal world for the fourth time. This time, his strength had taken a huge leap. He could explore the ancient immortal world with his true identity without fear. In the entire original universe, there were very few powerhouses who could threaten him. Chapter 581. Rakshasa Star Zone, Rakshasa Star, the fourth holy land of the ghost race. On this gloomy planet, there were two great temples standing in the starry sky. At this moment, in the second temple, Tao Lord Pan Lian of the Rakshasa race was talking to Tao Lord Hun Zi from a top race. After the great battle in the ancient immortal world, Tao Lord Hun Zi was worried about the safety of his race and had returned. This was only an avatar he had left behind. Because the atmosphere in the original universe had been very tense in the past few days. In order to avenge Jiang Xi, the human race had started a race extermination war. They wanted to destroy a top race with a Tao Lord overseeing it. One had to know that there were only 26 top races in the entire original universe. The crazy actions of the human race worried Tao Lord Hun Zi because the Hun Zi race was also a top race. 8 days ago, he had also participated in the battle to kill the human race's prodigy. He was worried that the human race would target the Hun Zi race after destroying the Buckbuckle race. Although Tao Lord Hun Zi was only a desolate level Tao Lord, he was still a peak existence who had lived since the ancient era. He had witnessed the rise of the human race and their madness. In his opinion, the human race was a bunch of lunatics, especially the upper echelons of the human race. Whether they were alive or dead, they were all lunatics. For the sake of revenge, they could do anything. Therefore, he had left an avatar with his good friend, Tao Lord Pan Lian. Although the Hun Zi race wasn't a subordinate race of the ghost race, he had a good relationship with Tao Lord Pan Lian. If the human race really went crazy and wanted to destroy the Hun Zi race, he could use this avatar to ask Tao Lord Pan Lian for help in time. With this relationship, the ghost race wouldn't need to send an army of immortals. 1 or 2 Tao Lords would be enough to protect the Hun Zi race. In the main hall, Tao Lord Hun Zi and Tao Lord Pan Lian's topic turned back to the battle 8 days ago. I still can't believe that the human kid died just like that. Tao Lord Hun Zi's avatar shook his head. Then, he said confidently, Tao Lord Buckbuckle also insists that he didn't kill Jiang Xi. I think there must be something wrong. Unlike Tao Lord Hun Zi's slightly anxious expression, Dao Lord Pan Lien was very calm because the Yao clan and the Ghost clan were also peak clans. They naturally didn't have to worry about the wrath of the human clan. Moreover, the three peak clans were enemies to begin with. They had already fought against each other for countless epochs in the Outerium battlefield. Dao Lord Pan Lien said softly, "The spatial ripples of the ancient immortal world are completely still. No teleportation methods can be used, unless a celestial venerable secretly took action and pulled him out of the ancient immortal world. However, our race's supreme ghost lord, Heavenly Sovereign Yen Du, has already confirmed that the human race's Heavenly Sovereign Ming Ming did not leave the bright cosmos at that time. There are only a few celestial venerables in the original universe. That human brat has cultivated for less than 10,000 years. It's impossible for him to have the opportunity to meet those lone celestial venerables." He shook his head again. "How strange." Dao Lord Chaos sighed softly, feeling a sense of loss in his heart. More than 100,000 eras ago, he had bestowed upon his favorite disciple, True Monarch Darktime, a grade 3 armor artifact in the shape of a triple mountain. 300 years ago, Perfected Monarch Darktime had told him that the Triple Mountain Supreme Treasure was incomplete and the other parts were with a human Perfected Monarch. This meant that the Triple Mountain Supreme Treasure was not just grade 3, but at least grade 4. Not long ago, True Monarch Darktime had died, and this armor artifact had fallen into the hands of that human Perfected Monarch. After that, that human Perfected Monarch's identity was exposed. He was the peerless prodigy of the human race, Jiang Ci. That was why Dao Lord Chaos had participated in that earth-shattering battle 8 days ago. His goal was not only to avenge his disciple, but more importantly, to obtain the armor artifact on Jiang Ci's body. But in the end, he had seen with his own eyes that Jiang Ci had been reduced to ashes by Dao Lord Buckwheat's attack and had disappeared without a trace. He must be hiding other secrets. Dao Lord Chaos thought to himself, but he did not say these thoughts out loud. He knew very well that even if Jiang Ci's body was destroyed, that armor artifact, which was at least grade 4, would not be damaged. At that moment, a rank 5 true monarch of the Rakshasa race requested an audience and interrupted the conversation between Dao Lord Chaos and Dao Lord Pan Lien. Apart from the rank 5 true monarch, there was also the clone of a rank 3 true monarch who was also from the Rakshasa race. "Greetings, Lord Pan Lien and Lord Chaos." The two perfected monarchs bowed respectfully. Dao Lord Chaos often came to the Rakshasa race, so these perfected monarchs knew him. "What's the matter?" Dao Lord Pan Lien regained his dignified appearance and his voice boomed like thunder. The rank 5 true monarch glanced at Dao Lord Chaos hesitantly and did not immediately speak. "Haha, then I'll leave for now." Dao Lord Chaos laughed. "It's fine. You're an important guest of the Rakshasa race. There's no need to leave." Dao Lord Pan Lien smiled faintly. He usually paid attention to his demeanor and had to maintain the demeanor of a Dao Lord of a peak race. "What's the matter? Tell me in detail," Dao Lord Pan Lien said to the two perfected monarchs below the hall. The two perfected monarchs looked at each other. Finally, the rank 3 true monarch's immortal power clone said respectfully and in detail, "Lord Pan Lien, I just found a flying supreme treasure that's about to be born on planet 181 of the ancient immortal world. Its aura has reached the level of a rank 2 supreme treasure and is still strengthening. According to my judgment, it's at least a rank 3 flying supreme treasure." Whoosh, silence. Only the sound of the wind could be heard in the hall. The atmosphere was a little tense. The two perfected monarchs looked at each other carefully. They knew very well that a rank 3 flying supreme treasure was more valuable than many rank 4 supreme treasures. This was because flying supreme treasures were notoriously rare and extremely precious. Since the opening of the ancient immortal world, more than 10,000 supreme treasures had been born, but only 3 flying supreme treasures had appeared. And all of them were rank 1 supreme treasures. Secondly, and most importantly, flying supreme treasures were life-saving treasures. In this silence, Dao Lord Pan Lien's calm smile froze on his face. He felt like he had shot himself in the foot. Of course, he understood what the two perfected monarchs understood. And in the eyes of Tao monarchs, a rank 3 flying supreme treasure was even more valuable. This was because even Tao monarchs did not have many flying supreme treasures above rank 3. One could imagine how valuable they were. Tao Lord Pan Lien had nowhere to vent his anger. Logically speaking, the Rakshasa perfected monarch was the first to discover this supreme treasure. He would have the upper hand in the upcoming battle for the supreme treasure. But now, Tao Lord Hun Zi had also heard this news. Although they were good friends, there was no need to talk about friendship in the face of such an important opportunity. They had to fight for it because as Tao monarchs, they were already qualified to enter the Chaos Sea. If they could have a high-grade flying supreme treasure while exploring the Chaos Sea, it would be very useful. Not only would it greatly increase their life-saving ability, but it would also make it easier to obtain many opportunities in the battle for them. Alright, you guys can leave. Tao Lord Pan Lien waved his hand. In the end, he did not get angry at his subordinates. After all, he was a Tao monarch and had to have a demeanor. The two Rakshasa perfected monarchs left the second sacred hall, trembling in fear. In the silent hall, Tao Lord Hun Zi did not say a word. His expression did not change and he was still smiling. He did not show the surprise in his heart. Fellow Taoist, this supreme treasure. Let's use our own methods for now. If we encounter a human or demon Tao monarch, how about we work together? Tao Lord Pan Lien said. A rank 3 flying supreme treasure would definitely attract many Tao monarchs to fight for it. Alright. Tao Lord Hun Zi nodded slightly. In fact, his true body and his race had already set off. In the ancient immortal world, the more precious a supreme treasure was, the greater the commotion when it appeared. It did not mean that it would belong to whoever discovered it first. As the aura of the supreme treasure grew stronger, it would attract more people to discover it. Not long after the Rakshasa perfected monarchs reported the news, the Tao monarchs of the human race and demon race, as well as some of the top races, also received the news of the appearance of a flying supreme treasure. A flying supreme treasure that was at least rank 3. Many Tao monarchs heard the news and rushed to planet 181 of the ancient immortal world. In this battle for the supreme treasure, Tao Lord Pan Lien and Tao Lord Hun Zi definitely had the advantage in terms of information. Tao Lord Hun Zi also had the advantage of location because the Hun Zi tribe was closer to the ancient immortal world. Of course, the human Tao monarchs also had a good chance. This was because one of the whirlpools in the ancient immortal world in the human race's territory led directly to planet 181. At the same time, Jiang Xi bade farewell to heavenly venerable Bluestone and entered one of the planets in the ancient immortal world. He did not disguise himself this time and showed his true appearance. Not long after, he identified the planet's serial number through some landmarks. Planet 2334. If you leave the ancient immortal world through this planet's whirlpool, you'll appear near an abandoned secret realm in the primal universe. That place is too far away from the human race's territory. The whirlpool from planet 181 to the ancient immortal world is the closest one to the human race. This information quickly flashed through Jiang Xi's mind. There were 3,600 planets in the ancient immortal world. Every planet had a whirlpool to leave the ancient immortal world. There were also 3,599 whirlpools to other planets. The whirlpool to planet 181 is more than 200 million kilometers away from here. With my current speed, I can fly there in about 15 minutes. Well, there's no hurry. Then, Jiang Xi flew toward one of the whirlpool portals. He wanted to take a detour to planet 181. As for searching for treasures in the ancient immortal world, he had no intention of doing so at the moment. Heavenly Venerable Bluestone's words just now made him lose interest. Right now, his entire being was a 4th-tier supreme treasure. He also had a 4th-grade ultimate treasure, the Abyss Devourer Divine Sword, and 2 5th-grade ultimate treasures, the Sixfold Mountain and the Heaven-Opening Soul Armor. In addition, he had an extremely mysterious ultimate treasure, the Heaven Connecting Tower. In addition, He had dozens of third-grade ultimate treasures and below that he had obtained from killing perfected monarchs of other races. He was filthy rich. And he was still picking trash from the garbage? That was too degrading. No wonder the Tao monarchs of the primal universe rarely come to the ancient immortal world. Only when a fourth-grade ultimate treasure or above appears will Tao monarchs appear and compete for it. Jiang Xia understood. It had been more than 1,300 years since the opening of the ancient immortal world. Tao monarchs had only entered 4 or 5 times. And the last 2 times Tao monarchs entered were related to him. The first time was when he obtained the token of the chaotic heaven immortal abode. Tao monarch Anlin of the demon race came to the ancient immortal world to bully the weak, but he was defeated by his 7th senior brother, Emperor Mi Luo. The other time was 8 days ago. 6 Tao monarchs of other races wanted to kill him, but 3 human Tao monarchs stopped them in the end. The 9 Tao monarchs had an earth-shattering battle that shook the entire universe. I hope there won't be any trouble this time. I'll leave the ancient immortal world safely and participate in the war. Jiang Xi was looking forward to another battle with Tao monarch Buckwheat. In 8 days, he had gone from being an invincible perfected monarch to being comparable to a flood-level Tao monarch. He should be able to shock the entire universe. Whoosh! Jiang Xi flew in the sky above planet 2334 at a leisurely pace. He had no intention of hiding and was not afraid of being discovered. 500,000 kilometers away, there's an ordinary rank 3 true monarch of the star Phoenix race. Did he discover me? This was a vast mountain range. A rank 3 true monarch with a bird head and a human body was hiding there. He saw a figure flying quickly in the distance. Am I seeing things? Is that the peerless prodigy of the human race, Jiang Xi? The rank 3 true monarch of the star Phoenix race was shocked. The earth-shattering battle 8 days ago, which was rarely seen in hundreds of thousands of eras, had already spread throughout the entire universe. And the cause of that battle, a human perfected monarch who called himself Wu Di, had also become famous. In fact, all the races in the universe already knew that this so-called perfected monarch Wu Di was perfected monarch Wu Da, who had also caused a huge commotion. Not only that, but he was also the new invincible tribulation transcender of the human race, the mountain sea sword immortal. He was also the peerless prodigy of the human race, Jiang Xi. These identities made the upper echelons of many races speechless and shocked. He really knew how to cause trouble. The most shocking thing was, of course, the last identity. No one expected that this young man who had cultivated for less than 10,000 years was actually roaming the ancient immortal world as a Tao integration stage cultivator. He had the battle prowess of a rank 5 true monarch at the Tao integration stage. What was even more shocking was that this peerless prodigy of the human race directly triggered a heavenly tribulation when facing the 4 rank 5 true monarchs of the ghost race. Then, he went through 9 tribulations in a row and pushed open the immortal gate in one go, seizing the opportunity to reverse life and death. At the same time, he also killed a total of 8 rank 5 true monarchs of the ghost race and the demon race among them. True monarch Nether, who was known as the #1 expert of the ghost race below the Tao monarchs, also died. Finally, it was the climax of the matter. The 9 Tao monarchs fought for this peerless prodigy of the human race. The aftermath of the earth-shattering battle almost cracked the extremely sturdy planet of the ancient immortal world, and it still hadn't recovered. It said that he was killed by Tao monarch Buckwheat, and the human race started a war of extermination. He actually appeared now. Could it be that the rumors are true? That he still has a clone hidden in the human race's territory, and the one that appeared now is his clone? Judging from his aura, I can confirm that he's a rank 9 tribulation transcender. The eyes of the star Phoenix race's rank 3 true monarch flashed with a fiery light, but it quickly extinguished. No, even if this is his clone and can't compare to his true body, he's still not someone I can match. He must have something to rely on if he dares to swagger into the ancient immortal world. However, he's flying without concealing himself. Could it be that he wants to set a trap to kill the true monarchs of the other races? The Star Phoenix race's rank 3 true monarch was shocked by this thought. I'm afraid it's not that simple. Maybe the commotion is bigger than I thought. I have to leave the ancient immortal world quickly to avoid being affected. He turned and flew toward the whirlpool passage that left the ancient immortal world. In his opinion, no matter what identity this peerless prodigy of the human race had, something would happen every time he came to the ancient immortal world. Last time, 9 Tao lords were involved in a battle. This time, the commotion would only be bigger, not smaller. Although the battle 8 days ago had taken place between Tao lords, close to 1,000 true monarchs had been killed by the aftermath of the battle. If a great battle really broke out again, he didn't want to be killed by a sword light so innocently. True monarchs had endless lifespans, and he was also a rank 3 true monarch. He could live freely in the original universe for countless eras. Those old friends of mine are also on this planet or a nearby planet. I have to inform them and let them leave quickly. Soon, the news of Jiang Xi's appearance in ancient immortal world 181 spread among the true monarchs of the other races. If Jiang Xi knew that the Star Phoenix race's rank 3 true monarch had so many thoughts in an instant just by looking at him, he would be in a daze then. He wouldn't know whether to laugh or cry. I just want to go home quickly. I really don't want to cause a big commotion. In fact, this third-ranked true monarch of the Star L1 race had actually guessed correctly by accident what happened next. The distance of more than 200 million kilometers was covered by Jiang Xi in 20 minutes. The whirlpool passage to planet 181 is in front. In the sky, there was a whirlpool that looked like a black hole. It was flowing with colorful lights and emitted a terrifying energy. If an ordinary ninth tribulation transcender came into contact with this energy, even if they didn't die, they would lose half their life. Jiang Xi naturally wasn't afraid. He stepped in, and after a moment of dizziness, he arrived at planet 181. As soon as he appeared at the other end of the passage, his eyes suddenly lit up. This aura fluctuation is actually so strong. With his current strength, he could easily sense the aura fluctuations within a radius of millions of kilometers. If the aura fluctuation was stronger, he could sense it even if it was billions of kilometers away. A supreme treasure has appeared. This aura fluctuation has already reached the level of a rank 3 supreme treasure, and it's still increasing. From the looks of it, it should be a rank 4 supreme treasure. I didn't expect to encounter such a good thing as soon as I came back from seclusion. Could this be the accumulated luck of 80,000 years? Jiang Xi's face was full of smiles. As for the garbage dump and the like. Even if it was garbage, it was still good garbage that was delivered to the door. He didn't care about it. A rank 4 supreme treasure was definitely worth it. Whoosh! Jiang Xi directly accelerated in one direction, and his speed soon approached the speed of light. While flying, he also sensed the situation there. Around the supreme treasure aura, there are more than 3,000 auras of different strengths mixed together. It's obvious that true monarchs are fighting over the supreme treasure. In addition, there are thousands of auras rushing over from within a radius of tens of millions of kilometers. They are also true monarchs. Big commotion. It's going to be another earth-shattering battle. Jiang Xi sighed. Why was it that every time he came to the ancient immortal world, there was always a big battle? This is a good thing. I just happen to lack experience, so let's go all out. During Lu Yuzhou's seclusion 80,000 years ago, the experience points he obtained from refining the heavenly Tao's origin source had almost been used up. Whoosh whoosh, Jiang Xi's speed was very fast, and he didn't conceal it at all. Along the way, the other true monarchs who were rushing to fight for the supreme treasure soon discovered him. These true monarchs were mostly in small teams of 2 or 3 true monarchs. Only a few true monarchs were alone, but their strength was above rank 3. That's Jiang Xi of the human race. Oh my god, he's really still alive. I feel like something big is going to happen. What are you afraid of? His original body is already dead, so this must be his clone. His original body can defeat so many true monarchs as a Dao integration stage cultivator. The cultivation resources he used must be unimaginable. I don't believe that he can use the same cultivation resources to nurture his clone. So, his clone is definitely not as powerful as his original body. At most, it's an ordinary true monarch. He's so fast, even faster than a rank 5 true monarch. Do you think he's weak? These true monarchs all had different reactions when they saw Jiang Xi. Some were shocked, while others were disdainful. The more cautious ones, like the rank 3 true monarch of the Star Phoenix race, directly left the ancient immortal world. Of course, the cautious ones were the minority. After all, this was the birth of a rank 4 supreme treasure. In the face of such a great temptation, all the true monarchs were tempted and went crazy. On the other side, Jiang Xi could still hear these conversations even though he was hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. He thought for a while and slowed down a little. Speed is also a part of strength. If I'm too fast, I might scare away some of the true monarchs. Is this considered fishing? A minute later, Jiang Xi was only 2 million kilometers away from the place where the supreme treasure was born. He could reach it in 10 seconds at most. He sensed that there were more than 5,000 true monarchs gathered there at the moment. There are 94 rank 5 true monarchs. It seems that the aura of the supreme treasure this time has attracted a lot of experts. Jiang Xi was shocked. There were only about 1,000 rank 5 true monarchs in the original universe, and almost 10% of them had come. At this moment, boom! The world rumbled, and a powerful and special space-time fluctuation appeared on this planet. At the same time, a terrifying demonic figure was reflected in the sky, as if it was the ruler of space-time. A Dao Lord had descended. Dao Lord Han Zi had the advantage of information and location, becoming the first Dao Lord to arrive at Planet 181. It's actually a rank 4 flying supreme treasure. He was pleasantly surprised. With his strength, he could clearly sense that the aura of the supreme treasure had gradually stabilized. The current aura fluctuation was a rank 4 supreme treasure. Such an opportunity belongs to me, Han Zi. He laughed loudly. A rank 4 flying supreme treasure was more valuable than many rank 5 supreme treasures. Dao Lord Han Zi was in high spirits and could not help but think. With this supreme treasure, he did not have to worry about his life and death. He could explore the Chaos Sea without worry. As a desolate level Dao Lord, he stood at the peak of the universe. He seemed high and mighty and was respected by all living beings. However, in a place like the Chaos Sea, desolate level Dao Lords were only existences at the bottom, like cannon fodder. Dao Lord Han Zi had always had a secret. Although he had become a Dao Lord in the ancient era, he had only entered the Chaos Sea once in countless epochs. Moreover, he had quickly retreated. Or rather, it could not be called retreating. Instead, he had fled back to the original universe. I was very lucky in that battle. Under that supreme existence's will, a large number of desolate level Dao Lords died. If I had been closer, I would have lost my life long ago. Dao Lord Han Zi sighed. Compared to the Dao Lords of the peak races, the Dao Lords of the top races were often alone. Without the aid of a more powerful Dao Lord, it would be far too difficult for him to traverse the primordial Chaos Sea on his own. This time, if I have a rank 4 flying supreme treasure, I can really explore the Chaos Sea and obtain a great opportunity. Perhaps I can use this opportunity to improve and become a flood-level Dao Lord or even an Eon-level Dao Lord. Dao Lord Han Zi's heart was filled with ambition. These thoughts flashed through his mind. In the next moment, his will swept out, and darkness spread across the planet with his will. He wanted to control the space-time of this planet. Everyone below the Dao Lord level is an ant. What's the point of these perfected lords fighting so intensely? It's just a futile effort. Dao Lord Han Zi sneered. Through controlling space-time, he probed the situation around the rank 4 supreme treasure. Then, he discovered a familiar figure. Dao Lord Hunzi's breathing paused, and then he was even more surprised. Oh? That's Jiang Ci of the human race. The armor supreme treasure on his body and the sword in his hand are exactly the same as 8 days ago. From this, I can tell that this isn't his clone, but his true body. This is a great opportunity. Not only can I obtain a rank 4 flying supreme treasure this time, but I can also obtain the supreme treasure on this human. An armor supreme treasure that's at least rank 4 and a rank 4 offensive supreme treasure. I, Hunzi, have been ordinary in the original universe for countless epochs. Finally, I've welcomed the day of a great opportunity. Dao Lord Hunzi laughed excitedly. As for Jiang Ci's strength, he didn't care at all. Although he didn't know how Riverward had managed to escape that day, he had clearly seen how Riverward had almost been killed by Dao Lord Buckbuckle. Dao Lord Hunzi was confident that he would do a better job than Dao Lord Buckwheat, so that Jiang Ci wouldn't have a chance to escape. In a short 8 days, he had never thought that Riverward's strength would change, and it would be such a huge change. Oh, that's Dao Lord Hunzi. Jiang Ci's eyes flickered as he saw the terrifying demonic figure in the sky. While Lu Yuzhou was in seclusion, his clone hadn't been idle and had collected detailed information about that shocking battle. He remembered the 6 alien Dao Lords who had attacked at that time. Now that he had encountered them, there was no reason to let them go. This is a good opportunity to test my strength. Jiang Ci was eager to give it a try. You're tuning into the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.